Chapter 500, The Battle of Death March, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, and 0. The last chapter in the volume. Congratulations for making it this far. Happy birthday to me. I'm 25, and this novel is already the most wholesome and serious work I have done in my life. It is my pride and joy to announce that from the next chapter, we are time-skipping to year 4 times 10 to the power of -201 when the actual Skyrim events start. Thank you to the new patrons who joined us as of late. At Jeremy Veit, C rank. At Pukelberry, D rank. At Sasha Lechalon, D rank. At Ashikov Kaloyan, couldn't copy Bulgarian here, D rank. At Caleb Payne, D rank. At Rafa, D rank. Right, this is fearsome 5-some chapter. The biggest less than 11 feet, 284 inches words, chapter 1 ever wrote, just for you guys as a mass release gift for my birthday. See how awesome I am? My birthday, and I'm giving gifts. Enjoy Heartsuit. Part 1. Damn it. Damn it. Damn that mortal. Damn that beast. See what happens when I get you. Hey, punch. This scene happened in the western area of Haygoth. While most of the Alliance was focusing on prosecuting the cultists and executing them, one man was chasing another in the dark alleyways. The aspect of Mannimarco possessing the pulverized corpse of Zane was desperately fleeing from John. Damn you, mortal. Curse you. Once John caught up with the aspect of Mannimarco, a devastating punch following the other were descending on it. Of course, this thing inhabiting Zane is not the king of worms Mannimarco himself, but rather a lesser version of him, similar to a divine spirit descent. The original Mannimarco is, after all, a true immortal. On the other hand, that incarnation was as mortal as the word mortal can get, lying in a pile of garbage with the rest of the trash after getting John's punch. Son of a bitch, that body you are possessing does not belong to you. Huh? It does. It belongs to no one but me. Now that you destroyed the miracle egg, where do you think I will stay? Mannimarco stood up, resting on the serpent spear. He seems to have attached Zane's body that John broke back together and using it as a vessel. Give it up. That body is already beyond damaged. You descended, congratulations. Now hurry up and depart. John sent another punch at Mannimarco, and the latter was launched like a stringless kite. You can't beat me. You can't harm me. You destroyed this body before because of that damned spear. Now, even with the damage it suffered, you can't injure it anymore. Mannimarco said, and you can't fight back either. Oh, we'll see about that. Mannimarco twisted the body he is in and launched a bone spirit spell towards John before starting to run. Useless. John negated the spell and retaliated with another towards John, but Mannimarco used the blast of John's spell to his advantage and increased the distance. My body is indestructible. You can't harm it. But don't you think you are missing a certain point? Mannimarco started crawling up and hid behind a wall. Yeah. John noticed that Mannimarco was aiming for something. I can recover, Mannimarco said as he stepped out of the alleyway. Zane's body fixed a little bit more. Oh, you can do that? Fine, you keep that up and return this body back to normal so we can give it a proper burial. Meanwhile, I'll prepare something to exorcise you. Oh, please entertain me. Is it a set of blessed divine relics? Wait, maybe it is a blessing from Talos, or whatever. Mannimarco mocked John. This is not 200 years ago, Mannimarco. John said something that made Mannimarco's expressions twist. I get what you're doing. I really do. You have tried that reincarnation thingy, and almost worked 200 years ago, if not for the interface of the Mages Guild in Cyrodiil. I know Archmage Hannibal Traven and his successor aren't around, but the story of how you were handed your own ass back then is still fresh in Cyrodiil. Good times, right? John's words seemed to have opened an old wound, and Mannimarco was infuriated. Insolent fool, he shouted while casting a powerful spell at John. That's the spirit. John ignored the surroundings and got excited to this fight. Right now, he is facing that most skillful necromancer ever lived. John Dare, the last Dragonborn to be, the Thane of Winterhold, and the Grand Champion of the Imperial Arena. Mannimarco, the leader of the Order of the Black Worm, and the immortal who resides on the Necromancer's moon. John had the Ebony Blade, the Elder Staff of Power and Fate Pride, the Ebony Mail, the Krylon, as well as an arsenal of arcane artifacts and self-crafted scrolls. Mannimarco was but a ghost in a shell. That shell was Zane, whose body was altered by the curse of Sidhiz and the curse of vampirism, creating an outstanding, resilient body. To equalize the situation, Mannimarco grasped the Serpent Spear tightly and called for his two artifacts that are nearby, the Bloodworm Helm and the Staff of Worms. Now that the two met in their full readiness, the whole city felt the impact of two powerhouses clashing. The Imperial soldiers of the 7th Legion, the Army of Sentinel, the Citadel of Ebonarm, and the Hunding Alliance all realized the final showdown is beginning. The magicka emitted by John was taking the qualities of his aura, tyrannical and dominant. The magicka emitted by Mannimarco had the qualities of a very old lich, cold and boundless. Rise! The King of Worms said one word, and one word only, from who knows where or when. The streets of Hagod behind him was crawling with undead. He even summoned a zombie horse for himself. Nice try. John wasn't humble either. His staff struck the ground, and an army of his own was conjured. Wrathmen and Bonemen filled the streets behind him with coldness and terror. Wrath was conjuring an army of his own, and the 9 iron Atronachs were present as well. John also conjured a cold flame horse Atronach to sit on equal terms. Huh. Mannimarco couldn't help but laugh. You are using undead against me. Bitch, please. These undead are to stop your undead from doing whatever they were summoned for. John said, and his horse started walking forward. As for you, you will get these hands. Impudent. Get him. Wrath, give him your best. John left the command of his entire army of the dead for Wrath and drove his horse forward, fusing greed and the ebony blade, creating the ebony glaive. While Mannimarco was rallying his undead forward, John's undead were eating the dust of their master as he was driving his glaive through Mannimarco's zombie horse. You madman! Seeing John already at the front, Mannimarco was annoyed by his charging enemy. He had to abandon the horse and levitate up the sky away while shooting a barrage of spell at John. Meanwhile, John chose to charge through Mannimarco's undead, turning the spell of their master against them. Mannimarco didn't intend to entertain John further and made a cunning move. He cast a spell known as Legion. The King of Worms was known by that name for a reason. His necromancy is grand and terrifying. His spell caused a large portion of his undead army to gather into one single entity and mold together, forming a new creature known as the Undead Legion. It was simply a walking zombie giant that almost reached 10 meters in height. Damn! John was taken aback greatly, but he soon recovered and intended to shorten the distance between himself and Mannimarco. The chains of Ozadal's evil fists were launched towards Mannimarco, who was standing above a building not too far away. Seeing his legs shackled, Mannimarco wanted to blow the chains up by magic, yet his magicka was barely moving. Surprise, motherfucker! John pulled the chain faster than Mannimarco's reaction and met him with the ebony glaive right into his guts. It won't work. Mannimarco was impossible to injure in Zane's body. Oh yeah? Oh no! John refused to believe that there was something impossible for him to hack through. He made sure that Mannimarco won't move for at least 1 second and took out a certain item. Take this, asshole! With his left, John kept stabbing Mannimarco with Keening, the dagger that directly does damage to the soul. Mannimarco wasn't physically hurt, but the damage John dealt was real. His energy was getting seeped away by Keening and absorbed by John. You bastard! Unwilling to be as helpless as that, Mannimarco managed to command the Undead Legion to move directly towards John. The tower of undead creatures cast its shadow at John as it was collapsing directly. Motherfucker! John had no time to respond at this, so he had only one option, and that is to avoid this. He teleported away from Mannimarco, who didn't even bother with the Undead Legion falling at him. Quietness took over this part of the battle for a while. Both John and Mannimarco were fighting on equal terms now. John may have a large amount of magicka, but it is not infinite. Meanwhile, the aspect of Mannimarco had the support of the true Mannimarco, making his magicka almost infinite. To balance that, John uses Keening to steal some of that magicka as well. In terms of magicka, this fight was endless. The fact that the aspect of Mannimarco is connected to the immortal version means he can be just like the vampire Grand Anchorite, who kept regenerating after Mir's attacks. John was also very resilient. He is wearing the Ebony Mail, which is a very strong armor all by itself. John's body is very tricky to deal with as normal metal can't injure him. The two were indeed ridiculous at this rate, so staying away from the raging experts was the best thing to do. The two of them also realized that using undead minions to fight each other is worthless. Mannimarco may have a better ability as a necromancer, but John directly reaches to the soul cairn and summons its premium-grade undead. More to that, Wrath is a pain in the ass to necromancers. With all the cards played so far, it was about time to bring out the trump cards. Don't forget to rate and throw off some quality comments. Part 2. John stood in the shadows, watching the large undead legion moving up from Mannimarco to get up. He smiled and cast a special spell at the undead. A white flame was ignited all over the undead legion and started destroying at a rapid rate. The ashen flame of the totem dragon guardian was so destructive and domineering that Mannimarco feared to be buried under the rubble of those burning undead. This flame may not harm him, but he could feel that it won't be extinguished by normal means. He teleported away and started looking around for John. "Hiding now, are you?" Mannimarco asked. John was indeed trying to sneak attack Mannimarco and kept using his Shadow Stone, power, and the cloak form of greed to remain hidden. From beneath Mannimarco, the chains of Azadul's evil fists were trying to get Mannimarco once again. Just like last time, Mannimarco was not watching what's beneath him, but "Got you!" Mannimarco hit the chain away with the serpent spear. He then kicked the roof he is standing on and descended down, aiming the spear at John's neck. Shit! John was taken aback, but he didn't get hit. He avoided touching the poisoned blade of the spear and held the neck of the shaft with his two hands, letting go of Pride and the ebony blade. Mannimarco caught Pride using telekinesis, but Pride fought the Staff of Worms, relentlessly proving to be even more powerful than Mannimarco's fabled staff. "You have enchanted a staff with your own soul? How? You are immortal." Mannimarco couldn't believe that Pride was a living staff. On the other hand, John was struggling for his life, holding the dangerous serpent spear away from himself. He was trying to aim Pride at Mannimarco, but the latter was taking a weird interest in Pride. John looked at the ebony blade, thinking about reach it, but Mannimarco took notice. "Oh no, you can't do that." Mannimarco blasted away Pride as far from John as he could, and was about to do the same with the ebony blade, but John took the chance when Mannimarco's pressure on the spear lessened and moved. He took out the keening, which was a weird choice as using a dagger against a spear is nothing but pain stupidity. However, John made greed possess keening. This was by far one of the most annoying greed possessions John ever tried. Keening, whose blade was made of a blue crystal, started to change from a dagger to a fork. It became a fork with two long blades made from the same blue crystal, but the way of change dramatically. John only had to hit the spear with that fork, and asterisk dythine star. It was just too surprising for Mannimarco to deal with this sudden sound. It was as if his soul was about to hurl out from that body. Shit! He abandoned the serpent spear to block the booming sound from entering his ears, but that was of no use. He curled up in the ground from the pain. John threw away the serpent spear and walked to Mannimarco with the fork. The latter tried to get away, but John was faster and dug the fork into Mannimarco's guts. HRG. There was no physical damage, but the pain was vivid as the soul itself was targeted. John absorbed a large amount of magicka from Mannimarco through the fork, then turned it into a direct attack on Mannimarco's face. "Have a cookie on the house." "Hey!" Thunder Cookie launched Mannimarco out of the house to the next one, and the next, destroying walls and furniture in the process. This was one of the most satisfying cookies John delivered. Weeping Keening, Dwemer. Absorb Vitality. Absorb Magicka. Soul Sonic Damage Greed Effect. Weeping Keening was a version of Keening that lets out soul sonic attacks after getting struck by metal, just like a tuning fork. The damage of such an attack has no blind spot and targets everyone except the wielder, but its shortcoming is the limited range. Mannimarco was already figuring that last part out. John retrieved both Pride and the Ebony Blade, while Mannimarco rose from the rubble and took his distance. "That punch you delivered, it feels familiar," Mannimarco said. "You perv. You can recognize people by the way they punch you?" John made a disgusted face. Let me see. Stupidly tall, holds big weapons with one hand, kicks everything like a brash fool. You are clearly a Nord, but not just that. You are a Titanborn. Oh, I see. This is the part where I freak out and ask you how you know about my family, right? John couldn't help but smug out. Mannimarco was wise enough to keep silent after John's unexpected reaction. At least not a cliché. Mannimarco soon recognized John's origin being a Titanborn. This was due to the event 1,000 years ago during the Plane Meld when Lyris Titanborn was part of the 5 companions that stopped both Mannimarco and Molag Bal evil schemes. Later in history, the Titanborns were united with the Flame Hairs to be the Firemans. It was clear that Mannimarco was holding a deep grudge against one of the ancestors of the Firemans, making them enemies by default. It is unthinkable for John to let such an evil parasite have his way in the world. "I'm quite bored with this. Let's end it." John called out for a large amount of Magicka, implying what sort of massive attack he is planning on now. Mannimarco grinned slyly as he dissolved into thin air the same time John released his spell. What happened next was a disappointment to both parties. John appeared behind Mannimarco's place waving the Weeping Keening, while Mannimarco appeared behind John's place stabbing with the serpent spear he just retrieved. Of course, both attacks were pointless as the two just switched places. Mannimarco was taken aback, and John frowned. "Are you sure that idiot Lyris is your ancestor? I get that you're trying to compliment me, but don't insult her." The two proved to be cunning and ruthless, which was a thought that left a bad aftertaste to both of them. Well, whatever. John teleported once again, almost instantly, but Mannimarco evaded and started to take distance. John launched the chains of his gauntlets to catch Mannimarco before he cast magic, but the latter proved to be relentless at escaping as much as he is at not dying. John took Greed off Keening and directed it into his gauntlets, making them into Ozidal's Titan hands. Mannimarco may have been good at movement, but the flying grips that John kept sending after him were akin to modern bombardment. The city was getting pulverized by their actions. "You ran out of moved already?" John spoke. "Shut your trap." Mannimarco was hot on heels for the part minute, which pissed him off. He finally decided to get hit just for the sake of casting one spell. The land beneath John was struck by Mannimarco's magic and turned into a tainted ground of undead. A volley of bones was shot at him from beneath his feet, taking him by surprise and giving him a few scratches. "Fucker, you will die, mortal." John ceased his attacks and retreated to heal his injuries as fast as he could. Undead magic attacks can carry poison or curses. Mannimarco took the chance to muster his Magicka once more and make a comeback. He aimed forward his Staff of Worms and delivered a strong stream of lightning magic towards John. Knowing that Mannimarco plans to exhaust his Magicka, John let Pride activate its free will function and retaliate automatically at Mannimarco. John was planning to do another attack, but Mannimarco hurriedly canceled his and pulled Pride at him once again. Soul weapon or not, I only have to destroy it. Mannimarco's aim was to destroy Pride. This itself will deliver a major damage to John, may be enough to make him lose consciousness. Still, Mannimarco never knew what Pride is all about. Once he held the staff of John, what he never imagined happened. It hurts. Pride was a staff yet one of a kind. Once Mannimarco held it, his hands started burning immediately. This fire caused by holding Pride wasn't just soul damage, but an actual physical damage. The first damage Zane's invincible body received that wasn't caused by the Spear of Bitter Mercy. On the other hand, John stared blankly. So, that works. Pride was haughty, unforgiving, and extremely arrogant. It wouldn't just refuse anyone other than John, but it tries to kill them. In some cases, pride would cut the hands of those who tried to steal it and collect them in a subdimension. That's how nasty pride was with others. It all started when it developed its own will. John never imagined that this function will actually damage Mannimarco, who possesses Zane's body. It was a whole bizarre concept to begin with. But then, John remembered which kind of magic that can do things beyond sense and cause unexplained phenomenons, the same magic he used to create pride, the fate magic. The fate magic can damage Mannimarco and end him. That's what John concluded. You bastard mortal! What did you do? What sort of abomination did you create? Mannimarco, who was screaming like a dying hog, stood up holding the burnt hand. Abomination, you say? Look at yourself before you call others by that. Also, this is called pride, the elder staff of power and fate. John boasted about his staff that reacted by creating a glowing aura around itself. Pride? Elder? What does any of this mean? For a moment, the air around John turned from his tyrannical aura into a different one, yet not quite the same. His eyes were colder and his words were lofty. It means, mine prideless fellow, this staff is meritorious and most wondrous aside from being indestructible. Eek! It is the very embodiment of pride, the sin of all haughtiness and vanity. For a lowly undead elf to get to touch it, thee needeth to knoweth thy place. John's words may sound idiotic and empty, but it is the very will of pride that was speaking its mind through him with all its arrogance and supercilious haughtiness. The cold words of pride ended, and John returned to his usual domineer. His smile free, even wider, and his evil thoughts betrayed his expressions. It also means you are getting a serious whacking to satisfy you for a lifetime. Don't forget to rate and throw off some quality comments. Part 3. Finding Mannimarco's weakness was more than enough for John to change his strategy. From now on, John had to analyze the Mannimarco in front of him and pick up the weaknesses that will completely obliterate him. Mannimarco wasn't stupid either. He understood that John managed to get a hint on how to defeat him, and that made all his alarms go ringing. He had to finish up John before anything else if he wants this reincarnation to successful. From this point, spells and attacks started to fly around Hagov like crazy. Thankfully, John's and Mannimarco's damage was limited to a certain district near the port where all of the populace was evacuated by the Hunding Alliance. At the safe zone far from the battle, Kareem was supervising the evacuation of the last patch of the citizens when he saw some disciples from the citadel of Ebenarm carrying away a woman who was covered in sheets, and Isha was following them. "What is happening?" she asked. "I was about to ask you," he replied. "What is all that madness?" "John, fighting Mannimarco," she said. "What?" "We must assist." Miranda and Mirren were nearby, and they came running once they heard that. "Mannimarco is in the body of your brother. He just keeps sending one attack after the other." From the sides, Ela spoke to Isha. "I already figured that part out. What can we do?" The five turned silent. If they got closer, they will get in the way and may be used against John. Still, how could they sit still with their friend fighting for all of them? Where is that all-knowing brat? Isha asked. "Who?" Ela tilted her head. "She means Beth, the girl with tattoos all over her body." Mirren said, "That's savage. I like." Ela was hooked up just by the description. Ignoring Ela's abnormal tastes, the others were looking around for their diviner. "She stays with John's cat in those portals she makes," Miranda said. "I am here. I am here." Beth showed up running as fast as she could. "Where were you?" Mirren asked. "Helping people. Listen, the night has arrived. We need to get all these people to safety," she said. "Safety? From what?" Kareem questioned. "The prophecy. It is today. The Crimson Ship will arrive as long as all those people aren't in hiding." Beth said. "Right, the day of shame. It is today," Kareem said. "But we defeated the cult," Isha said. "You don't understand. The day of shame is an imminent crisis that waits to befall. With all that number of people out of their homes, Forget about the cult. The Crimson Ship is carrying one of the deadliest plagues known on Tamriel, and it will consume us overnight. Kareem's words conveyed his fear. Unlike the Red Guards of the desert such as Isha, the Red Guards of the western coast always heeded the warning of the Day of Shame and hid in their homes every 20th of Rain's Hand, April, to not alert the ghost ship that is told to be roaming the sea this day. Now that the city is bustling with noises of women wailing and children crying, as well as two maniac-level endgame bosses fighting each other in what seems to be endless combat, the situation was very alarming as it is. The Crimson Ship may or may not be real, but amidst these crazy times, even the myths must be taken into consideration, especially when Beth is the one divining them. Also, the Nahadan flu that the ship carries is extremely deadly and contagious, especially when it is airborne. The risk of doubting this prophecy is problematic, and it is better to be safe than sorry. There are many large buildings in the city that can withstand the fight. The Lord's Palace, the garrison, the towers, the mosques. Ela quickly marked out the places within her area of perception. Good. I'll get the people to move right away. Kareem couldn't think of a better idea. I'll make the disciples secure the roads. Isha said, then turned to Miranda. Hey, look out after Zara for me. Is she all right? I doubt it. Her womb was severely damaged, and she isn't waking up. What happened in there? Isha remained silent for that question. It was simply something that neither her nor John would ever speak about. The fight between John and Mannimarco has taken a strange turn. Even with the indestructible body and the endless supply of magicka, the aspect of Mannimarco was being drained. Supplying magicka on such a rapid and wasteful rate, especially just a few hours after the reincarnation, was just too hard. First of all, the soul of that incarnation is still premature and didn't have time to be stabilized. Who would have thought that John would be crazy enough to discover the egg, feed it his blood, and teleport it out from the womb? The sole reason the worm cult used Zara was because Isha wouldn't simply kill her in case she managed to reach Zara before the rebirth of the Lord. If it was another woman, she could have been sacrificed easily by stabbing the unknown egg in her womb. Regardless of how right or wrong they were, the reincarnation of Mannimarco wasn't 100% successful. Thus, the aspect of Mannimarco had to rely on a plan B, which is possessing the body of Zane. Mannimarco never wanted to have that body, as if he had the body of a child from the start. He could remold it the same way he did 200 years ago. But right now, how did this shitty situation turn like that? He was not just being chased by a mortal, but a human mortal, and not just any human mortal, but a Nord human mortal whose ancestor is Lyris Titanborn, the most annoying Nord he came across. But this Titanborn was too relentless, too tricky, and very well-versed in magic. Not quite an archwizard yet, but his boundless magicka can just beat any archwizard with brute force. In the last confrontation they had, John was pressuring Mannimarco with the ebony blade, while the latter was pushing back with the serpent spear. Mannimarco may not be a warrior, but surely the King of Worms knows a thing or two about melee combat. Why don't you just die already? John was shouting as he kicked Mannimarco deep in the guts, sending him away. I won't die no matter how much you ask me to so, mortal. Mannimarco wasn't even knowing when this will end. It was all too exhausting at this point. John was fighting for the sake of all Tamriel, and Mannimarco was fighting for whatever he was fighting for. Either way, this fight meant a lot for each side. Hiya! Mannimarco released his strongest raw blast of magicka, trying to obliterate John with brute force, as it was the only way. Raw magicka is dangerous and hard to manipulate, but it can't be cancelled by other spells. Only raw magicka can stop raw magicka. Don't get full of yourself. John retaliated with his best raw magicka blast as well. It was consuming and dangerous, but the two held their ground well until the scale started to tilt towards Mannimarco. Ha! Mortal, this will be the end of you. Mannimarco laughed. Don't celebrate too soon. Allmaker, Azura. John called for two of the major spirits that blessed him with their power. The Allmaker, the aspect of Anu to the skull, and Azura, Lady of Dusk and Dawn. Blessing of the Allmaker. Root of power. 2500% Magicka regeneration. Blessing of Azura. Dawn's beauty absorbed 50% of the hostile magic. The effect of Dawn's beauty made John's eyes glow. His body was taking half the Magicka of Mannimarco's attacks and redirecting it back. In just a second, the situation completely tilted and Mannimarco was being pushed back literally. I'm impossible. Those blessings, how? What did you do? What are you? For someone to gain the favor of the original spirits to the extent of getting two ridiculously powerful blessings, Mannimarco shivered from the fact. Can that person be another paragon, just like that person formed 200 years ago? Yet no matter how he thinks, he couldn't stop the sudden surge of John's Magicka. The magic duel ended with Mannimarco's loss and a bright blast that sent him off flying. Such a duel damaged his soul and stunned his spellcasting ability. Mannimarco won't be able to cast big spells for some time. Now, this was John's opportunity. If he could seal Mannimarco, he can figure out a method to kill him later. That was John's plan. On the other hand, Mannimarco had one thought in mind. Run! He can't face John in melee or magic right now. This is a complete disadvantage. Running away wasn't a bad choice since it is the most effective method that kept all mages from dying since the dawn of time. Mannimarco could use simple spells like haste and acceleration to get the boost he needed to keep himself clear from John's reign of destruction. Each one of John's attacks carried an astral force to it enough to cause severe damage to the soul of Mannimarco's aspect. Damn it, you are sneaky. John was annoyed by the fact that Mannimarco was this good at moving around. Mannimarco's experience in the arcane arts is way beyond John's, but the latter was a creative mage on his own accord. While none of John's attacks landed, Mannimarco wasn't able to recover either, but not for long. John started to grow restless. Fine, if you won't get hit, I'll just come and beat you myself. There was no need to keep this card hidden anymore. When it comes to speed and overall movements, Ozzel's Boots of the Apostle were John's winning card. Still, if they're not enough, greed can be just added to the mix, and so it happened. John's boots started transforming and growing larger. From the outer sides of the boots, a couple of wing-like extensions grew wide. I'm sorry in advance, but these boots tend to be a bit gay. With a disclaimer, John started moving after Mannimarco at a greater speed, leaving behind a trail of rainbow. His speed was astonishing as much as it's unforeseen. Mannimarco was looking behind for an instant, and in the other, he was getting punched from the front. Unaware of how John did it, he tried to crawl away, but John kicked him instead. Insolent mortal, I curse you. Yeah, good luck with that. Being superior in speed is all good and fine, but this rainbow trail that keeps appearing after him was making a bad scene of a serious situation. John would have avoided it at all costs, but he needed it either way. Ozzel's Teleria. Fortifies speed. Water walking. Levitate. Bifrost greed effect. With the speed of Ozzel's Teleria, John utilized the speed needed to put down Mannimarco, but still, Mannimarco endured all the soul attacks as Zane's body wasn't even receiving damage. If only this Spear of Bitter Mercy could do damage as it did before, it would have been good enough, but that's no longer an option. John wanted to use the chance given by the blessings of the Allmaker and Azura he is using right now to quickly figure out which fate can damage Zane's body in this situation. Sadly, John ran out of the blessings before he could get an answer. At the same time, Mannimarco regained his ability to cast magic and block John's kick with one hand. That's enough. With one swing, Mannimarco caught John's leg and threw him away at a nearby building. John was buried under the rubble, giving Mannimarco the chance to take a breath after that much thrashing he went through. But something felt wrong as under that rubble, John was clearly gathering some weird type of energy that made Mannimarco feel extremely threatened. In an instant, Mannimarco jumped away before a red laser attack comes out of the rubble and melts the ground he was on. The rubble exploded, and John walked out with a weird appearance. He switched his mask with a strange Nordic helm that had a strange shape to it. Actually, that was John's helm, Ozzel's Helm of Vision combined with greed. You are really making me using all the embarrassing toys, aren't you? John was clenching his teeth after getting forced to use that as well. Be my guest, and don't use them, Mannimarco shouted. Ozzel's laser beam helm. Fortify range. Aim assist. Laser beam. John walked out and started shooting red beams from his helm at Mannimarco, who was evading to the best of his ability. You're really agile. Take some rest, John said. Shut up and die already. Mannimarco retaliated with a spell that missed John. That's your best aim? John smirked, but he soon realized that Mannimarco wasn't aiming for him. A blast happened right behind John, forcing him off balance. Mannimarco seized the chance and charged at John, holding him down. Mortal, of all the ones I have met, you surpassed them all when it came to annoying me. Now that John was pinned down under Mannimarco, the latter started to give a villain speech. I'm flattered, but your breath, man. Is that the stench of death? Or is it onion? Onion, I assume. John tried to aim his helm at Mannimarco, but the latter was pressing his head away. As the body of Zane was a vampire-werewolf hybrid, it had fangs and blood-devouring abilities, thus Mannimarco was aiming to use that on John. Finding the gap in his armor, Mannimarco bit down John's neck like a predator who was breaking the neck of its prey. Ark, you bastard! John struggled from the pain and tried to escape Mannimarco, but the latter was having him where he wanted. John hurriedly took off Greed, morphed it into a blaster, and loaded an astral charge, shooting it right into Mannimarco's guts. A chargey! Mannimarco was thrown off John with Zane's body starting to change after drinking blood. It was as if all the veins were turning black. What is that? Mannimarco felt the strange quality of John's blood and sensed that it was invading Zane's body, damaging it from the inside. John stood up while healing his injured neck. For a bastard like you to not figure out what killed your first reincarnation form. Shit. Mannimarco was trying hard to get rid of John's blood, but that was taking some time. John arrived with the keening in hand, aiming to chip away Mannimarco's soul out of Zane's body by force. The two monsters started fighting on the ground like mortals after draining themselves this far. Their attacks were no longer destroying walls or tilting buildings, but rather, John was pressing against Mannimarco and punching him while the latter kept trying to kick and scratch. John was mortally exhausted while Mannimarco was hindered because of John's blood. This type of situation was degrading for the two, but one man was to walk out of this alive. Don't forget to rate and throw off some quality comments. Part 4. Mannimarco was recovering. He kicked away John one final time and stood up while staggering. Why? Just why would he meet such an annoying opponent, right? After all the trouble he went through? Just fuck off already. Tired, Mannimarco had to throw some insults to feel better. Never. This fight, it is just perfect, John said as he was helping himself up on a broken wall. Seeing the wall crumbling in his hand, John held a brick and threw at Mannimarco. Stones won't work. Just trying anything that may. Just how long will this take? The two were fighting since the sun set, and now it is the middle of the night. John was exhausted beyond what he ever has been, and Mannimarco's aspect never believed that his soul would get this damaged, let alone Zane's body. This Titanborn was simply too much. As the two were about to commence round, who was even counting, a chilling cold wind blew through the waste and rubble left by their battle. The wind was western and had a dreadful feeling to it. It is here? Shit. Mannimarco was smiling while John was horrified. This wind carrying the feeling of death at this time only means one thing. Mannimarco started heading toward the west to meet the army he was promised. You aren't going anywhere. John jumped on him and tried to put him down, but Mannimarco's improved mood gave him the better edge in this situation. He managed to push John away and started running to the west. Fucking bastard. I will come to you, Titanborn boy. I won't kill you, but you will beg for me to do so, Mannimarco said as he headed away. I'll fucking catch you. With this body of mine, it is possible. But I will make a better one, a stronger one. Mark my return. John held his aching body and sat down. By this time, he was not sure about figuring out Mannimarco's weakness, let alone stopping him. He started healing his injuries as fast as he could while using every cell of his brain to figure out a solution. Think, John. Think. He is vulnerable to soul attacks and fate. I can't quite put my hand on how to use them against that bastard, but there has to be a solution. They got to wait. Think. Fate, right? I know now why Mannimarco doesn't want Zane's body. Of course. Shit. At first, John thought Mannimarco wanted a younger body to remold it according to his taste or whatever, but knowing the Worm King, he just exchanged punches with. Mannimarco has no sort of pride regarding what body he possesses. This means only one thing. Zane's body is not suitable for one fatal reason. But if I do that, oblivion. Even to the John Dare, there were some things unthinkable to him, such as what he just thought of. It is just way too risky. John stood up and walked after Mannimarco. The docks of Haygoth were its deepest point in the sea, as the stone pier extended a long distance in the water. There, Mannimarco stood with all smiles. You have come? You have come to witness the coming of my new army. Titanborn boy? Mannimarco turned to John. You sicken me, Mannimarco. John replied. As the two stood face to face, a storm started to rumble in the sky very off-season. And so what? I've already expelled your corrupt blood. Indeed, the damage was done, but you were still no match for me. Mannimarco said. I know. John admitted it. How about this? You are a good necromancer. Your potential is limitless. Kneel, and I will spare you and take you in. Mannimarco said, looking down on John. Dude, don't ruin a perfect bad guy's moment. You had to do more gloating, you know? John said, I see that you won't change your ways. My ways? What is wrong with my ways? I don't see anything wrong with me. Look at you. What are your ways to begin with? Mine? You have fought me for this long without knowing me? Mannimarco seemed insulted. Entertain me? John said. Me? For as long as I can remember, there was always someone trying to suppress the people. Someone acting as if staying on top of them was for their betterment. A liberator's story? Doesn't suit you. Is it? Do you know about the Altmaier boy? Do you have any idea what crimes they committed? They annihilated races of the native residents of Tamriel Way before you humans appeared. The winged folk, the sea elves, more and more. They put rules on what magic they want people to use and what magic they don't. Rules here, rules there, everything was just for them to be ruled, even the other elves who were not a single bit different than them. But I refuse that control, this unjustified hierarchy. Why do they deserve to be on the top while others in the bottom? I have joined those Sigic monks as I thought it will free me from the stench of hierarchy, only to find it even greater. And Galerian, Venus was nothing but a slave, a puppet. Even when he was this close to getting free, this close, he just did the whole damn circle all over again and made that abominable guild of his. It took me decades to understand later that hierarchy can only be broken by power, a true power that ends all conflict and retaliation. Fear. If I became the symbol of fear, I would do much more than just being a symbol of hope. The power they fear was undeath, and from there I began. Mannimarco said his piece, which left John frigid in his place. He remembered something he said the other day. In a war, I'd rather be the symbol of fear rather than the symbol of hope. Fear ends wars, hope drags them on. John could remember those words very well. These were his words that he abided with. These were the code that he used to ward off the idea of war. But to think another symbol of fear. So, all that unnecessary deaths? John asked. They are simply people who lack power. As regrettable as it is, they had to be an example and serve the greater purpose. What is the alternative? Wars? Famine? Disease? Old age? How about dying on their own fucking terms? Not just power and purpose, but even ideals clashed. There was no villain for no purpose. In Mannimarco's story, he is the hero with his own ideals. Freedom of magic and limiting the unnecessary hierarchy were all goals that John would stand up for. The only difference between John and Mannimarco was the way they utilized their ability as symbols of fear. Mannimarco clearly sucks at it, or was it his upbringing? Who knows? Let's just end this, shall we? John said. The tension between the two has already reached its peak. With pleasure, Mannimarco conjured his unholy power of undeath, welcoming John's proposal. John has recovered for a bit, while Mannimarco still had his power. Now, the two can just end it all. Mannimarco knew that John would come close to him in this limited area, so he used the trump card he saved for the final round, the Bone Goliath transformation. Say what you want about the Worm King, but when it comes to such spells, Mannimarco's Bone Goliath was akin to a royal among its kind. 3 metals tall, with a crown of bones and serious-looking sharp extensions. The Bone Goliath covered Zane's body head to toe, adding a layer of bone to the indestructible body. Mannimarco would play the last round safely and be defensive until the Crimson Ship arrives. John, on the other hand, was already aware of what to use next. He had one last item for greed to possess, his armor, the Ebony Mail. You are really making me bring out all the embarrassing stuff. With a sigh, John let greed in. Mannimarco was aware of the dark matter that kept doing strange transformation to John's gear, but as much as he hoped to damage it, it was simply too hard. Looking at John's armor transforming, Mannimarco couldn't believe what he was seeing. The armor started to grow as much as Mannimarco's Bone Goliath, covering him head to toe as well. It was as if the whole armor completely became bigger, exactly like one of those large Dwemer automatons, and somehow it stood toe-to-toe, eye-to-eye and face-to-face with the Bone Goliath of Mannimarco. What an obliv! Mannimarco didn't have the time to swear before receiving a punch that came out of literal nowhere. You'll pay for making me do this, John said through his armor giant. The Ebony Goliath. Muffle. Impenetrable. Poison cloak. Mecha form, greed effect. My reputation as John Dare is now sullied because of you. John jumped and landed on Mannimarco's Bone Goliath, then served it a barrage of punches. How do you think people will see me now, huh? After all those years, I become a mecha rider? I would have taken that secret to the grave, but because of you, unforgivable. The Bone Goliath stood no chance against the Ebony Goliath. The Hulkbuster-like lump of ebony flattened Mannimarco and his Goliath. Each attack was carried by an astral aptitude that chipped down Mannimarco's power to half. John took Mannimarco by the leg, then started thrashing him around the stone pier. This is for my sullied reputation. This won't damage me one bit. John threw Mannimarco one last time and stomped on him. I'll see to your end, no matter what. Too late. Mannimarco pushed with the last of his power, then teleported away from John. Titanborn, you sure are full of surprises, but today is your end. Let's see how you deal with the Nahadan plague once it consumes the land. Mannimarco was sure of his victory. He turned into a cloud of black mist and turned towards the sea, heading straight west. His laughs could be heard as he faded in the storm. John canceled the transformation of his armor and returned back to normal, then spoke. Sigh, he's finally gone. Nefertiti, are you done? Yeah, Hummin. Take it. Nefertiti appeared from a shadow portal with a device in her hand. It was a simple magic amplifier that uses the magicka alongside a scroll to maximize the output of a certain spell, but it is more of a bomb device power by magicka reactors. John told Nefertiti to assemble it for him, and he added the final piece to it. A blizzard scroll created by Alina. Wife, you still find ways to get to my head even if you are far away. John installed the scroll and threw the device in the sea. Behind him from Hagoth, a large force of men and women walked the long stone pier led by Ela, Isha, Kareem, Miran, Miranda, Battlelord Nagla, King Abbas, General Kasha, and all the other commanders and heroes of the Alliance. You shouldn't have come, John spoke. Mannimarco has his army. You now have yours. Unnoticed but certainly the loudest, Beth spoke for all of the warriors behind. Oh, okay. I won't stop you then. John didn't even think about arguing with them. What is the plan? King Abbas asked. You'll see, John said. Champion, Beth spoke. Yes, there's one last thing you'll be needing to ward off the death marching our way. John turned to her. You have a vision? He asked. No, actually, I no longer see the future. I will never see anything after this night. My role as Bothia's prophetess ends tonight, for the better or the worse. She said, I'll see that it is for the best, Baldy. John patted her head. What do you have for me? One last blessing. You totally should have begun with that. Okay, shoot. Beth demanded the ebony blade from John. It was too heavy for her, so Isha helped her carry it. John lowered his posture for Beth to be able to make the blade's pommel touch his forehead. This blessing is from Lady Mephala. Use it carefully, champion, she said. John felt the power of the blessings go through his consciousness and open his mind to new possibilities. He rose up and smiled. So, it can happen this way. Interesting, John said as he turned around. Looks like she is here. As the lightning lit the sky, the warriors of Hammerfell could see a towering construct of what seemed to be a ship. A ghost ship. The Crimson Ship. After centuries, it has finally returned to avenge the grievances of the past, the sin of the Redguards. Now, why the long faces? John spoke as he clapped his hand. With his clap, the sea erupted and the water rose. The wind intensified and the ships along the port toppled. The sea surface froze as it is like nothing Hammerfell has witnessed before. Ah! A frozen sea with a ship of ghosts smells exactly like home. Come on, people, let's get that Mannimarco bastard. Forward! With the battle cry of John Dare, the stage was set for the end. Don't forget to rate and throw off some quality comments. Part 5, End of the Beginning. There wasn't much to describe. A frozen sea surface, a gigantic ship trapped in the frost, the living and the dead marching at each other. The Plague Husks were no remarkable opponents, but the method to deal with them was much more demanding than that with normal undead. Burning was the safest way, and so, all those who came here were either healers or fire magic users. The orders were clear not to involve anyone else. This was a war on a true plague that is literally fought with sword and magic. Regardless of the battle itself, John was advancing slowly towards the ship, annihilating the plague husks in his way. He was not bothered by diseases, as he possessed the eternal flesh that is immune to disease. Mannimarco will grind his teeth if he ever finds out about that. John alone arrived at the Crimson Ship and checked its rotten wood to see nothing of importance to it but curses and hatred. He was sighing in his heart, for such curses were the result of thousands of years of depression and imprisonment creating this nightmare. He looked back to see Ela and the others fighting for the lives of everyone else in Haygoth. The funny thing is, Haygoth's name was derived from an Almarai word for Deathland. Looking how the living fought for it was simply admirable. John used bardic knowledge and summoned a lot of speakers all across the frozen sea surface. He made it that the music is heard across Oblivion and Aetherius if possible. But before he could play the song, he had to activate the Blessing of Mephala. Blessing of Mephala. Golden Tongue. The words spoken break the barrier of language and become persuasive for the living, the dead, and even the Daedra to cease fighting. Active. It is simply an amazing power similar to the Imperial's racial power, Voice of the Emperor. John could only think of one way to use it. He connected pride to bardic knowledge and testing, good. Speaking through pride's orb seemed successful and working. Now, he had to suit up. The fight is already as good as over. Greed consumed the armor and weapons, storing them in the cube save for the mask, Krylin. With that, greed morphed itself around John into a full black suit. And the music started. Queen, don't stop me now. Headphones. Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel Alia Ave and the Woolerald. I'll turn it inside of ya and floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. As John showed himself, no undead even approached him. He was walking, and there was no stopping him the more he sings. Somehow, everyone stopped fighting living and dead. Ela, who was partially into a werewolf transformation, left the dozen or so undead she was beating and looked to where John was. He easily stood out as he was being bathed by the spotlight. He's doing it again? Ela said. Doing what? Isha and Miranda were close by, so they asked. Pulling out his best moves? Hila was excited as she looked forward to the show. I'm a shooting star, leaping through the sky. Like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. He leaped off the ice surface, flying in a beautiful arc. Somehow, not even the blowing storm was hindering him. I'm a racing car, passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. John landed on the deck of the Crimson ship. It was so dark and abandoned as well as empty. The ship was titanic for this world's technology. Still, the undead started crawling from the underdeck to the surface by the commands of Mannimarco, but they still stopped. I'm burning through the sky, 200 degrees. That's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. John slipped through them, and his trail was literally lit by fire. The undead were scattered, and he could clearly see Mannimarco standing among the higher undead at the rear deck. There when John's smile turned sly. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I want to make a supersonic man out of you. John instantly passed the ship's deck and slapped Mannimarco with his staff, causing a tonal soul attack to emerge, breaking Mannimarco's authority over the Crimson ship. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. John grabbed the nearest undead skeleton and took it to a round of dance. Don't stop me now. If you want to have a good time, just give me a call. Mannimarco looked up and saw John singing while the rest of the undead he lost control over are now moving with him. Don't stop me now, because I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop at all. John led away the skeleton and walked down the deck to Mannimarco, who was still trying to get what went wrong. Keep the song running. He gave a command to the system and looked at Mannimarco. Did you just see that? I just sang Queen, right? Wow. The chills, man. John looked down at Mannimarco with a smile that was very obvious, even under his mask. What have you done? Mannimarco asked as he tried to regain control over the ship. Don't try it. I'm isolating you now, and there is no use. They are under my spell. I won't let you use these unfortunate ghosts to exact pity revenge. John said, You have no idea what you are up against. Mannimarco was angered beyond words, but the damage was already done. Don't worry, Marco. I think I do. Fuss Aroda. John shouted Mannimarco off the back of the Crimson ship. He wasn't using the voice to not attract attention, but there is a party going on right now, and as the host, he is attention itself. Nefertiti contained Mannimarco through his shadow. Don't let him harm anyone. John said, Yes. John turned around to the rear deck where the soul gem array was installed. He removed Mannimarco's spell of it and was about to destroy it alongside the Crimson ship. Wait! But a voice called for him. Startled, John looked behind to the source of the voice. There, he saw a woman with silver skin. As I live and breathe, a Kothringi? John's whole being almost went frozen. The Kothringis are a race of humans that went extinct because of the Nahatan plague created by the Hist of Black Marsh. You live and breathe, we don't. This is but a skin of illusion we wear to keep a sane mind and remember who we once were. The woman said, pointing at the other men and women around her, who were all Kothringi. Where did you people come from? John asked. You honored me with a dance, she said. John tried to remember, but the last woman he danced with was clearly Queen Berenzia from the goodbye party in Mournhold. Aside from that, the last thing he danced with was a skeel. Hey, John remembered. So you people are the higher undead from just now. That's true. I am the shaman among my people. My name is Dina, she said. Greetings, shaman. My name can't be revealed at the moment, for I attract the eyes of the Daedra, but please, call me Krylin. Krylin, we can't thank you enough for freeing us from the necromancer. But please leave the soul gem array be, she said. John looked at it and noticed the nature of the soul gems bring all black. I see. So you guys trapped your souls into black soul gems to stop the plague from corroding your minds? John asked. No, we made a pact. We wish to not be consumed by the cursed plague. Thus we turned into what you saw. She said. Skeletons, you wished? I see. You made a pact with Clavicus Vile. John concluded. Right? We did. Those who were not in the pact turned into husks. Mindless and hopeless, but we keep them around. And you still wish to continue that way? John asked. We don't have a choice, neither do you. We are neither your problem, nor your fate. The shaman said. John backed off almost immediately. I understand. Either to free you or to end you. I am not the one to make a choice. John nodded. Yes, I understand that you were summoned here by force this time, but in the following event, I hope whose hands your fate lies and do you good. We pray for Deb to guide us, and you. Then it is farewell then. John understood tragedy and respected fate. This crimson ship was indeed a tragedy, but not his to fix. Whoever hero or heroine comes after him will have to resolve it. /N. I took that choice because this piece of lore may be part of the Elder Scrolls 6 if there is to be one. With a wave of John's hand, the blizzard device in the sea stopped working and John broke the ice around the crimson ship, then descended. The mysterious mists of the sea started to swallow the ship and its undead as they were free to leave. John landed on the icy surface and turned around. It was finally the right time to end this. The 100 or so men who came to his aid gathered away around something. It was Mannimarco, who was wrapped in layers of shadow. Having it nice here, Mannimarco? I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. He was completely restrained and stopped. Even his staff of worms and bloodworm helm were lying to the side. John aimed his staff at thee and sent focused tonal waves to break down the soul fragments into them, then shatter them completely. Mannimarco wailed from the pain of getting his artifacts broken. That was the case with the soul items, just like John's sins. If they were to be damaged, the backlash goes directly to the soul. Now, what should we do about you? A ghost in a shell that is too tough to crack. John asked. You'll never defeat me. This body, it won't be damaged no matter what you do, my soul. It will be healed no matter how you damage it. You can't do a thing, Mannimarco said with hatred. You are right. If I think about it, sealing you will be a very good option, but your soul can still escape when no one is looking. Also, I'm a fan of good OL murder. John cracked a joke, but he couldn't keep a smile. Isha, I am sorry, but we will never get to give Zane a proper burial. John said. It's all right. Isha showed understanding. All right, I want you all to back off. John asked everyone present to back away as he was still about to deal with Mannimarco. Once all took their distance, John signaled Nefertiti to release Mannimarco, who was not even able to stand straight forward after the Sever Soul attacks he received. What are you up to? You can't damage me. Soon, I'll recover and it will happen all over again. Mannimarco wasn't willing to admit defeat no matter what. Thankfully, I understand that fighting only serves your interest, not mine. But to tell you the truth, I already know your weakness. John smiled, calming while fixing the greed suit, then leaning on pride as a cane. You know my weakness, Titanborn boy. Entertain me. Mannimarco never even considered John to be aware such a thing as a weakness. Indeed. You see, you never wanted to inhabit Zane's body for a reason. That reason is the debt. As a lawyer, I'm well aware that if someone is indebted to many people, you need to pay them starting from the one with the most demanding claim. Calvicus Val was paid by the labor Zane completed freeing his soul and making his body available for you to use. But tell me, Mannimarco, who has the most demanding claim on Zane's body? How was this body created, and by whom was it given actual power? Who was the party that was never paid back in this whole ordeal? John's question wasn't simple at all, and the answer. Mannimarco almost went blank understanding what John was about to do. No, wait, you can't. You don't. Oh, I will. I really, really will. Mannimarco was horrified. You don't dare. Mannimarco uttered the forbidden words. Whoops. Some onlookers stood anticipating. Well, I'm glad you said that because, bitch, I do dare. John raised pride up and started to whack the living ghost out of Mannimarco. As he calmed down, John circled around Mannimarco once again. The one who had the claim over Zane's body. The one who you shouldn't have involved in the first place. I call upon... Drumroll sound. Sithis. The anticipation was built up quite dramatically, especially after Mannimarco covered himself, when John shouted the name of the darkest darkness, the Dread Father, and the soul of primal chaos. Sadly, that anticipation died down as fast as it was built up because nothing really happened. John cleared his throat and spoke once again in a very professional tone. Of course, as Mr. Sidis can't attend a meeting in the mortal world, I will take the liberty to represent him as his advocate. You can call me the devil's lawyer, but I've been called worse by better men. John took out a chair from the cube, positioned it in front of Mannimarco, then carried Nefertiti and put her on it. As the advocate of Mr. Sidis, Krylin was reported to that almost a year ago, an organization that goes by the official name of the Order of the Black Worm, has seized an arcane object described as a curse under the name of hate from the possession of Mr. Sidis. According to our investigation, Mr. Sidis hasn't received any proper compensation for his possession other than some slain goats with souls of the grade petty. We are also aware that the Order of the Black Worm is under the leadership of the male Altmare Lich known by the name Mannimarco, born sometime during the First Era. The defendant is present here in the form of Zane, so I would like to take the chance and ask the defendant to define which year was he born? Mannimarco was not understanding anything from John's refined way of speech. The defendant chooses to stay silent. Wise call. As the defendant has no attorney and clearly doesn't wish to defend himself after the serious beat down he just took, I find this case to be a fast one. Do I proceed, Your Honor? Proceed, Mr. Humman. Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that it is of the best interest for my client, Mr. Sidis, that he would retrieve back the curse known as hate. As the curse no longer exists in its arcane form, but was rather molded into the subject Zane and lost its form with no possible means of reversal, the object Zane hereby belongs to my client, Mr. Sidis. Wait, what are you intending to do? Mannimarco started screaming all of a sudden. Order! I said order in the court. Nefertiti shouted at him. Continue, Mr. Humman. Thank you, Your Honor. I hereby request the court to look into the case and pass its judgment. It would also be of everyone's best interest if the accused plead guilty. John added. What does any of this mean? Mannimarco shouted. It means to admit and confess your mistakes. Still, in your case, no pardon shall be offered. What is this nonsense? I refuse to admit any. Objection denied. Nefertiti interfered. Your Honor, please pass your judgment. Guilty. Thank you. Court dismissed. John carried Nefertiti and sent away the chair. Amidst the confusion of all parties, John and Nefertiti were the only ones aware of what's going on, as they can share the same thoughts. What was that all about? Mannimarco asked. That, my dear Mannimarco, is how you create a concept of fate. John said. A concept of fate? The world won't run itself, darling. It is mysterious and deep, but to make magical things happen, you need to make the world believe it. Now, I wasn't just doing a mock trial. I was persuading the world that you are guilty of borrowing the power of Sidis with a meager compensation. You can't persuade the world. Really? I thought I was pretty convincing when I told the dead, don't stop me now, wasn't I? Tonal effect, Mannimarco. It affects the world. John said. But I am still here. Sidis won't reach out to me. I'll recover, and I'll hunt you down. Good luck, John said as he pointed somewhere around Mannimarco. Mannimarco froze and slowly looked back. As a mage, he could feel the void better than John, but he refused to believe this one. The void was changing around him. See ya. No. Stop. No. As if a conjuration portal was opening. A darker one opened around Mannimarco and swallowed him as he screamed, fearing the consequences of falling into the void. Glad I haven't lost my edge. Nice job there, Your Honor. John said, turned around. Finally, He managed to get Castaway Manamarco by using the power of Sidhis to retrieve Zane's body. He was basically convincing Sidhis that cursing Zane by hate, then letting his body grow very powerful by bearing another curse such as vampirism was worthy of a higher price. The indestructible body of Zane was mostly due to the interference of Sidhis, so ending it required such action. John smiled for his companions and walked to them to celebrate their crushing victory, but all of a sudden, he felt really bad. Something was extremely wrong. The void that just swallowed Manamarco was opening once again, but this time it targeted him. Next thing he knows, he and Nefertiti were in a completely different place, or space, or maybe a void. Fuck. Don't forget to rate and throw off some quality comments. Is almost equal to, 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 is almost equal to. How is the end so far? Don't worry, the season has ended. There are no Mundus Wars or Crisis on Infinite Nerds. Next time, John will appear normally with a time skip, then explain it all in fragments along the way. Aeon, let there be dragons. Chapter 501, Meanwhile Back Home 1. This chapter and the next follow the main cast of Winterhold. I have been reworking on the novel system for the other characters and defining their powers after 2 years of their absence. But today is a special day, not only for the start of the new volume, but for the arrival of a new S+ rank hero on P4T0N. Crown at Wataru and Gametua Crown. Also, big thanks to our new patrons. At Jamie's D rank. At Magnus V. Jolson, D rank. At Michael James Scott Wedgeworth, E rank. Narcisse, Morrowind, 4th of Morningstar, January. 4 E201. Twinkle twinkle little shit. How I'm happy I killed it. Along the throat you pass the knife. Stab his heart and take his life. Twinkle twinkle little shit. How I'm happy I killed it. When the light of the eyes is dim. When the soul is trapped in a gem. Grab the head and rip it off. For the bounty and to show off. Twinkle twinkle little shit. How I'm happy I killed it. Applaud. Clapping. Cheers. Amazing, Lady Boss. That was superb. Best performance ever. As the team of men and women started cheering after listening to the bloody lullaby, the address performer was walking at them, carrying a head in each hand. Thank you, guys. Enough with the cheap ass kissing. We're all friends here. Now hurry up and clean this mess, you little bitches. Yes, Lady Boss. The bloody scene was lit by the moonlight and the 100 or so bloodthirsty warriors, bearing the emblem of the dragon and crescent on their armors, started chopping off the heads of the bandit fort they just raided. This was how the Dare Dragon Mercenary Corp conducted business, becoming one of the most fearsome mercenary groups operating in the no-man's land south of Mournhold. Their presence brought a lot of stability in Narcisse and Mournhold, as well as a lot of disturbance to the ones who didn't profit from their actions. Still, their appearance was a true fright, as their success rate was terrifyingly perfect, adorned with the heads of their enemies. But today was a special day nonetheless. The reason? Well, it is pretty simple. The most artistic, moody, and bloodthirsty figure of the Dare Corps was personally here to supervise the raids, or in other words, to commit atrocities against the Argonian marauders raiding the Dunmare land. That figure was standing in her trademark smooth chitin armor that defined her lean figure, her raven black hair, and her eyes of mismatched colors. All those features were screaming the name of the infamous second woman of House Dare, Julliner. You are one fearful girl, young Jull. Calling her, a woman in a noble lady's clothing walked down from a large carriage. Granny, you came? Jull gasped as she saw the old woman and started running towards her. The blood! The blood! Oh, sorry, Granny. Clumsy me. Do you see? I have more heads for you. Did I do fine? Ah, yes, you did well indeed. Yay! Jull jumped in celebration, throwing the heads away. Now, will you tell me more stories? The old woman of Mournhold laughed gently as she patted Jull's head. Seeing Jull's psychopathic smile ever so bright, The old woman sighed and spoke. Fine. What do you want to know? Your story with the nightingale? Come on. I indeed loved Nightingale, but this is the story where I get led by the nose. I am not fond of it myself. The old woman replied. Oh, okay. Jellinger became disheartened. How about something better? The old woman said with a sly smile. What? After you left this morning, a certain young lady came to the casino and delivered a message to you. Who was that? Imperial? Looked like a rich girl with a noble domineer. Ugh! Jellinger rolled her eyes. It's that Vittoria bitch. Indeed. She left this message for you. The old woman passed a sealed scroll. I don't like Vittoria. She said it is from him. Snatch. Jull instantly snatched the scroll while the old woman was smiling at her with an obvious grin. As Jull opened the scroll, her smile widened and her face became so bright. My little psycho, missed you dearly. Yay! Jull read the first part out loud, then jumped around and hugged the old woman. Yes, yes, I know you are happy. Jull left the old woman when she had enough with her celebration and soon returned to the letter. Word by word, she was reading as slow as she could to elongate the time while reading this letter and immerse herself in every second of it. Still, as soon as the sweet words ended, John's letter started to become filled with instructions and important information. Soon, the sweet, smiling expression on Jull's face changed into a serious, solid one. What's wrong? The old woman asked. Jull barely managed to get her eyes off the letter and looked at the old woman. Nothing. I have a very important mission, and I need to return to Skyrim. Jellinger said hurriedly. John has a job for you. Yes, finally. Jull's face turned from its solidness to an unbelieving expression. So, he is returning. Soon. And is there anything you'd like my help with? No. Thank you, Granny. In the time being, I'll stay in Mournhold for another week, then depart. From now on, a patch of Dare troopers will arrive every month to replace the one stationed here. I will be operating in Rift Inn and Falkreath for the time being. Jull said, Rift Inn and Falkreath? Great, I still have some friends in Rift Inn if you need something. The old woman said, Thanks, you two grannies should contact me if you need anything. Asterisk giggles asterisk, I'll take you up to your offer. The two couldn't help but reveal some of their true colors to one another and laugh mischievously. Jellinger was getting really well with Queen Berenzia. Yet before she moves, Jull burnt the letter with her and scattered its ash. Among John's family, only she was the one responsible for his darker side. His agent of shadow. Name, Jellinger Dare. Titles, Second Lady Boss, Brewer of Disaster. Race, Elf Dunmare. Age, 19. Level, Mid-Flame Heart Formation. Game level, 53. Class, Master Arcane Ranger. Energy, 4478/5388. Condition, Bloodline, Fire Main, Titanborn, Fireborn. Birth Sign, The Shadow. Blessings, Dibella, Azura, Bothia, Mephala. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sarthal, Skyrim, 11th of Morningstar, January. For E201. Hiya, tink, hiya, tink, hiya, tink crack. Huff, huff, phew. This was demanding. The large shadow of a man cracking the rocks of a mountain was reflected on the heavy snow. The man himself seemed exhausted after taking a look back at the amount of stone breaking he went through. The quarry of Sarthal outside the walls of the city was an open and quiet place this time of the year when the quarrymen go work inside the mines. Thus, all the work here would be done by those who are tough enough to do this risky job of breaking stone in the middle of the stormy winter. How is going, lad? Just say the word, and I'll make all this tedious training stop. We can go to someplace warm and start playing with fire together. No thanks, Uncle Johnrad. Suit yourself. The previous conversation was between two of the most remarkable faces in Winterhold, Johnrad Firemane, the current acting lord of Sarthal, and Wulfur the Forgemaster, the right-hand man of Thane Alina. Stop pestering the lad, and mind your own business, husband. Coming closer to the spot where Wulfr was, Hilda Firemane appeared on her frost-dire wolf, Ilva. Wulfr ran to her and picked up the deer she was loading on Ilva's back. "How is your progress, lad?" she asked. "I cleared a few more meters in the mountains, master." "Sledgehammer or pickaxe?" "Sledgehammer, of course." "Fine, switch to the axe this time. I want you to smoothen the surface like the back of a baby's, but—" "Fine, master." "Don't give me that face. That's the best way to strengthen your aura. The mountain is the perfect foe. It will never back down or wear off. Keep hitting it and let out those hearty shouts." "All right, master." Ilva walked away as Hilda went off it and took the deer to skin and gut it. "Lazy bums, come and help," Hilda called. "Just give us a second," Jonrad replied. As a singular who doesn't fit the word bums, it was quite understandable that there was another bum alongside Jonrad's. This was the other person sitting opposite to him across the stone table. "What's wrong, Moonblade? Ran out of moves already?" "Shut your trap, Firemane." Jonrad and Sigurd, the fathers of John and Alina respectively, were looking at one another with eyes full of rivalry. Wulfr looked back at seeing the chessboard they made him sculpt out of stone and sighed in regret. As the camera took an approach to them from above, it appeared that the chessboard was dumped to the side as the two switched to playing cards. Wulfr's regrets were right on the spot. Sigurd went down with a buff card, making his Vanguard cards exceed the value of 10 each. As a unity, he had 3 cards each with a value of 12, gaining 20 points in one move and surpassing Jonrad, who was in a tie with him. Jonrad sneered as he played his next card without hesitation. It was a Dragon Priest 9 Scorch. A champion card is good and fine, but the value of 9 wouldn't affect Jonrad's situation much. Still, a Scorch card meant that the top cards of a certain enemy lane would be eliminated, and that meant the 3 cards of the value of 12 for each in Sigurd's Vanguard lane. Sigurd may have gained 20 points last move, but with Jonrad's retaliation, he lost 36 points while Jonrad went up by 9. "Ah! Are you even doing your best, Moonblade? I'll take back that old Cyrodiilic brandy you took from Tyr. I will avenge my cousin." "Challenge accepted, Firemane." Jonrad became excited while Sigurd showed a calm, indifferent attitude. Name: Jonrad Firemane. Titles: King of Ash. Race: Human Nord. Age: 57. Level: Class: Grandmaster Dragon Knight. Energy: Condition: Extremely delighted. Bloodline: Firemane Titanborn, Fireborn. Birth sign: the Serpent. Blessings: Sure, Totem Dragon Bothia. Name: Sigurd Moonblade. Titles: Moonblade Patriarch, Icy Face Hottie. Race: Human Nord, Akaviri Ancestry. Age: 57. Level: Class: Grandmaster Frost Duelist. Energy: Condition: Extremely bitter. Bloodline: Moonblade Serpentborn. Birth sign: the Mage. Blessings: Sure Kind. The two were kept playing while Hilda was busy processing his prey and Wulfr walking back to his training spot. In the past 2 years, Wulfr was busy with his training and work. After John departed by a few months, he was wed to Bjorna Firemane and got blessed with a child together, calling him Beowulf, son of Wulfr, a healthy boy with strong lungs and loud cries. He had this drawing on a parchment paper for his wife and kid that he keeps close and looks at it whenever he is working or training. Nothing would bring him greater pleasure. Still, what would complete this pleasure is the presence of his brother next to him. Since the day John left, Wulfr was always restless. A few months ago, he wanted to take a month and travel south to where Ela met John, but the one who stopped him was Alina. Even though her words were enough for him to let go of the idea, Wulfr always thought that John would need him, and there was a reason for that. One day, Ela came to Winterhold telling a story about John when she encountered him in Hammerfell. She said that John disappeared in a dark portal, then appeared after a few seconds. As she described it, he was pale and his beard seemed to have been overgrown. John had his infamy with portals and time manipulation, but these were the things he would brag about the most, not to keep silent about them like that. Wulfr stayed, but his heart never went to rest since that day. No one is just fine after disappearing and appearing in a second while spending a lot of time in God knows where. Thankfully, Ela said that John was all right after some time of rest. He returned energetically and told some portal jokes before dismissing the Hunding alliance and disappearing somewhere. Anyway, Wolfer had to get his head off the negative ideas. Thankfully, Hilda was here, and as his combat mentor, Wolfer was put under an overwhelming amount of training to match what is said about John's current powers. The famous mercenary called Krylin defeated the Worm King Mannimarco in the most terrifying showdown of combat and magic ever witnessed in the last decades. All of Tamriel heard the rumor, but no one really knew that John was Krylin. According to Vittoria Vici, the imperial court blocked all the leakage of such information, branding it as top privacy only for John Dare to reveal. They claimed that this is a favor to not reveal the secret identity of the hero, who seemed to have preferred to remain anonymous, only known as Krylin. Of course, the imperial court wasn't a charity to do such a thing. John's popularity seemed to be a threat outside Skyrim, especially after the fact that he stole the title of the Grand Champion right under their noses. To John's mischievousness, Wolfer didn't have much time to catch up. He needed to balance between his family and his training to be once again on par with his battle partner. Hilda's training was the simplest of simplicity, and her style suited Wolfer like none other. She said, "Find the hardest thing and go beat oblivion out of it." She, of course, said that while pointing at the mountain, Hilda was as honest as ever. "Ahem, I've been looking for you. Got some heat?" Out of all the words and phrases that could interrupt someone's line of thoughts, the forbidden to one were said. Not only Wolfer, who reacted by raising his pickaxe, but even Hilda, Jonrad, and Sigurd were glaring daggers on that person who appeared out of nowhere and said those scary words. Meanwhile, the person in question went down on her knees from fear. "It is me, people, it is me," she shouted. "Ms. Vici." Wolfer and the others reacted to the familiar face they know. "Hello," she said, swallowing her saliva. "You should have said that first, girl." Hilda scolded her and returned to butchering the deer. "What are you doing here, Ms. Vici?" Wolfer put down his pickaxe and went to her. "I was looking for you, Wolfer." She entraced her thoughts before speaking them. "I didn't know you were in Winterhold. I just arrived from the east. But the storm was strong, so we took the Wayward Pass instead of Fort Stavs." "Storm?" Wolfer tilted his head. "The one we are in right now." Vittoria shouted her lungs out, but apparently, no one was aware of her suffering. "Nords! Scary!" she said as she forked out 4 scrolls of her bag. "For Wolfer, for Lady Hilda, Lord Jonrad, and Lord Sigurd," she said. "The head of the EC in Skyrim is delivering messages by herself now." Wolfer was taken aback. From John, she only needed to say that to find herself besieged from the 4 cardinal directions by 4 towering Nords, each extending his hand. "Here." She meekly handed over the scrolls each and went on her way. "I'll go deliver Alina's." Meanwhile, the 4 were dead silent. John's sworn brother, John's mother, John's father-in-law. None of them heard a word sent from John in a year and a half till today. Everybody silently opened his letter and read. At first, they had worm expressions on their faces, but soon it turned serious. "I assume we all received the same message," Jonrad said. "That's a lot to process," Wolfer thought. "He wants the Moonblade to secure Winterhold's west, by the lands near the borders with the Pale, and build a fishing village and a dock with a small garrison." Sigurd said, "Where?" "At the north at Broken Cape in Sarkhead. He wants the village to be worked on as soon as possible." Sigurd said, "John rebuilt Sarthel and now Sarkhead? This is the historical location where Iskramor and the first companions landed from Atmara. This is huge." Wolfer gasped. "The Empire won't like it. John is already so famed." Jonrad concluded. "But according to the letter, this is about to happen soon. We should expect a lot of refugees and keep the work and the payroll running even in winter." Wolfer said, "Good. This will help our economy and give it one good boost. Also, the expedition team should go and train in some ancient tombs." John wants to conduct a large expedition once he arrives. Hilda said, I'll speak with Trudvar and Jal. Wulfr said. As the unusual work rush that popped up all of a sudden, Winterhold's winter this year was bound to be busy. Name, Hilda Firemane. Titles, Bloody Hilda. Race, Nord human. Age, 54. Level, Class, Grandmaster Warden of Blood. Energy, Condition, Normal. Bloodline, Firemane, Titanborn, Fireborn. Birth sign, the Warrior. Blessings, Talos, Kine, Totem Wolf. Name, Wulfr. Titles, the Chief, the Forge Master. Race, Human Nord. Age, 19. Level, Mid-Flaming Heart Formation. Game level, 55. Class, Master Warden of Arms. Energy, 3473/5588. Condition, Tired. Birth sign, the Lord. Blessings, Talos, Sun, Totem Bear. Chapter 502. Meanwhile, back home, 2. Sorry for the sudden disappearance. I'm kinda ashamed of how many I was having those lately, so I put a 4K chapter in your hands. I just had another job interview that got me nervous for a few days. I was also down on brain efficiency lately, so I went on the wiki and updated John's page, then added a page to explain the cultivation so far, so go check it out. Just Google Dragonborn Saga Wiki. Also, big flipping thanks to the new awesome patrons who are making my day. At Tristan Kent, at Nimbus Arts, at Josepha's Libuno, the College of Winterhold. Annie, can I please pass by? So innocently and politely she asked, but the stares she received were so cold. Hell, colder than the storm raging out right now. To sum up how it went wrong for poor Vittoria Vici, it all started more than a year ago when John dropped by her mansion during her birthday. This and that happened, and he ended up giving her some sealed letters to deliver according to the dates written on them. As an affair and business partner, Vittoria had good faith in John that whatever he says will always end up profiting her. So first, she tracked down all the people John wanted to send the letters to and went after them after the beginning of the new year. The first one was Jellinar, and thankfully she was nearby at Narcisse. Jellinar would kill Vittoria if they were to be alone, or so Vittoria thought. That's why she left the letter with one of John's trusted associates, known as the Old Woman of Mournhold, and escaped Morrowind before Jell tracks her down. The others were all in Winterhold, which saved a lot of time. Vittoria arrived and looked at the company building, but no one was present, so she tracked down Wulfr, who was by far the easiest person to deal with. If he could deliver the other messages for her, she would avoid a lot of trouble, but sadly, he was surrounded by the most fearsome trio relatives of John. She could only deliver their letters and ran for her life. Next would be either Alina or Nurina. Alina is always cold towards her, while Nurina only met her once or twice, which is a good thing. She may not even remember her. If she somehow went to Nurina and left the rest of the letters with her, she could slip out of Winterhold without a heart attack or a near-death experience. Still, the first person she ran into at Nurina's chambers was a middle-aged dark elf lady in commoner clothing who was blocking the narrow hallway. Even for a duke's daughter, Vittoria humbly requested the woman to let her pass, addressing her as Andy. But the stairs forget about the 4 Nords who were enjoying the breeze of the storm. In this chamber, there were 4 elf ladies whose eyes were so scary to the point where they would banish a Deidre back to oblivion with just those stares. Who were they? Well, Vittoria could recognize 3 out of the 4. In front of the fire pouring the tea in a cup was Loneth, a famous Deidreologist and a conjuration teacher. Also, an acquaintance of Vittoria's cousin, Emperor Titus Mede II. On a sofa bed, Nurina and Faralda were sitting opposite to one another, and each was massaging the other's foot. It was natural as the two were known as a couple. Lastly was that Annie. Lady FYR, please have your tea. I'll deal with the visitor, Loneth said as she offered the Annie the tea and dragged Vittoria out. FYR, huh? Something about the name being similar to that of Divaith FYR, the strongest and oldest known mage on Tamriel or something. Yeah. Vittoria just handed the letters and thought how nice that Storm was. She even got a coin for her trouble like a poor little courier. By far, this is the hardest-earned coin Vittoria made in her life. The one coin she felt like she had a true adventure making. Now, didn't John say something about his magic's heritage being a fourth generation to Divaith FYR through Alf FYR? Man, what a day to be alive, Vittoria said as she walked towards Sea Mist Manor. Meanwhile, in Nerina's chambers, Lonith walked in with the letter. Ah, yes. That? Ah, shit. Nerina, stop it. I'm just massaging your smelly feet. Faralda said. Yes, babe. I'm massaging your foot as well. Actually, your hands are so thin to the point where it hurts. Faralda disengaged the massage and walked away. No. Babe, wait. I'm sorry. Meanie. Nerina was lying on the sofa, trying to reach for Faralda, who went away. In the end, she collapsed on her face as she was too lazy to move. Old hag, Annie, do you have any booze? Nerina asked. Brat, quit pestering me. And who was the one who drank all the Ashfire mead yesterday? Alf replied. Bled tasted like feet, so you finish all our stash and not even be thankful. Lonith came by and put the letter on the coffee table, pointing at it for Nerina. You three are invading my place. My place, my rules. Nerina said. Well, your place has the thickest walls and the biggest fireplace, so excuse us. Faralda said. Y'all can have a trip to oblivion for all I care about. It is nice and cozy this time of year. Nerina didn't bother and kept to herself. The Dunmare lands are hot, and elves don't function well in the cold, thus they tend to gather in groups and warm up together. Still, as annoying as it is, Nerina could be a brat on any of them any day of the year without them complaining about her scoundrel attitude. The person in question was also depressed for the past year and a half since John's departure. Nerina noticed the letter addressed to her and took it to see what kind of rude person would, but into her hibernation like this. Who sent this? Nerina asked. The courier girl didn't say. Lonith replied. Courier and a girl? Faralda tilted her head. Happens in Valenwood. Alf justified. Ah! Faralda and Lonith made understanding noises. Ah, your asses. This is Skyrim, not Valenwood. Nerina scoffed at them as she opened the letter. So much for her carefree attitude. The first word in that letter was like a heavenly thunder striking her head. John! She jumped off her sofa and looked with wide eyes. The other could understand it all from her reaction and became silent in anticipation. Unlike how the love-struck Jull, who took an hour to read every word and fall in love with it, Nerina read the letter in a matter of seconds and remained still. She then folded it fast and made it disappear. Things are going to happen, ladies, she said. What things? How is John? Lonith asked. He's fine, but the letter is dated back a year ago. He sent many letters to warn us about some events that will take place half a year from now. Nerina said. What events? Faralda asked. The usual human stuff, war, and stuff. He knew I am not interested and skimmed the politics over. Nerina said indifferently about politics. A war? Do you have any idea how can this impact us? Faralda facepalmed. Winterhold is becoming more and more lively, and the college is getting richer. If the war is about Talos and elves, then we will be impacted. Shouldn't the Archmage be informed? Lonith said. As I said, I don't involve myself in politics. Whatever it is, Savos already knows. He has a spy in every court called a court wizard. Nerina said it plain and simple. Oh. Lonith and Faralda nodded, but they were still doubtful. Our heritage's symbol is to keep ourselves as far as we can from politics. Nerina is conducting herself right. Unexpectedly, Alf spoke for Nerina. But isn't John bringing the Shadow Jarl of Winterhold involvement with politics? Faralda asked. That's a misinterpretation to what John is. Nerina said, a mage should be rich, very rich and as rich as possible. The boy simply started with a business and made it grow, His involvement with politics is mild, as his position doesn't require much politics. Winterhold held no political weight in the past, and still holds none without Jon's business. All his following involvement with politics were for the gains of his business and his minor position as a thane. There is a big reason why he is not a jarl. Nirina's explanation was simple but deep. Jon was indeed much less of a politician and more of a businessman, even though his business supported a whole hold. Is there anything else? Alf asked. The rest is personal between me and my cute disciple. Be jealous. All of you. Name, Nirina Arin. Titles, Priestess of, Archenemy of, Race, Elf, Dunmare. Age, 207. Level, Class, Archmystic of, Energy, Condition, Bloodline, Birth Sign, Blessings, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mirrors, fabled as objects that hold a strange magic, as all mirrors were connected, and each has a tale to tell. But among all the mirror, Alina would stare at hers with a strange feeling. How can a mirror be able to reflect her beauty? Should a mirror be this able? Was it true that the nymphs couldn't be seen because they are extremely beautiful to the point that the light of their reflection is unable to interpret their image? Strange. She feared to never see herself in a mirror, but at the same time, she strived to reach the point where mirrors are unable to reflect her image like the nymphs. As the self-proclaimed most beautiful young lady on Tamriel, she would always try to bring about the qualities of the fairest of them all. Thus, she would stand in front of her mirror for some time, every day, studying her own beauty and how to cultivate it. That is true, she could do that. Back when she was trying to break into the heart formation stage, she was struggling with her thoughts, diverting about many things. People train themselves for power, and each had a personal reason. Alina wanted to protect what is hers, but that not a good enough reason. As attaining power goes against the binds of the world and the way of Aetherius, the Chim is to achieve the royalty, and that is by becoming selfish. Alina finally understood her selfishness, and that was her beauty. Thus, as she put her heart into becoming more beautiful through training, she advanced forward smoothly. Jon was almost the same, but Jon's selfishness laid in power and life in general, but Alina wasn't a power-hungry person like her husband. Anyway, her beauty was being refined the further she advanced, and she had to understand her beauty more for the sake of her advancement. Now, as she possessed a peak human body like Jon, with the eternal flesh that never grows older, Alina was right on heels with Jon in terms of the level, and her speed was astonishing for the simplicity of her heart's selfishness. Now in front of her mirror, she stood nude, feeling her curves and sways, thinking carefully of the possibilities and the potential. Her naked body was still wet from the bath she took, and droplets of water were gradually and slowly sliding on her perfectly rounded breasts, on her stiffened shoulder backs that showed nothing of crudeness or blemishes, her abdomen that was flawless sculpted by her graceful abdominal muscles, her well-rounded buttock that wasn't a single millimeter larger or smaller than it should be, her back above it as it gave a breathtaking arch, her legs that weren't by any means not fit with the rest of her frame, but atop of this all was her face that couldn't be described in words. She tilted her head and put her hand under her cheek to feel its soft buffness as she added a charming smile by her full red lips and blinking softly with her wide eyes that had her iconic crimson pupils, all gave her rounded face a charm that takes anyone's breath effortlessly. Heavens, this is tiring, she mumbled. Ah! Hearing her, a voice questioned. Alina finally took the chance to look aside from her beauty to the other naked girl sitting beside the mirror. Ela, didn't I say that you should wake me if I lose myself in the mirror once again? Alina asked. The girl in front of her was Ela, a beauty on her own savage accord, but she sat on the mirror's chair, just staring at Alina as well. Wake up, girl. I just had you in the bath an hour ago. Alina flicked Ela on the forehead. I was damn. Ela came back to herself and put her cold palms on her face to push away the seduction of Alina. Are you all right? Don't ask me that. I'm barely keeping a straight head after what you have done to me in the bath. Ela complained. Okay, my bad. Alina pleaded guilty right away. Being the lonely wife for a year and a half, Alina only had her sisters to rely on when it comes to relieving themselves. The lack of little John was fatal at first, but the three were already experienced in ganging up on John together. Sometimes they would go on foreplay together if John is occupied with one of them, which gave them the motivation they needed to sleep with each other. Of course, this meant that their styles had to change to fit the next sexuality they started to delve into, but Alina soon became proficient at handling other girls, making both Ela and Joel fall for her touch. Lately, when her femininity and beauty started to overflow, her effect became intoxicating for the other two. In other words, when John was struggling with the so-called gay scene, Alina had the lesbian scene up and running. "Okay, as a punishment, make a chair," Alina said. "Oh, come on," Ela complained. "Don't forget that you were grounded. It had been almost half a year. No one told you to go find John and sleep with him before me." Alina seemed to be vexed about it. Ela reluctantly agreed and went down on her knees and hands. "Thank you." Alina moved and sat on Ela's back while patting her. "But you're a pain. Heard that you like it. From John. There's a difference. John is a daddy. You're a bully." Alina went down closer to Ela's ear and spoke softly. "You like it anyway?" The two smiled in naughtiness, and Alina sat up to comb her long, straight-back hair. "How is your training so far, Wolfie?" "Fine, still behind you, and Joel, though. I told you that you should stop being a werewolf if you want to advance forward smoother. Training becomes easier the less you associate yourselves with the forces of oblivion." Alina said, "I said I am not giving up the wolf. It is more than just a commitment or faith." Ela replied, "Then you need to keep refining the wolf. I'm not sure how it ends, but you should have let John take a look at it once you were with him, instead of hopping on Dick the first minute you see him." Fine, fine. Ela was following a different form of training than the normal Magicka gathering training. The soul of a werewolf is different, as it is merged with the soul of a beast from oblivion. As the forces of oblivion aren't friendly to breaking the shackles of the world, Ela had to learn how to reverse the process and shackle the wolf soul in her, fully taking control of the transformations, then refine the soul of the wolf. After this, she would merge it with her soul, which is a level similar to the heart formation stage. Anyway, she was following her own path like she always chose and had the support of Alina. While the two were chatting, a small creature appeared in Alina's vision. It was akin to a palm-sized girl that floats around with a green hue. "Alina! Alina!" the girl called. "What is it, little Gleam?" Alina replied at the fae that seemed to be familiar with her. Indeed, it was familiar. Little Gleam is a spiritual extension of the Elder Gleam tree, the Elder Fae that has a great influence between the other Fae creatures of the northern parts of Tamriel. Little Fae can be said as a soul familiar to Alina, which draws energy from her to perform high green magic, just like John and Nefertiti with the shadow magic. Little Gleam also does a lot of things for Alina, like helping with the forest project that aims to change patches of winterhold snow wastes into woodlands to produce lumber and shield from storms, the agriculture research project that aims to enhance the ability of farming wheat in winterhold, and finally for surveillance and intel gathering. Little Gleam landed on Alina's shoulder and said something to her. Alina nodded to Little Gleam in the end. "We have a guest." Alina stood up off Aaliyah's back. The Vici woman. Vittoria wasn't popular, being one of John's amorous affairs. The other reason was her being clinging to John and still keeping her engagement from the Snowshod clan's heir. Still, Little Gleam flew out of the house and manipulated the plants blocking the gate to let the almost frozen Vittoria in. Vittoria saw the gate opens and started running inside. Then the manor's door also opened for her. Finally, she was inside the warm and cozy house. He sneeze, sniff hello. "Alina, anyone home?" Vittoria's miserable state was to pity, but at one unlit corner, Alina and Ela were grinning. They finally stepped out as Alina was wearing a very thin robe covering her body, but shaping the canyons and curves as the light reached her. On the other hand, Ela was putting on some fur on her shoulders enough to cover her breasts and wrapped a sarong around her waist. Welcome, welcome. It has been a while, Ms. Vici. What is the Emperor's cousin doing here at this time of the year? Alina said as she walked past Vittoria and sat on a chair with Ela standing behind it. Ow! Alina, Ela, you monsters! Vittoria was looking at the two with wide eyes while warming herself beside the fire. TCH, something wrong? The weather's not to your liking? Alina asked, barely on the verge of laughter. How on God's green nern are you two wearing this little puny Imperials? Ela looked down on Vittoria. Ela, where are your manners? Offer her some fur. Alina said. All right. Ela smiled slyly and replied. All of a sudden, Ela partially transformed into a werewolf, getting her arms covered with ginger fur aside from the claws and the scary shape. Vittoria was silent, but almost on the verge of tears. No, dummy. We are done bullying her. Alina scolded Ela in a fake tone. All right? Huh. Ela headed inside to grab an extra fur to Vittoria. I hope you're getting warmer, Alina said. From all the wrong places, believe me. Vittoria spoke with a broken dignity and obvious self-pity. Alina smiled wryly and shook her head as Ela handed an enchanted fur coat to Vittoria. So, Ms. Vici, to what do we owe the pleasure? Alina asked. Vittoria regretted coming to see Alina in such time. Even though Alina's beauty was soothing and charming, Vittoria was already on Alina's bad side since the start. Her encounter with Alina was fated to turn this messy. She stood off away from the fireplace and walked to Alina, taking out 2 letters from her bag. To you. She handed one to Alina and another to Ela. You're delivering messages now? Wolfer said the same, but at least he was nice. Can't say the same about the elders with him. And I got a coin from Lady Nurina, so I'm not complaining. Vittoria said as she miserably returned to the fireplace. You must have been through a lot. We shouldn't have bullied her. Ela said. Wait. You delivered letters to them, which means Alina stood up. It is from John. Vittoria continued for her. Instantly, Alina and Ela broke the seals and opened their letters. A long silence followed as the two stuck themselves near the fireplace alongside Vittoria to read the letters. On the other hand, Vittoria took out one least letter which was directed to her. Mumbling, the 3 read their letters and became silently still looking at each other. I guess we all know what to do, Alina said. I can't believe it. This will change everything. Ela shivered. I must prepare a lot of funds, find all these places around the holds, and make sure the village my father shall build is funded. Alina concluded. I know, but this plan, why does it have me in its center? Vittoria asked. Well, good for you. It means Joel won't get to murder you anytime soon. The 3 threw their letters in the fireplace and made sure they are destroyed. Alina then weakened the fire and recovered the ashes. She took the ashes into an empty flower pot and dug out some dirt with her hand from the pots nearby. What is he doing? Vittoria asked. Just watch, Ela replied. Alina mixed the ash of the letters and the dirt together, then added some seeds and water. Gather round. She called the other 2 and joined hands all together around the flower pot. What is going on? Vittoria was still fearful. Alina didn't reply and started mumbling, but eventually, nothing happened. Something's wrong. You guys are low on energy? She asked. I'm okay, Ela said. The 2 turned to Vittoria, who seemed to be the reason why the ritual didn't work. I'll grab a potion, or... Vittoria understood the situation and was about to grab a potion, but Alina stopped her. That will take time. Hold still. Alina pulled Vittoria closer and grabbed her face. This situation only meant one thing as Vittoria found her lips facing Alina's as the 2 were entangled in a slow-mo kiss. Alina was clearly the dominant female as she had her way with Vittoria, who began to lose her sense of the world and moaned under Alina's effect. As Alina let go, Vittoria was already drenched in sweat, not bearing the clothes on her body. She was hazy and swaying, as if she just had a strong shot of mead. In all actuality, Alina was just transferring magicka through contact, a method she is used to with Ela and Joel. Still, Vittoria was just one of John's women, so she didn't care much. On the other hand, Vittoria had already fallen to Alina's move and almost forgot the world. Let's do it again. Alina systematically restarted the ritual, and it worked with the help of Little Gleam. In a few minutes, 3 white flowers rapidly grew from the flower pot. Alina picked them immediately and handed one for each. "What are those for?" Ela asked. "Ladies, make sure to chew and not eat. Let's see what John is up to." By this, Alina managed to create a tracking spell after John. The 3 chewed on the flowers for a minute, then started having visions. White sand, light blue sea, warm sun, tropical forests, ivory palaces, a large wild party. Something too alien to Skyrim. It was Somerset Isles. Name, Alina Dare, Firemane. Titles, Crimson Moon, First Lady Boss. Race, Human Nord, Akaviri ancestry. Age, 19. Level, Late Flame Heart Formation. Game level, 57. Class, Master Diviner Mystic. Energy, 5736/5736. Condition, Normal. Bloodline, Moonblade Serpentborn, Crimson Moon. Birth sign, the Lady. Blessings, Talos, Kind Mara, Debella, Totem Hawk Vermina. Name, Ela. Titles, The Huntress. Race, Human Werewolf, Nord. Age, 21. Level, Mid-Star Beast Unity. Game level, 48. Class, Alpha Werbeast, Master Beast Ranger. Condition, Normal. Bloodline, Hunterborn. Birth sign, the Thief. Blessings, Herson. Name, Vittoria Vici. Titles, EEC Manager, Her Ladyship. Race, Human Imperial. Age, 25. Level, 8 Magicka Gathering. Game level, 8. Condition, Normal. Birth sign, the Tower. Name, Little Gleam. Titles, Alina's Soul Familiar. Race, Fae, Elder Gleam's Soul Extension. Chapter 503, Tropic Thunder 1. Just a couple of chapters to wrap it up before the game start. Game starts on Chapter 505, a 4K chapters for the sweet readers. Happy Friday! Skywatch, Somerset Isles, 12th of Rain's Hand, for E201. Fair weather and fresh air. Despite being the busy port city as well as the black market and the home of the Thieves' Guild in the Isles of Somerset, the great city of Skywatch was also the beautiful maiden bathing on the shores of the Abyssinian Sea. For a certain someone, that gave him one of the most nostalgic vibes of a similar city he used to live in before his reincarnation, but aside from the similar air and the familiar vibes, John had his own brand of troublemaking that he had to live up to. The beautiful white shore on the outskirts of the city shook with loud music and the cheers of hundreds of Altmare young men and women. Those were mostly students of the Magic Institute across Skywatch, Alina and First Hold, who came here for vacation. Which vacation? It is the spring break. There was no such thing as a spring break on Tamriel, but ever since the last summer of year 4E200, there were strange accidents of unlawful celebrations that involved a lot of the young adults around the city of Skywatch. These festivals involved disturbingly loud raves, mass scummy usage, public fornication, and wild orgies. The summer of last year was just the beginning when some young adults of the high and the middle community were invited to spend time together at the beach for a celebration. The situation escalated as they invited more friends until the situation was alarmingly annoying to the authorities. The celebrations lasted for days sometimes. The following autumn was expected to be the time when the young adults come to their mind after the summer, but that couldn't be anywhere near to the truth. Somehow, large amounts of Dunmary weed were smuggled through Valenwood and started to appear in these autumn festivals. Even a new trend started to appear among the young adults involving what is referred to as autumn leaf bikini, which was exactly what it is called. Struggling through the autumn. It was surely time for the parties to end when the winter comes, but oh boy, it was just beginning. These parties were just too damn warm that no one bothered leaving them. Liquor and drugs were all over the town by the beginning of the new year. It was rumored that a certain young adult wore a red outfit and captured a few Conarin deer, then made them pull a slider that was creating frost under it. He kept traveling between Skywatch and Firsthold distributing liquors and skooma. Later, he was announced as a wanted criminal, and wanted posters of the bearded guy were distributed around Skywatch. It was very clear that by the end of winter, spring will be the worst of all seasons, and it was. Skywatch City became one of the busiest cities, not just for trade and business, but for crazy raves of the spring break. The Temple of Oriel has declared a state of emergency, then dispatched Vindicators and Inquisitors to stop this moral degradation, but it was too out of control. The culprit was never found, but it has almost been a year, and no one was held to blame. All that was known was that she is very skillful in magic and doesn't leave a single trace behind. Look at that party. The Altmare really don't stop wasting money. A hippie-looking Altmare young woman with brown, curly hair said, as she inhaled from her smoking pipe and passed it. "Please don't lump us decent people along with those rich kids," replied the one who received the pipe from her. An Altmare with a light goatee beard and moderately muscular arms with a number of tattoos on it. "Look at you, cutie, trying to act all high and decent. Don't forget we are the party starters. John's plan, John's money. Why not have some fun while we're at it? What about your sister? Sis is over there." As he pointed, the hippie Altmare turned around to see a punk-looking female Altmare walking towards them carrying a surfing board. A year has passed since the events of Hagov. A lot has changed, if not everything. Mirren started to change in a masculine look switch, but the end for John's demands about the gay scene. Isha was the same Isha, but she became brighter and more cheerful now that her enemy was out down, and Miranda had the most change of all. Her long blonde hair was now a green/blue/pink colored. Of course, the three were in their swimsuits. "Sup?" Miranda joined the two in the cabin as she grabbed a bottle of liquor and started cooling by magic. "The party is going wild," Mirren said. "So is the sea. Go catch a good wave while you're at it." "I thought you were with John," Isha said. "I only saw him this morning. He must have gone at it again?" asked Nefertiti. Isha stood up and looked above the shed to see a black-haired teenage girl with a taller figure than her peers sitting above the cabin and closing her eyes. "Kitty, where is your human?" Isha called. Nefertiti pointed forward towards the sea. Isha looked ahead, but she saw no one above the water. "He's at it again?" "I'm trying to focus." Nefertiti seemed in no mood to hold a conversation, so Isha just ignored her and returned to the others. Their cabin was actually a mobile beach bar used by the team to conduct business and star parties. The truth is, John wanted to waste as much money as possible, but somehow ended up making more. Directing a party turned out to be a very successful trade. Still, as all his actions were unlawful, he seemed to be getting more and more into them for the thrill of it. Not everyone knew this, but John was looking for a distraction. Not because he was bored or free, but something was scaring him. At least Isha understood that. What can make a guy like him get scared and try to indulge himself in a year worth of thrill? She didn't want to know. She really didn't. As she was thinking while serving a drink, a voice started coming from the city's direction. "Run! Run now! Vindicators!" It was the lookout they stationed at the city, the one that warns them before the city Vindicators. These were the Spellblades of Skywatch who serve its kin lord and kin lady. The party stopped real quick, and the Altmare young men and women started using magic to escape. As a race that is efficient in magic, stealth and movement spells were common. Even teleporting short distances away was possible for the apprentice mages around the place. "We need to leave," Mirren said. "Fine, let's gather our stuff. Today's party is over." Isha started sorting out the things they left lying around the cabin and closed tight. Around the beach, Altmare soldiers in elven armor started flooding the area, catching anyone they get their hands on. They all spotted the cabin where the Isha, Mirren, and Miranda are then charged at it. The criminals are over there. Get them! The dispatch of Vindicators was right about to surround the cabin and break into it, but the cabin started to glow all of a sudden and disappeared in a flash. Name: Miranda Almarai. Race: Elf, Altmare. Age: 29. Level: Mid-Ebonblood, Foundation Building. Game level: 35. Class: Expert Martial Ranger. Energy: 3544/3544. Condition: Normal. Bloodline: Almarai, Unforeseen. Birth sign: the Serpent. Blessings: Mephala Bondar. Name: Mirren Almarai. Race: Elf, Altmare. Age: 29. Level: Mid-Ebonblood, Foundation Building. Game level: 36. Class: Expert Martial Duelist. Energy: 3667/3667. Condition: on steroids. Bloodline: Almarai, Unforeseen. Birth sign: the Serpent. Blessings: Mephala Bondar. Name: Isha. Titles: the Spear Battlelord. Race: Human, Redguard. Age: 24. Level: Late Ebonblood Frame Building. Game level: 38. Class: Expert Storm Spear Maiden. Energy: 3899/3899. Condition: morphed into Altmare form. Birth sign: the Steed. Blessings: Ebonarm. The cabin clearly teleported away, which was one of the reasons why the authorities never caught the party managers. This has happened every time they try to do so, but still, this time someone was left behind. Yeah. Nefertiti was clearly forgotten above the cabin. Once the teleportation function was activated, she was just sitting on air without any support. The Vindicators couldn't believe what they saw. Surrender. Surrender now. Even though they had a teenage girl in sight, they never believed that the party managers had finally made a mistake and left someone behind. But still, something was really unusual about the girl to them. Unlike Isha, who changed her appearance with the polymorph juice, Nefertiti was with her human appearance whose skin was human pale. Is that a human on the Isles? The Vindicators have never spotted Nefertiti before, which made her sudden appearance, right now, a first-of-its-kind accident. This was major news to them. Humans were by no means allowed in the docks, let alone inside the Isles. The xenophobic Thalmor government barely let in the Bossmare and the Khajiit, but humans, that's a big no-no. Get her! Like mad hounds, the Vindicators charged from all directions at Nefertiti. It was a kill now, ask questions later situation. Despite being a young teenage girl, humans are absolutely unforgivable to set foot on the Isles. Nefertiti was disdainfully looking at those people around her, not minding their attitude this far. She was wearing an innocent black schoolgirl swimsuit and looked absolutely adorable. The fact that those Vindicators discriminated against her based on race is going to be their demise, but that will take time. She felt the blades and spears coming at her from many directions, making it almost like there is no way to escape. However, she twisted her body in weird supernatural flexibility that defied sense. She jumped up from a point where no one can jump, twisted her body midair, curled her limbs to avoid injury, then flipped back again to land on the head of the Vindicator's captain. Aside from the confusion of how she pulled it off and the shock of how they lost to her like this, the Vindicators were terrified to try to attack above their captain's head. The captain that was unaware that his precious peacock feather on his helmet was stepped on and destroyed quite badly. Where is she? The captain was confused by his part not seeing Nefertiti around and getting those weird looks from his subordinates. One of his subordinates pointed towards the shadow of the captain. By his part, the captain finally noticed his situation and froze from shock. Nefertiti was about to raise a leg, then smite down that insolent elf who disturbing her rest, but a voice called. Halt! Hearing the strong voice that can't belong to anyone weak, Nefertiti and the Vindicators looked towards the source to see a rich-looking Khajiit walking over with a hooded individual behind him. Yes, esteemed guest. The Vindicators greeted the Khajiit right away, treating him with unusual respect. Why are you here, little one? This one was looking all over the place for you. The Khajiit directly spoke to Nefertiti. Oof. She ignored him and jumped down off the captain's head. Esteemed guest, it can't be. You let in a human inside the Isles? The Vindicator's captain was shocked to hear the esteemed guest was familiar with Nefertiti. Oh, don't be ridiculous. This one would never do such a thing. Little one over here is a Khajiit. She is that one's little sister. The Khajiit said, pointing at the hooded person near him. The hooded person removed her hood to reveal a human race, but her appearance was that of a Khajiit, an Omsrot Khajiit, the first stock that looks like humans with cat ears and tails with some fur over the skin. This one greets you. The Omsrot Khajiit greeted the captain. She is this one's disciple, so please let it go. The captain looked between the Omsrot and Nefertiti. There were no similarities until Nefertiti showed her tail and moved her ears up. Oh! The Vindicators were shocked by the strange occurrence and apologized for the offense. The esteemed guest, after all, has diplomatic immunity. Once they left, Nefertiti looked with annoyance at the two. What do you want? She asked. Come on, little one. This one still wants to take you as a disciple. Don't give me a cold shoulder. I'm the main after all. Main Topaz said. Not interested. Oh, how are you doing, Nefertiti? Zura came to see you. The Omsrot said that, of course, was Moon Priestess Zura, the one who had an affair with John sometime in the past. HSSS. Nefertiti wasn't taking Zura really well and refused to get touched by her. Seeing how hostile Nefertiti was, it was understandable since she is a were-beast, and today will be a full moons. Fine. This one came to see your human? Where is he? Main Topaz asked. Nefertiti pointed at the sea. Then can you please invite him over? We have a message that arrived at the Moon Temple from Skyrim a month ago. Zura said. A message from Skyrim. Even Nefertiti couldn't ignore that. Was this the thing John waited for? Before they came to Somerset Isles, they had to go through John's absurd suggestion about going to Somerset. He said that now his identity as Krylin is known by the Empire. The Thalmor spies will soon find out and come chasing after him. That's why he decided to hide right under their noses right at there, Somerset. This was all temporary, to keep the Thalmor spinning around themselves across the mainland and to cause trouble without feeling restrictions, but he was waiting for something as much as the others know. Nefertiti was more aware than anyone else since she is not just connected with him, but she was with him at that place. Still, if this is the message John is waiting for, then everything is about to change. I understand, she said as she turned her back to them and faced the sea. Main Topaz and Moon Bishop Zara kept watching as Nefertiti took a ready position, and all of a sudden, she took a big stride towards the sea. One step, the next, the third, Nefertiti ran in a supernatural speed as he was right at the end of the shoreline. She jumped up high in a long arc and dived in the water. Somerset waters are almost pure and transparent. The cool of the water and the warmth of the weather would make going in and out of the water a refreshing experience, and Nefertiti loved swimming, but she had no time to enjoy it. She started diving deeper and swimming faster, supported by her shadows, as if she was a siren. Soon enough, reached a spot where the water was getting alarmingly colder. This meant that John is close by. Diving deeper, Nefertiti could see a white sphere at the sea bed, as if a large snowball was fixed there. She hastily divided towards it. Once she came into contact with the shell of the white sphere, she was instantly teleported inside. John was there. He was standing in a weird position with his body red like a blaze. On the other hand, the whole space around him was freezing, sending cold shivers into anything coming closer by. Around him, for objects appeared. Pride was floating above. Greed and lust were orbiting, and wrath was kneeling to John. A strange energy synergy was formed between John and the four sins. Ever since John's latest breakthrough into the early frozen heart phase, he was trying to speed through it, but his haste was unrewarded. John's magicka has a double-edged property, which is its high quality. It meant that he can have a stronger magicka output than any mage, but it is hard to cultivate the more he grows stronger. He is currently stuck at the bottleneck of the mid-frozen heart phase. Nefertiti, you came? From behind Wrath, a young girl's voice called for Nefertiti. Yes, Nefertiti replied, as she spotted Beth, who was wrapped in a heavy coat holding a small hammer and a strange tool. Master has been in a bad mood since the morning, and I wasn't able to work on his skin. He heated himself up to force a breakthrough under pressure, but there is no point. Of course you already know. You are in a bad mood as well. Yes. Nefertiti approached John and spoke. Homan, it is time to stop. As she said so, John could hear her and gradually stopped the ignition of energy inside his body. That was reckless, she said. John gradually came to his senses and opened his closed eyes. His eyes are naturally blue, but what was there was black. Nothing but black, even for the white of his eyes. His body collapsed, and he started coughing, then vomited a jet-black tar-like substance with a terrifying feeling to it. It is clearly something poisonous, but John was controlling it with the draconian madstone around his neck. An Akaviri amulet that can resist poison. You all right, Master? Beth asked. It's okay. I'll be good. John replied as his eyes started coming back to normal. You can't control it yet? Nefertiti asked. The void. I feel like it is chipping my life. This thing is crazy, too crazy. My body is full of impurities because of it. John complained. You understand very well that you can't control it. That thing that did this to us. Nefertiti was usually indifferent even with John, but her tone was unusually angry. She finally spat the last words. It is too evil for you to handle. I ran out of choices. Sorry about that, little one. You had a choice, she said. You are more important than... The thing she was about to say upset him all of a sudden, and the space he was maintaining under the sea almost collapsed as the water started to leak in. Girl, I don't want to discuss this. She was taken aback by his violent reaction and stiffened for a second before looking away from him. John realized that his reaction was out of control, and his face darkened. I am sorry. He stood up and walked to her, patting her back. He could see her eyes almost tearful because of his reaction, so he hugged her close. For you, I would face 100 more evils and bear 1,000 more curses. This is nothing I can't control. He kept patting her until she became better. His reactions were all off since his time on the other side, but he is way better compared to a year ago. Other than Nefertiti, Beth, and Mir, no one else knew about John's situation. Your friend is waiting outside, she said. Friend? The main? The High Fluff himself? Yes, a message arrived from Skyrim. John became silent as his head started to switch between one thought to another. I see. John nodded and turned to Beth. Master, are you done with the tattoo? He asked. You realize how hard it is to work on your skin with hidden ink? She almost wanted to lash at him. The sooner you finish the tattoo, the easier it is to control the chaos inside me. You know how much I am relying on you. John patted her head. Fine, I'm done with your face. Now with your arms and shoulders, it is all linked together. You can use it right now. Oh, that's our Bothia. You know how to make teacher proud. John was pleased with what he heard. Right away, he let his magicka through his skin, and unbelievable happened. His skin was lighting up in blue hue following the patterns of Beth's special tattoo. In a couple of seconds, John's arms, shoulder, and face lit up like a fluorescent lamp. John didn't like the complicated tattoos that put a lot of details and drawings, so he stuck with tribal Nordic styles of knots and patterns until his face. He shaved his hair to get as many tattoos as possible, but as it mattered more, he chose to have 2 dragons at the side of his head with the same pattern. Thankfully, his hair grew again, but it isn't as tall as it was before. All these patterns were now lightening up in blue, giving John a high increase in magicka manipulation. He could almost feel the magicka around through his tattoos. By that, he stopped the magicka flow into them, and his skin returned back to normal with not even a single trace. John tried it again with his aura, and the secret tattoo became a burning red. The aura no longer leaked of John's body and made him almost feel like a crushing force. One punch of him at this state is akin to an attack from a siege ram. John turned it off and stabilized his energy flow. "How is it?" Beth asked. "Not bad at all," John said, and started to try something else. This time, instead of using his magicka or aura, he used an energy that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It started to turn black, a living black, a black that devours all light. John himself felt like being overwhelmed now that he opened the seal, but he had a safe measure. He hurriedly used the gold ring on his finger and joined hands together. Another black energy rose from the ring and stopped the berserking energy inside John in just 1 second. "Not bad, but not enough," John said as he begged for air. "I think I'll tattoo my whole body to get control of this chaos." And indeed, Beth agreed with a shaken face. Whatever this chaos inside John is, it was scaring him, but he had a trump card to deal with it. Nirina's gold ring, Dunmare Gold. 125% magicka regeneration. The ring Nirina gave him once she decided to adopt him. It was saving his life till today, and he can't even comprehend its enchantment. It had a mystery to it and a secret that can withstand the chaos. John let out a sigh as his heart was heavy with memories. He can't help but feel bitter since that incident. That's why he indulged himself in a year worth of parties and training. "I guess we let the high fluff wait long enough. Let's go." John called for the stuff he kept lying around in the cube and let Beth in as well. Nefertiti sank in the shadow, and he broke out of the frost sphere into the sea, swimming up to the shore. He walked out of the water, and his muscles brightened under the sun, revealing how much progress he has gone through. The body he forged was as tyrannical as his aura with its diabolically ripped muscles. Once he arrived at the shore, walking out of the water the most cinematic way he could, he didn't find main Topaz of or Moon Bishop Zara. Well, that was badly wasted. They must have been led to the hideout. "I feel Mirren close by," Nefertiti said. "The epic entrance was already ruined anyway," John said as he hurriedly morphed into a high elf via lust. The golden skin went well with the red hair, so John headed directly to Skywatch City to the Thieves' Guild. There, John received the letter that starts his whole new adventure back home. Name: Nefertiti Dare. Titles: John's Soul Familiar, Her Meowjesty. Race: Shadow Fey Cat. Age 5. Blessings: Herson, Totem Dragon. Name: Beth, Bothia. Race: Human Imperial. Age: 11. Level: Mid-Ironbone, Frame Foundation. Game level: 15. Class: Apprentice Diviner Mystic. Craft: Skin Enchanter. Energy: 1207/1207. Condition: Normal. Bloodline: Ink Blood. Birth sign: The Ritual. Blessings: Bothia. Name: John Dare, John Hild Firemane. Title: The Boss, Thane of Winterhold Krylin. Race: Human Nord. Age: 20. Level: Early Frozen Heart Formation. Game level: 67. Class: Master Mystic Warrior. Craft: Master Binary Enchanter. Condition: Normal. Bloodline: Firemane, Fireborn/Titanborn. Birth sign: Serpent Shadow. Blessings: Allmaker, Talos, Kine, Totem Dragon, Shiagarath, Azura, Bothia, Mephala, Hermias Mora. Is almost equal to 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 is almost equal to. Chapter 504, Tropic Thunder 2. In a certain cave used by the Thieves' Guild near the beach of Skywatch, a certain beach cabin appeared with 2 Altmare standing behind preparing drinks, while a red guard, an Ohmsrot, and a cat were having a heated conversation about something. At the furthest stool, a Cageot with a large glorious mane, and a Nord with a temple-shaved hair and a rough look sat together conversing in a low tone. So, the High Fluff himself is delivering a message for me. Please don't call this one that. Also, you are the one who should have changed your mailing address to where you are now. Why? I understand I was doing you and your people a favor. Why else would I go through all this effort to cause trouble for a full year? I remember you saying that it was about having fun. Everything is about having fun, or I won't do it. From what it seemed, John wasn't just in Somerset without the knowledge of the Maine and the other big shots from a certain faction in the Dominion government. The Thalmor were the ruling government that enforces all kinds of laws, while the spiritual leaders such as the Maine, the Green Lady, and the Sylvanar were being pushed aside and reduced to mere advisors to the Thalmor government. The Thalmor had a very nasty way with ruling. They would forcefully enlist the people of the Dominion in the military service, discriminate against foreigners, do arrests based on uncertain charges, and establish harsh trials. Even gatherings of people for no reason were seen as a crime, and the Thalmor would disperse them by force. This was not being done because the Thalmor were grumpy or anything of the sort. The only reason they have done that was because of the fragile inner economy and the unhealthy clashes in the beliefs of the three cultures. Containing the situation was hard, and suppressing the carefree Cageot, the superstitious bossmare, and the xenophobic altmare took a toll on the inner management. Also, from the point of view of a Dominion citizen, the Great War was a loss that ended up with the full destruction of the frontal armies of the Dominion, causing a lot of distrust towards the Thalmor, who kept declaring their intentions to build more armies during the past 26 years. The inner tension was great, and the spiritual leaders faction in the Dominion wanted to gain political leverage against the Thalmor's governing faction. John spent the past year as a hired agent to start trouble for the Thalmor and do some changes regarding the public's view towards them. His loud parties served the purpose and showed how incapable the government was to stop a single troublemaker. With the revolts and resistance movements started to appear in Elsewhere and Valenwood to limit the Thalmor's influence, things went wrong for the Thalmor on many fronts, causing them to make a lot of mistakes that John's allies used in their cause. As a troublemaker for hire, I am proud of my brand. Mixing fun with politics never felt so good. John said, "You are still causing major figures to be upset by that scum of trade you started." Maine Topaz said, "Do they know who I really am?" "No. Your identity is a secret." "Then you haven't seen them upset just yet." "Maybe you are right. It is a major offense to cooperate with the Thalmor's number 2 enemy." "Damn it. I am number 1. Sorry, you still can't have it." John was upset as he turned around and saw Mirren and Miranda laughing at him. "I'll beat you to it," he said. "By all means, be our guest." As the two are the most threatening existence to the Thalmor as the last 2 members of Clan Arana that ruled the Isles for centuries, it seemed that there is no beating them to the number 1 spot. Anyway, this one was to deliver that message to you and wish you luck. You have done a lot for us in the past year. This one thanks you. The Maine said as he patted John's shoulder. Anything for the High Fluff. Then it is farewell. The Maine and the Moon Bishop left John and his team in the cave, and the group gathered around John as he opened the letter that was signed by VV, implying it was sent by Vittoria. "Dearest John, I hope you are in good health as my writing reaches you. I arrived at Winterhold and delivered the letters, then Alina lent me the fastest ship in the Dare fleet to travel to Solitude in 4 days. I arrived on the 15th of Morning Star for E201, the initial day of the High Kings tournament. 3 months ago, 15th of Morning Star, January, for E201, Solitude's Blue Palace, Skyrim. Friends and young heroes, I bid you welcome and thank you for arriving for my birthday celebration once again this year." High King Torg stood under his shed inviting the guests to the banquet and spoke to the people attending the party. The mead flowed like rivers, and the meat was served in platters displaying the wealth and generosity of Western Skyrim. King Torg was a man with an unquestionable honor which compensated for his other shortcomings, but he was loved in his hold. If he invited the rich to a banquet, then he will also feed the poor before the night passes. No good man would sleep bloated knowing his neighbor beside him sleeps hungry and do nothing about it. Still, the political situation was in disarray. Attending the tournament this year were the Jarls and the clans of Hafengar, Whiterun, Jalmarch, Falkreath, the Reach, and Winterhold. This was the second year for East March, the Pale, and the Rift to not send a single person. The old holds except for the rising Winterhold were clearly revolting. Whiterun and Winterhold were clearly showing signs of not interfering while Jalmarch, Falkreath, and the Reach showed their support to Hafengar and High King Torrig. The true purpose of this yearly tournament was to show how united the holds are in front of the foreign guests. This was the second year that the king was embarrassed by the old holds like this. Vittoria Vici were among the attending guests, and she could see the restlessness in the eyes of some Nords. In John's letter to her, he asked her to attend the High King's tournament, but stay away from the High King and the other Jarls. He didn't say exactly what may happen, but he just wanted her to be his eyes in the place. As a member of the High Community, Vittoria could easily find a place to sit wherever she wanted, and her location was having a good view of the fighting ring. What is unusual about this year's tournament was its location. Every year, it would be held in Castle Duar, but this year, for the low numbers of the participants, it was held in the palace, or so the public story went. Vittoria figured out that the Legion limited access to the castle. It meant that the Empire is probably hiding something inside and wants to limit the prying eyes. The question in Vittoria's head right now was how could John find out about this a year and a half ago? Still, as she was about to sip on her favorite spiced wine to heal the cold shivers of this winter, an announcement caused a greater chilling shiver to shake not only her, but almost every person in the palace. Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak of East March has arrived. The voice of the Nord herald rang through the walls of the palace as all other voices gradually died down. It was the most unexpected announcement to everyone, even to the High King, who was questioning his court mage of what was the meaning of this. Ulfric Stormcloak came unannounced. No one of the scouts or the guards along the way warned about his sudden arrival. This was the very definition of alarming. Ulfric Stormcloak's arrival was a few seconds following the call of the herald. He walked in alone with an imposing domineer that suffocated the entire palace. It wasn't anything like aura or magicka, but the man had a presence and charisma to himself that was clearly of a man who has been through years of war and bloodshed. The few individuals who withstood his presence were the Jarls who had enough presence to look back at Ulfric right in the eyes. Unfortunately, High King Torrig was not one of the men who could withstand Ulfric, especially when he was the personized by the Bear of Markarth. Jarl Torrig, son of Islad, Ulfric called for Torrig not by his title as the High King, but by his title as the Jarl of Hafengar. It was insolent and rude to address the king in this manner, but even those with little wisdom could smell the blood in Ulfric's voice. "I want a word." Silence was never this alarming. Ulfric surely is not an idiot to do anything reckless, but popping up like that and saying he wants to talk was a little bit unappreciated at this event. The cold weather was useless to cool down the situation, and Torrig made up his mind. He walked to face Ulfric, ignoring the muffled calls of Falk Firebeard, Sybil Stentor, and Elisif. Once Torrig stood facing Ulfric, he spoke. "I hear you, Jarl Ulfric. Why are you here?" Torrig said. "You know why?" Ulfric replied. "Independence? Should there be any other reason? You know it is not that simple. Nothing is. That's why a king shouldn't hesitate to take action." Ulfric made his words clear. His voice was vibrating in the stones of the palace. The Jarl who spent years fighting was old, but not that old. His height stood above many Nords, his long brown hair and beard, his deep voice and his lazy eyes were the stamp of the Great Bear of Markarth. Facing him was the young tender Torrig, the good man, but not so good king. He carried the sword of the High King, Jalherd, on him, a blade forged by Wulfharth from Stalrim. What Skyrim needs is more than a king of a Jarl, Jarl Ulfric. It needs its truest sons. Torrig said, "Last one of those you banished out of the realm, not so long ago the way I remember it." Ulfric replied, "Yes, he is one of them." Torg replied, made Ulfric narrow his eyes, reading the meaning of Torg's words. Jarl Torg. Ulfric spoke as his imposing presence started to intensify, as if a mountain was facing Torg. I challenge you to a duel. Vittoria was shivering no longer from the cold weather of Skyrim, but from knowing what is to happen. The harbinger of disaster has descended on Solitude, calling for the name of its good king, and no stopping him at this point. If someone voiced so much a word, then the situation will escalate to an ugly turn. Ulfric is certainly not alone, and has agents planted all around the area, else how did he arrive this unannounced? In the eyes of people, and based on all the Tamrielic tradition, a duel is a fight for honor. Be it end with defeat or death, a duel is to be honored. If you turn down a duel, you are a coward. If you are a coward, you are unworthy. If you are unworthy, you shouldn't be the man you are holding. The titles you hold, and your honor is forever tarnished. Torg knew that, his advisors knew that, everyone knew that. Ulfric, uninvited and unannounced, showed up and put Torg in that situation in front of everyone. What are Torg's choices? Backing off is not an option. Going ahead against the bear of Markarth himself is a suicide. The consequence of backing off is the fall of the Skyrim. Everyone will follow the dead ghost of a king rather than the living husk of a coward. All the holds will declare independence if he backed off. The future will be bleak. Torg took a glimpse to the side, seeing his beautiful side, Elisif holding the armrests of her chair, digging her nails into them. He could only nod to her that everything will be all right. He turned to face the avalanche of a man in front of him and replied, I accept. Torg said the words. The indifference on Ulfric's face, his lazy eyes, and deep voice all changed in a second, as if the man was possessed by a demon. His wide smile showed the matrix of his teeth in a murderous grin. Kings or not, anything in front of this war-driven smile felt the disaster. A true warlord was given the green light. Torg never feared him. He drew Jalhurt and stepped ahead, uttering the name of Sovngarde, but Ulfric. Fussaroda. Vittoria didn't see much afterward. The truth is, no one saw what happened. Everyone turned their face from the unrelenting force of the shout. As everyone opened their eyes, Torg and Ulfric were not in their places. Torg was across the garden as he seemed to have crashed in the palace's wall, and Ulfric was holding Jalhurt off the bloody body of Torg and sheathing it. Was Torg alive? Was he killed? Was killed by sword? Was he torn apart by the shout? No one could tell. Ulfric walked away with the king's sword. Elisif shouted as she reached forward, but her guard pulled her back. The palace fell to chaos. Ulfric walked out of the city. The civil war started. Forts were shattered. The bandits spread through the land. The Stormcloak declared the independence of East March, the Rift and the Pale, under the leadership of Ulfric Stormcloak. Skyrim is sundered, kingless, bleeding. John put down the letter and hid his face behind his palms. He took in a deep breath and then revealed his face. His expressions were too hard to read to the others around him. Beth, Isha, and Nefertiti were standing by his side, while Miranda and Mirren were standing behind the counter. John spread his hands, open to the Altmere twins, and they held it. John, what will you do? The question was a heavy one, but John replied with a self-mocking tone. I am afraid. I always think of myself as a family man, but I am dragging you all to a place that will make Oblivion look like a silly joke. Am I really the family man I think I am? John was depressed. His thoughts were all negative. It's okay, Isha said. I lost everyone I know, but I know you are a brother. A sworn brother, a brother in arms, and soon she looked at Miranda and sent a punch to get shoulder, a brother-in-law. A smile appeared on John's face and the others. I'm following you, Miranda said. John nodded to her. She may have turned a bit weird lately with her strange sense of hair colors, but Miranda is cool. I have no choice, Mirren said, giving up, but his feelings were true. I don't have anyone else to follow. I'm no longer part of the cult. Beth said. I'm not letting you off either, John said. Nefertiti was the last to speak. So, finally going home? Yes, home. John's mood improved lately after remembering the cold north. Yay! I'll go back up. Nefertiti ran in a flash to gather her things. Me too. Wait. Beth followed. I'll gather the weed crates. Can't make the journey back to Skyrim dull? Can I? Isha ran to pick up the weed she dearly loves. Who was left in front of John was Mirren and Miranda, who were still holding hands with him. John looked at them and spoke. I heard your opinions. One person left. John said. The two took a second to let out a breath, then nodded. They held joined together with their free hands and switched from the aspect of duality to the aspect of singularity. Mir, John. John faced Mir, who looked different than usual. On Mir's face, there was a living stain of black, a dark matter that seemed to be harmful. John was holding the two hands of Mir and grasped them tighter. I'll find you help, John said. I'm good, Mir replied. John had a bitter feeling in his heart, seeing this stain on Mir's face. He pulled Mir's hands up between them and kissed the back of his hands. Mir approached closer and touched foreheads with John too. You shouldn't have come to save me, John said. That was my choice, Mir replied. And my fault. No, he tried to harm you, tried to harm our people. There were those who were saving me. From him, that shadow man and Shiagarath would have never bested him. The depressing memory of that day swelled up. John was saving Nefertiti and saving the girl he never thought he would ever meet, but that thing kept laughing. The man sealed on the inverted throne in the heart of chaos. He hurt Nefertiti. He hurt you. He hurt that girl. I may never be able to, but one day, I'll spit in his eye. John said, You do that. I'll look forward to it. That was not John's fate, but he was offended to the point where he doesn't care anymore. He had a grievance that he will pay back one day, no matter what. A Dawnverse crossover foreshadowing. But right now, it's time to go home. Chapter 505, Unbound 1. 504 chapters has passed, and here it is, you beautiful bastards. All hail to me, the Daedric prince of novels and fiction, whose sphere is typos and cliffhangers. The cult welcomes 4D rank warriors today. At Kuba, at Matthew Marks, at Angel Diaz, at I Can't Get Enough. Hey yo, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there. Now you must be wondering, how on sweet green Nern did the most handsome man in the world get dragged into this situation alongside a dumb blonde Nord, a big bad Jarl, and a smelly horse thief? Well, it's a long story, but what's important about it that it is a story that starts with murder. That dumb Jarl beside me murdered the king, and now the Empire is out for his head, alongside any head that happened to head the same way he headed before getting taken to get beheaded. Peace? Peace. I love a day that starts with a good old beheading at 9 a.m., yet this is to be rescheduled, so let's just start this story properly. I am John Dare, and I am Bioeowic bitches. Mornda's Monday, 17th of last seed August, for E201, the Pale Pass. It was a beautiful day by my standards. No one pissed me off just yet. I got a new tattoo, had cheese for breakfast. You get the gist of it. A perfect John Dare morning. John Dare is more than just a name. It's a reference and a lifestyle. The reference is about a 6'7" Nord guy, red-haired and charming, blue-eyed and foolish. The biography of the past 20 years of my life is pretty much detailed. My real name is John Hild, son of Jonrad, son of V, of Clan Firemane of Eastmarch, and I reincarnated from Earth where I was a fan of the Elder Scrolls franchise. The lifestyle of John Dare is more of a very unstable mix between pleasure and fun, with a little bit of work and a whole load of heroism. Also, my second name may be Dare, but I'm not friendly to getting dared. Historians will write about that in later generations anyway. Now, where were we? Right? How did I end up getting captured with Ulfric Stormcloak and his goons? Well, this was according to my plan anyway. The journey through Tamriel took me 4 months to get to Skyrim from Somerset. I decided to let it all to fate and see where I end up, and who could have thought that the so-called plan would work? I was just walking down the path from the Pale Pass to Helgen, and out of nowhere, some soldiers appeared in a pretty haggard state led by Ulfric Stormcloak, who was badly injured. A few seconds later, they were surrounded by Imperials with me, in the mix alongside some other unfortunate people. The Imperial battle mages put the Stormcloaks in a tight situation, and the Imperial officers threw themselves on Ulfric before he could even utter a word and gagged him. I was about to say hey to them, but a soldier punched me right in the face. I didn't put much resistance and pretended to have lost consciousness. I was then carried on some cart later on, and before I know it, the cart moved. As soon as I felt the cart moving and two voices started arguing, there was no point to pretend anymore, and I opened my eyes that took time to adapt to the brightness of the morning. The opening scene is modded, so expect extra lines alongside John's replies. The mod is called Opening Scene Overhaul if you're interested. Hey you, you're finally awake. Here we go. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there? The voice spoke to me, then addressed another. That is surely Ralof. Damn you Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, I could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. Another man in rags said, that's Loker. While I was trying to sit straight, my head hit something metallic. I looked up and saw the cart I was in seemed caged. Easy. Guard sure worked you over. Ralof said as he signaled for me to take it easy. I told those Imperial soldiers you weren't with us, but they just grabbed you. Stand with us, or you stand against us, they said. Ralof said, HM, did I cause the conversation to go wrong? Why is there a cage around this cart? I don't remember any cages. Was it a mod? Shut up back there, the cart driver shouted. At least I remember that last part happening. The situation was a bit predictable, but it seems that expectations differ from reality, as everything is. I mean, since I reincarnated in Riften 19 years ago, things were seriously overwhelming, being a world way different than what the game used to be. Cities larger, nothing is based on gameplay mechanics. Even the coins are not just gold. This immersion in its bestest image. Now that the actual game events have finally started, I guess a caged wagon and some different dialogue lines should be the least of my worries. I just hope that my squad has done things as planned. Back to reality, it seemed that Ralof and Loker are still arguing about this and that. We were sat like this, Ralof facing me and Loker facing big bad Ulfric. Ulfric was in his worn-out armor and beaten-up sorry state. Ralof was the same. Loker seemed to have gone through some shitty events that left him with some rags on, and I was wearing nothing but plain common clothing that I bought from Bruma on the way here. Also, both Ulfric and Ralof know my real identity, so I used an artifact known as Lust that has the metamorphosis ability to change my appearance and height. Now where was I? Right, we're on the cart. After Loker and Ralof were done arguing, Loker turned to Ulfric. And what's wrong with him, huh? Loker asked, seeing Ulfric extra gagged and overtied. Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King. Ralof scolded. Ulfric, the Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they've captured you, oh gods, where are they taking us? Loker panicked hearing the identity of Ulfric. I don't know where we're going, but Samgard awaits. Remorsefully, Ralof gave condolences to himself. Samgard, aye, it awaits with its flowing mead and endless feasts. I said something came across my heart. So you can speak, huh? Right. Mead. I can use some mead. Ralof replied to me. No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening. Ulfric, you traitor. This is because of you. You're the reason we're here. On the other hand, Loker was venting his rage by glaring at Ulfric, then he turned to me. You there? You and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants. We're all brothers and sisters in binds now. Horse thief, Ralof sighed. What brings you to the cold grip of the Empire anyway? I know you are not one of the rebels. Loker spoke to me. Just going back home, the borders were sealed, so I found a way for myself. I replied, Hey, what holes are you two from? Ralof asked us. Why do you care? Because there will be no holds once the Empire has its way. No Jarls to rule over them, just legion soldiers and martial law. Every man, woman, and child are part of this rebellion. Horse thief. Everyone must fight from the freedom of the Nine Holds. Ralof spoke out his beliefs. Freedom of the Nine Holds? I don't remember the Empire sweeping out every cut purse in Skyrim before you bastards started butchering their soldiers. Loker was in total disagreement with Ralof. I think he just asked you where are you from. After all, a Nord's last thoughts shouldn't be what disagreement he had with a brother Nord. I said, and turned to Loker. Right, a Nord's last thoughts should be of home. Ralof looked at me with strange eyes as I have read his mind or something satisfaction. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead. Loker said, then asked us. And you too? Riverwood? Ralof said, then turned to me. Well, I grew up in the woods of the Rift, fell in love with the magic of Eastmarch, charmed with the breeze of Whiterun, tasted the finest liquor in Hafengar, hunted the fastest game in Falkreath. My blood flowed in the stones of the Reach, haunted by the ghosts of Jalmarch, and chased by the giants on the Pale. But my heart belongs to Winterhold. I well said, kinsman. Ralof nodded in approval. 2 years. I've been away for 2 years, and no matter how beautiful the tropical beaches of Somerset were, Skyrim is still Skyrim. Winterhold is where I left everything, my family, my assets. I rebuilt this hold from the ground up and gambled against the odds to bring it back. Now that I have done it all, I can't wait to see my home once again. General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting. Good. Let's get this over with. What woke me from my daydreaming was the voice of an imperial soldier calling for the man leading the prisoners' caravan, General Tullius. We looked ahead to see the wall of an imperial fort coming into view, with an imperial general stopping at the gate and turning his horse to face some annoyingly familiar faces. Look at him, General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Thalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. Ralof said. He accused the Thalmor to be cooperating with the Empire to catch Ulfric, but that is far from the truth, which I will get to later. From what I heard, General Tullius is a very cunning man, and he managed to trap Ulfric and his force in Darkwater Crossing, then chase them all the way to the south. Ulfric's force was reduced from 1,000 men to almost 20, and the man was beyond exhausted. I can see how General Tullius put Ulfric down. I kept focusing on the general and the conversation he was having with the Thalmor's ambassador, Elenwen. By the authority of the Thalmor, I am taking custody of these prisoners. On her high horse, both literal and metaphorical, Ambassador Elenwen spoke to General Tullius. I am sorry, that's just not possible. It would cause far too many problems. General Tullius replied calmly. You're making a terrible mistake. Your emperor will hear of this. By the terms of the White Gold Concordat, I operate with full imperial authority. Elenwen refused to surrender in front of Tullius, but the latter wasn't even bothering with her. Ugh, Thalmor bitch. Back in the cart, Ralof cussed as he turned his face towards the town. This is hell, Jen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Violet is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny, when I was a boy, imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe. Humph. I obviously snorted as he did. I know he was self-mocking, but I liked how this conversation turned itself in twists as it still followed the game scene script. I may have been reincarnated a long time ago, but I have always been waiting for this day. This day where it all gets to take the shape of the fate I am aware of. Still, do you think that I haven't added my touches to this reality? I see things different no matter where I go. It seems that everything is in place as I wish for it. We passed the citizens who were gathered to spectate the situation about the Legion bringing this many Stormcloak prisoners. I could hear various conversations between those who are happy that the Stormcloaks are being put to the block and others who are fearing the wrath of their gods. The prisoners' convey started to disperse as soon as we reached the tower of Helgen's Keep. The Legion soldiers started to block the crowd and surround us. Why are we stopping? Why do you think? End of the line. Ralof said, "Let's go. Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for us." "No, wait. We're not rebels. Face your death with some courage, thief. You got to tell them. We weren't with you. This is a mistake." Ralof and Loker still found the time to argue, but soon we were told to get down to the cart. "Shut up. Out of the cart now." A grumpy Imperial female officer made sure to hit us all with a baton as we went down, then went down, and stood beside a Nord Legion soldier, the man known Hadvar. "Anyway, that bitch is getting these hands once it happens. Step towards the block when we call your name. One at a time. Don't even think about running." She called for us to line up in front of the cart, as Hadvar started calling our names. Empire loves their damn lists. Hadvar looked at us with a heavy expression, then called out, "Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm, guilty of regicide, high treason, and sentenced to death." Right in front of me, Ulfric grumbled as an Imperial soldier tried to escort him. He simply walked towards the block by himself. "It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric," Ralof said. "Next in line. Name?" Hadvar looked at Ralof and patiently asked. To see two friends torn out by war wearing different colors as one sends the other to the block, my beliefs regarding war were much deepened. The more I saw, the more I hated it. Ralof stepped forward speaking. Ralof, proud son of Skyrim. As Ralof followed Ulfric to the block, without waiting, Hadvar could only speak the sentence to his friend's back. Stormcloak, sentenced to death. Next in line. Name? The following was Loker. As he stepped forward, I was a step right on his heels. Loker from Rorikstead, and I am not a Stormcloak. It says right here you are. Sorry. Hadvar said, not minding Loker throwing a tantrum. "No, please. All I did was to steal a horse. You're not going to key." Loker was about to break into running, but I hurriedly held him from his clothes. "You run, you die. We still can talk our way out of this." I whispered to him. "What? Are you mad?" He was about to throw his tantrum at me, but I wasn't pleased by disobedience on my part. All I did was telling him he can live without serving as a bad example for those who are thinking about running. I have seen this guy die like 1,000,000 times already. Loker retreated silently and noticed that arrows were already notched and aimed at us. He cussed lowly and walked towards the block with a tense face. As we didn't break into a run, the Imperials lowered their arrows, and I stepped forward. This is my time to shine. Next in line, step forward. Hadvar looked at his list from all angles and seemed to be not able to find a record of me. He then looked at me and asked, "Who are you?" "Prisoner," I replied. "Oh." I pressed return too fast again. "Let me check." "Right, Shorace menu." "What is he?" I raised a finger to halt Hadvar and the female officer from speaking, then pointed at my face. "Turn left, turn right, up, down. TCH, too handsome to be allowed to exist. Still, I had this thing about my nose. Let's see, a little bit thinner, straight, and the distance perfect. Is it me, or every time I adjust the nose in the race menu, I have this weird tingle feeling in my own nose? Only me? Fine. The jawline is also a pain, but let's end it here. Press return, and for the name. I could see Hadvar and the Imperial officer leaning forward to see the strange movements on my face, but I was already ahead of them thinking about a name. "Fine, I'll go with the usual name," I said, and seemed like Hadvar has already dismissed what he saw as hallucinations. "It is John Dare," I said with a broad smile. Looking between the two in front of me, they somehow turned from amused to very unamused at a rapid pace. "Another pretender?" the officer said. "They sure a lot these days." Hadvar made the same face. "HM? Pre-what? What's going on here?" Someone else pretended. Said, "Damn it. Did someone use the name?" I asked. You, and almost every red-haired idiot we catch. They all think they can go away once they announce that identity." The officer said. "What?" "They claim that they're John Dare, who is in hiding. The actual John Dare is in Cyrodiil. Everyone knows that." Hadvar said, "Oh, still, we will send your body to Winterhold, as this is the official identity you'd be giving us, right?" "Seriously?" "Yes. Damn, people are stealing my identity. I return to Skyrim, and the first thing that happens to me is a mass identity theft? That's unspeakable. Did I even need to become the arena's grand champion and hire an actor to pose as me in public? I was shocked. Anyway, you picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, kinsman. I'm sorry. At least you'll die here in your homeland. Have her said, but I was not listening. I'm still shocked, Captain. What should we do? He's not on the list. Forget the list. She goes to the block. By your orders, Captain. Follow the captain, prisoner. Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero. But a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. As I arrived in the death line, General Tullius stood in front of Ulfric and started giving him a heroic speech from a victor to a loser. Hey, what should we do now? I found Loker asking me from behind. Just wait, I said. TSK, you crazy man. I should have never listened to you and took my chance. You're welcome to try. Are you even aware of the happenings of Skyrim? Why would someone return to this godforsaken land? You fool? Loker said. You want to leave? Why? I asked. Are you blind? If the war is not enough, then what about the famine, death, corruption? Loker said. Oh, looks like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are all gathered. I mocked. Friend, it will just get worse, believe me. Looking at the sky, I heighten my senses so that I can feel almost the tiniest change in the wind. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace. Whole, as if the wrath of the divines was conjured, the heavens shook with a thunderous roar. Everyone quieted down to listen. A beast from the mountains? A troll? A bear? One echo? The people murmured. What was that? Havar asked as he observed the sky where he thought the sound came from. It's nothing. Carry on. General Tullius dismissed it and hastened the execution. Yes, General Tullius. Give them their last rites. The imperial officer received the command and went to escort a priestess of Arche to the scene. Meanwhile, John's eyes were fixed on the sky and his heart was shivering. He could feel the restlessness around him. Later, the officer and the priestess of Arche came, and it all began to happen just as he remembers. Give them their last rites. As we commend your souls to Aetherius, blessings of the 8 divines upon you. For you are the salt and earth of Nirn, our beloved. For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with. That's when a Stormcloak soldier didn't seem to be liking to die with the prayers of an imperial priest and walked on his own to the block. As you wish. The priestess stopped the prayer and retreated right away. Come on, I haven't got all morning. My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same? Stormcloak faced the block and showed his scorn towards the Imperials. The executioner in a black hood and a dark ringed armor stood beside the block, and the Imperial officer pushed down the Stormcloak soldier. Aim! Chop! John's heart almost jumped from its place as he heard the sound of the axe descend. It was happening. It's all happening. He did want it to happen, but now that it is happening, he feels like the kid who entered his exam for the first time and wants to back away to prepare more. But there was no more. It is happening whether he liked it or not. His heartbeats started racing from this point on. Lube-dub, you Imperial bastards. Lube-dub. Justice. Lube-dub. Death to the Stormcloaks. Lube-dub. As fearless in death as he was in life. Lube-dub. Hey, someone is killed already. Weren't you about to do something? Loker pestered John, but the latter didn't respond. Lube-dub. Next, the Nord and the Rags. The officer called for John. Lube-dub. John's heartbeats raced as he was aware of what's going to happen after this line. Hull. Lube-dub. There it is again. Did you hear that? Hubbard spoke out. That mortifying roar caused everyone to question what's going on now. It felt closer than before. I said, next prisoner. The Imperial officer ignored the sound and demanded for John to step forward. John was pushed from behind by an Imperial soldier, so he took a step forward. To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy. Hadvar escorted John right to the block, but John's eyes were still looking at a certain direction without caring. He was pushed down to the block. Lube-dub, 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 lube-dub. Restlessness grew even more, not just in John's heart, but also in his shadow. If the executioner who was raising his axe above John's head was aware of how many murderous attacks that will disfigure his body if his axe so much descends on John, this guy would die from the anxiety. John still didn't care and kept watching. Lube-dub, lube-dub, lube. His heart raced no more, his sweat dried in an instant, his stiff nerves relaxed, his eyes widened. But aside from all that, his mind couldn't be still as he saw what he saw and heard what he heard and witnessed what he knew. Asterisk www star Arkfin Kel lost Proda. And the scrolls have foretold. What an oblivion is that? General Tullius screamed as he looked up, seeing the sky covered in black. Du ved vine ko fin kra. Of black wings in the cold. Sentries, what do you see? The Imperial soldiers reacted like headless ducks when they couldn't even believe what they were seeing in the sky. Tol fad zima, when keen maze fundian. That when brothers wage war come unfurled. It's in the clouds. The Imperials were receding as the black WRM showed itself and descended towards Helgen. Even the grim headsman dropped on his knees and looked back. Dragons! The Stormcloaks recognized what sort of monstrosity that just descended. Don't just stand there. Kill that thing. Guards, get the townspeople to safety. General Tullius shouted. Alduin, Faindu June, Alduin, Bane of Kings. Alduin, the World Eater himself, emerged to the world in southern Skyrim at this very day to bring doom and terror upon Helgen. It descended on the mighty tower with its titanic size that made everything feel insignificant, that made the Nirn shake and the mountains shatter. Strunba Moffel, the dragon shouted in the Dovizil, releasing a terrible Thursday. Forget about Ulfric Stormcloak's war shouts and John dares for disasters. They won't even come close to what is happening here. Kruziak Vokenstad no. Ancient shadow unbound. The sky was as if burning in a storm, and stones came down raining from God knows where. Meteor after another. The land shook and the people ran in panic. John stood up from his place and looked at the dragon that wasn't even noticing him. John felt as weak as any in front of that, powerless as a deer whose necks fell between the jaws of a sabercat. This is not the day where he fights, but he could only finish the last of this verse in tribute to the World Eater. Vathan Balak wa Divan Fin line, with a hunger to swallow the world. Chapter 506, Unbound 2. A 4K chapter. Also, big flipping thanks for this surprising wave of patrons. At FST, at Shanu Sihasail, at Orhan Yasar Yildirim, at Nitrog 97, at Lauren Wells, at Arte Mason. I'm just so happy seeing this many new patrons. I just love you people. One man, one dragon, and the world on fire. An image drawn by flames and darkness as the smoke rose blocking the light of the sun, for the only way to see is the inferno spewed by the monster. It was a day of screams and wails as destruction descended on Helgen, claiming it and the lives of its people, but that would be the story if not for the counterplan. Yes, John came ready not just to save himself, but to save the whole Helgen. Half a year ago, Jelena received a message from John to hire workers from the south and by rent small pieces of land in Helgen. She was then told to order the construction of underground chambers that were officially legalized as wine cellars to keep the imported and exported wine that the Dare Dragon Company trades in with the Empire. Jelena was told that instead of wine, these cellars were to be packed with food and medicinal supplies and to be extremely secured. A few days prior to Alduin's attack, Isha, Mirren, Miranda, Beth, and Nefertiti were preparing a cellar each. Once the time is right, they were to save the people. John looked up the sky, witnessing the terror Alduin was. Al, Duark Agi Pa Hylon, Zima. One Hylon Wapiron full Pogus Sil. Nii Fin Kosim Darhail. Destroy, devour, and burn all you want, brother. If you want to claim so much a soul, it will be through these hands. John used a Dovizil pun by saying destroy, Al, and devour, Doob, at the beginning of his sentence, which are the first two words of the name Alduin, Destroyer, Devour, Master. John's words were filled with anger towards the black dragon that stormed Helgen. Alduin was in the air, appearing from one place, appearing from another, breathing flame there, killing and burning like crazy. John witnessed a crushing difference between his power and that of the World Eater. Hey, kinsman, get up. Come on. The gods won't give us another chance. Ralof came from behind John and tugged him by the shoulder. John was finally awakened from his state of brooding and started to move. There was nothing he could do but to trust the companions he assigned around the town and pray for their safety. He followed Ralof to the nearby tower and helped him seal the door. Ralof headed in, falling on his arse. Ralof, you're alive. Thank Talos. A deep voice spoke. John turned around and walked in the tower to see a bunch of stormcloaks lying around in flesh and burn wounds. Among them was the one who spoke, Jarl Ulfric. Jarl Ulfric, what is that thing? Could the legends be true? Ralof stood up and spoke. Legends don't burn down villages. Who's this? Ulfric replied at Ralof, then turned to John. One of the other prisoners. The Imperials thought he was with us. Ralof replied for John. John and Ulfric met eye to eye and seized up one another. Neither man could simply see through the other, but thankfully, Ulfric didn't recognize John with the metamorphosis of lust that made his height ordinary, his hair and beard much longer, and his facial features less unremarkable. After all, this wasn't the first time the Jarl of Windhelm meets the Thane of Winterhold. John thought if he killed Ulfric right now, the war would be over, but fate is one mean son of a bitch that will retaliate at him if he tried acting out of order. Also, John still hasn't made up his mind regarding Ulfric and the war. On the other hand, Ulfric felt that John is a strong individual, but this was not the time nor the place to scout for talents, yet he offered a handshake. Well, friend, I would ask you to join the rebellion, but I'm sure we're all a bit busy staying alive. Ulfric said. John looked at Ulfric's hand and agreed to handshake him, but his hand was still shackled. John exerted his raw, brute power and broke the binds that were made to suppress mages and warriors alike. He shook Ulfric's hand and turned away. Not caring about reactions, John turned to see Loker of Rorikstead sitting and shivering among the Stormcloak soldiers. You live, huh? Told you not to run? See how right I am? John turned on his smug mood on the shivering Loker. Fucking right you are. A war. An execution. And now, dragons, why in the world can't I leave this shithole? Loker started shouting as if he was losing his mind. John shook his head and waited as the others with him started to move. There was no way out of the tower except going up right now. It may serve as a good chance to scout where the dragon is or jump on a nearby rooftop. We need to move. Now. Ulfric called for his protection as he organized them to start climbing the tower. John and Ralof were at the forefront. Up through the tower, let's go, Ralof said, and John followed. Up there, the stairway was blocked by falling stones. There, a Stormcloak soldier was trying to open up the path for the others. We just need to move some of these rocks to clear the way. Before the man could speak, and all of a dreadful sudden, the wall of the tower behind him exploded. The dragon. It bashed with its head through the wall. Wywell tore Shul. With a single fire breath, Alduin turned the soldier, clearing the way into a crisp. No! John was standing right to the crumbling wall, as he seemed to have been trying to drag the man away, but he couldn't cast telekinesis fast enough. Alduin's fire settled down, and the WRM flew away to spew destruction elsewhere. Meanwhile, John was infuriated, looking at Alduin with absolute rage. Gods! Gods! The gods have abandoned us. Some Stormcloaks in Ulfric's formation fell on their knees and lost their willpower. It was normal for ordinary people to lose their minds in front of the absolute and the unbelievable. John has seen that before, felt that before, and caused that before. What now? John asked Ralof, who was still in his mind somehow. I don't. Jarl Ulfric, we can jump through here. Ralof called. I can't leave my men like that, Ralof. Ulfric refused to leave behind the injured and the broken. John witnessed another deviation from the game's fixed lines. It explains at least why would he alone proceed, without the others following, as he had no obligation, unlike them. Fine, kinsman. See the inn on the other side? Jump through the roof, and keep going. Go! We'll follow when we can. Ralof spoke to John and pointed through the hole in the wall made by Alduin. Fine, stay safe. John didn't want to associate himself with the Stormcloaks further than that. He jumped nimbly and landed inside the inn through the broken, burning roof. Once he landed, he looked at his shadow. Nefertiti, how are the rescue efforts? Homan, that's a dragon. Nefertiti's voice came through his shadow. I remember telling you about that. You said so, but that's too scary, Homan. Yeah, I'm scared too. The mission, damn it. I helped many people. Beth's scared, so she stayed in the vault. The others? Isha is helping the soldiers. Mirren is having a full vault. Miranda is around you. Good. And tell Isha to prioritize the townsfolk, not the soldiers. John said as he started running through the burning inn and jumped off the other side. There, another game scene was waiting for him. Haming, you need to get over here. Hadvar, the Nord Legion soldier, shouted. On the other side of the inn, there was a burnt house, and behind it, Hadvar and Gunnar the blacksmith were shouting for the young boy Haming, who was trying to drag his wounded father. John's sudden appearance spooked Hadvar and Gunnar, but seeing him unarmed and not hostile made them focus on the young boy. Father! Sob no! The boy was shouting for his father as the shadow of the World Eater was cast upon them as the WIRM began landing. Haming was scared as he saw the dragon coming for him, and his instincts were more honest than the soldiers that broke down. The boy hurriedly ran towards Hadvar. Attaboy, you're doing good? Hadvar received the boy and ran into cover with him, but he froze when John stepped forward. Not another soul. World Eater, John said as his hands lit with magical runes, and he cast the alteration spell, reshape on the ground between Alduin and the boy's father. Why, well, Torshul. Alduin let out a fire breath, trying to consume the wounded man, but John hurriedly created a dirt wall that managed to hold the fire breath for a couple of seconds. John's magicka ran out like mad once it came into contact with Alduin's flames, but John didn't give up and teleported the wounded man to Rolf near him. The fire breath settled down as it consumed John's dirt wall and burned the spot where Taralf was. Alduin didn't even bother to check for its victim and flew away looking for another. Father! Haming shouted as he saw his father appear in front of him. Gods! You saved him! Hadvar looked at John with wonder. At that time, a figure appeared fast behind John. Move aside. I'm a healer. It was a woman hidden in a mage robe, so none really doubted her as soon as she cast magic at Taralf. That was Miranda, without even looking. Take care of him, John whispered. John went out of his way to save Taralf for a very important reason. Taralf is just a simple hunter, but his father is one of John's dearest friends, his old teacher Froki. John especially wanted to save Taralf for this reason. Take care of them, healer. Prisoner, follow me. We need to find General Tullius and join their defense. Hadvar spoke. All right, lead the way. John and Hadvar teamed up from this point on, and the following events happened exactly as John remembered. Hadvar and John snuck in the shade of a wall as Alduin descended on it and killed a soldier. John failed to save the soldier, but he made sure to protect others from the claws of the dragon. He and Hadvar arrived at Battle Mage's formation, where General Tullius was commanding his troops to fire at the dragon. It was useless, as of all dragons. There was no means to so much put a scratch on Alduin. After that, Jon and Hadvar ran into the fort to escape the wrath of the dragon, but also ran into the Stormcloaks led by Ralof. Between Hadvar and Ralof, Jon chose to stick with Hadvar. If his identity was revealed after this day, it shouldn't be associated with the Stormcloaks plainly. After all, this would contradict his grand plan that he kept thinking about for years. Into the fort, Jon simply followed the event of the game. He walked in and picked a sword without wearing the Imperial armor. Once he met the Stormcloaks alongside Hadvar Hole, escaping through the underground cave system, Jon chose to knock down the Stormcloaks with his fists rather than killing them. Every Nord dying in battle from this day onward is a tragic loss and something that can't be afforded. Why? Jon wasn't a fool. He was knowledgeable and well-informed. He understood everything from why he should prevent deaths at all costs to the reason behind attacking Helgen. The answers were all clear. First, why prevent killing? There are two afterlives in this world: Oblivion and Aetherius, which are equivalent to Hell and Heaven. The souls of the dead Nords who get killed in battle travel to Samgard. Currently, Samgard is besieged by Alduin, who feeds on the souls of those dead who haven't entered the halls of Shor. How does Alduin do that? The answer is quite familiar to Jon. It is the Soul Snare spell. The very same Soul Snare spell that was used in Hammerfell a year ago by Mannimarco and the Worm Cult. This spell produces the Soul Snare mist that is currently covering Samgard, but the difference is that the one in Hagoth was made in a spell formation, while the one in Samgard is a dragon shout. And here is where the second and most important question comes. Why did Alduin attack Helgen? Everyone will think of something, but Jon was sure of it today. The answer is Ulfric's Stormcloak. Shocking? No. The time where Alduin appeared was just before Ulfric's execution. Some may argue, but what ends any argument is the following. Alduin needs Ulfric alive, so the civil war goes on. The civil war goes on, then Alduin's supply of souls is unending. Alduin was there in Samgard for some time now. The proof is that High King Torg should be still trapped in the Soul Snare mist till now, even though he died earlier this year. The World Eater, Alduin has been lurking there for a while and waiting. Now that he gathered enough power to be invincible, he is going out and bringing back his dragon horde to stir the situation in Skyrim. That's the dragon's plan. That's why Alduin is attacking Helgen, and why Jon must prevent the bloodshed. By the time the noise in his mind was over, he was done going through the cave system and exiting it north to the now ruined Helgen. It took a while, but it seemed that Jarl Ulfric and General Tullius have both escaped Helgen with their men. Jon and Hadvar hid behind a rock at the exit of the cave as they watched the black, dreadful dragon spread his massive black wings and fly through the sky with a mighty roar that sent cold shivers even into Jon's spine. Looks like he's gone for good this time, but I don't think we should stick around to see if he comes back, Hadvar said as he went out of hiding. It took north, that's not good, Jon replied. Indeed, the north is Whiterun Hold. If the dragon's gone there, by the 8. Listen, one of us needs to get to Whiterun and warn the Jarl as quickly as possible. Warn the folks, or Riverwood as well. Whiterun is my destination, but I need to return back and grab the things I dropped when you legionaries got me. Hadvar felt ashamed of what happened. I'm sorry, truthfully, the Legion shouldn't have fallen on the wrong foot with a skilled mage such as yourself. I hereby extend an invitation to you to join the Legion. Sorry, war is one of the things I hate most. Jon refused. I understand. If you change your mind, come to Solitude. I'll remember that. And if you're going down the road, then the closest town from here is Riverwood. My uncle's the blacksmith there. I'm sure he'd help you out. Thank you. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today. Good luck, and fare thee well, good man. Hadvar walked away, and Jon waved for him until he faded in the background. Jon then collapsed on the ground and took his time to relax. From this point on, he is no longer restrained, no longer banished, no longer away. He looked up and saw the blue sky of Skyrim, the most beloved feature to all Nords. He went down and grabbed the earth of Skyrim near to his face. He smiled and threw himself on the land as if it is the most comfortable and luxurious mattress he ever had. He felt so homesick that his heart was broken for a long time, and he just realized it. His shadow moved, and a black cat with blue eyes appeared out of it. She soon then transformed into a teenage girl with cat ears and a tail. Seeing him on the ground like that, she smiled and joined him. He pulled her closer and patted her head. "We are back, little one." "Yes, human. We are home." They took a moment of peace for themselves as they have the same nostalgia and homesickness for a long time. They can't wait to see the family they have here. 2 years ago, they snuck out of Skyrim fearing to cause further trouble and disturb the peace of the realm. They traveled between Morrowind, Cyrodiil, Hammerfell, Elsewhere, Valenwood, and Somerset Isles. Still, nothing beats home. "Hey, you there?" John spoke. "Welcome back." A cold voice replied at him, making him grin widely. "Augur of Dunlane, we speak again, my old friend," John said. "Indeed. I sense my soul extension inside you and importing your data at the moment. You have 2 years' worth of analysis to undergo." "Is this your way of saying you miss me?" John asked. "I am incapable of feeling such a thing." "This bastard, he is already working on Skynet, isn't he?" John laughed as he remembered the augur's robotic attitude. "Take your time analyzing my data, especially the last few minutes. I guess studying a dragon will keep you busy." John said, then continued, "Display my full status screen when you're done." "Confirmed." Talking back to the augur once again was a refreshing change of events. The augur met John 5 years ago, the same day John met with Nefertiti in the Maiden under the College of Winterhold. John and the augur struck a deal that night, that as John finds out a way to the salvation of the augur's soul, the augur would guide John's growth through some of his special means, analyze John's experiences, and hide a section of John's memories about his past life from the Daedra. John sighed as he finally felt like holding back his old life as the big boss of Winterhold. His family and friends must be all waiting. He energetically stood up, but as soon as he looked at the road ahead, he remembered the grim tasks and the choices he is going to make. Stopping the war, that's his first goal. Killing Ulfric may be a solution, but to kill Ulfric, he has to kill everyone beside Ulfric, which is an army of thousands made entirely of Nords. This is no different like throwing those souls into Alduin's unending belly. It has to be a peaceful truce. It is possible, but it will be hard. The only way to do it is through the game's main quest, but as this is a real world, John wasn't optimistic about many things. Greed, lust, pride. John called for 3 of his soul artifacts. Respectively, the dark matter, the moon crystal, and the elder staff appeared around him. Lust used its metamorphosis to return John's appearance back to the normal him. His body elongated, and his muscular body tore through the clothes of the smaller version of himself. Greed enveloped John and tore away the common clothes, then replaced it with a blue ornate sleeves robe that is quite popular among the aristocrats of Hammerfell. John chose this robe to make his first official appearance in Skyrim and spread the news of his arrival. It was also part of his plan. "Nefertiti, how many people did we save?" John asked. "The majority. Some were too hard to save." She said, "I understand. It is a great loss." John said, "I regret it, but I'll have to use those poor people's misery as a stepping stone in my plan. Let's make sure it is done right then." John said as he held pride. He aimed it ahead and cast a spell he hasn't cast in a very long while, one of Winterhold's signatures, the Flame Horse Atronak. Status. Name, John Dare, Johnhild Firemane. Title, The Boss, Thane of Winterhold Krylin. Race, Humanoid. Age, 20. Level, Early Frozen Heart Formation. Game level, 67. Class, Master Mystic Warrior. Craft, Master Binary Enchanter. Condition, Normal. Bloodline, Firemane, Fireborn/Titanborn. Birth sign, Serpent Shadow. Blessings, Allmaker, Talos, Kine, Totem Dragon, Shiagarath, Azura, Bothia, Mephala, Hermeus Mora. Soul Bonds, Familiar Nefertiti, Domain Dragon Isle, Greed Dark Matter, Wrath Odakuro, Pride Elder Staff, Lust Moon Crystal. Warrior Skills, Blade, 9E Master, Blunt, 33 Apprentice, Polearm, 43 Adept, Shield, 40 Adept, Heavy Armor, 80 Master, Martial Arts, 78 Expert, Smithing, 28 Apprentice, Thief Skills, Marksman, 52 Adept, Unarmed, 58 Adept, Acrobatics, 70 Expert, Stealth, 74 Expert, Light Armor, 48 Adept, Speechcraft, 79 Expert, Alchemy, 32 Apprentice, Mage Skills, Mysticism, 91 Master, Destruction, 88 Master, Conjuration, 83 Master, Restoration, 74 Expert, Alteration, 76 Expert, Illusion, 68 Expert, Enchanting, 92 Master, Special Skills, Battle Aura, Basic, Mad, Advanced Tyrant. Thursday 65 Words of Power. Powers, Nord, Battle Cry, Active. 50% Frost Resistance. Fire Main, Fireborn, 50% Fire Resistance. Titanborn, Beast Master. Astral Access, Vitality and Magicka, Equilibrium. Eternal Flesh, Disease Immunity. Serpent Birth Sign, Serpent Tyranny, compatible with all birth signs. Ozidal's Genius, Ozidal's Enchanting Knowledge. Gotfang Martial Style, Force Channeling Martial Arts. Enchanted Tattoos, 21%. Channel all energy into the tattoo to increase efficiency and bind them from leaking out or losing control. Chaos Infection, the purest form of defiance to all worldly laws. Chaos is invincible, indestructible, and very unstable. Blessings, Allmaker, Root of Power, 2500% Magicka, Regeneration, Active. Talos, Greater Amulet of Talos, Fortify Thursday 50%. Old Man's Coin, Fortify Luck. Kine, Thunder Voice, 25% Empower Thursday Totem Dragon, Dragon Affinity, Affinity to Draconic Creatures and its variants. Ashen Flames, Active. Shiagarath, Mad Champion, 2500% Vitality Regan, Active. Hermeus Mora, Bardic Knowledge, Summon noble music instruments to cause a tonal buff, Active. Azura, Dawn's Beauty, 50% Absorb Magic Attacks, Active. Bothia, Berserk, take half damage and do double damage in a feral state of mind, Active. Mephala, Golden Tongue, persuasive to all beings, Active. The Shadow Stone, hide in shadows, fortify stealth in through the shadows. Blur, fortify speed during combat. Is almost equal to, 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 is almost equal to. YouTube, youtube.com/channel/UCR 7RT7NWOJIR 0S7 CJFRJDW. Discord, GG/GKCKVA7. Instagram, @Don_Dokmasi. Twitter, @Eldokmeezy22. Chapter 507, Rescuing Helgen. I'm not sure what to say, guys, but even though this is the game start and I have a ton of ideas, I wasn't able to write it all lately and had some difficulties. I wrote like a few pages, then kept deleting what I write. I'll get my business together in the next couple of days and hopefully I come up with something good. Tragedy, according to the dictionary, it is an event causing great suffering, destruction, and distress, such as a serious accident, crime, or natural catastrophe. Now you can say what you want about tragedies, but what I see in front of me is nothing but total destruction with no meaning or purpose. just a pure form of destruction. Helgen's keep kept getting destroyed during the escape as a massive creature identified as a dragon was landing on everything to make it crumble like pieces of biscuit. Imagine being a human walking on a biscuit castle. You also breathe flames and make it rain fire. Scale the human and the biscuit castle image to a dragon and a town, then you get a perfect image of what has happened here. In the game, it looked like the ruined town can be scrapped after the dragon attack, and the people can rebuild it again, but here is my honest opinion. 5 years ago, Winterhold had more hope than this. I fear if I hit these castle walls, they will come crumbling on my head. God help me! I couldn't help but sigh and drive my flame Atronach horse into the ruined town. If the outside was a tragedy, then I have no other words to describe it, but to shut up in bewilderment. The smoke blocked the sky, and the corpses were turning black, then scattering to ashes with the wind. Helgen is not a small town. It housed almost 700 people who all live here to work, hunt, and trade with the travelers and the merchants coming from the south. It was a very thriving community with houses extending out of the fortress. I had 5 reinforced vaults, the so-called wine cellars, under this town, which are the best thing Jull could get done in the half-year period. Each one has the capacity to house 100 people for a day with all the supplies stored in. It means that almost 1/3 of the population couldn't make it in. I just hope some has survived. The World Eater must not acquire more soul than this, else he will grow stronger than what I can handle. After all, I may be supported by fate to stop him, but Alduin has his own fate as well, which makes us lethal to each other. Let's put the negative thoughts away. I have to do my part of the rescue right now. Pride works separately. I said so for my staff to activate its will and act on its own. With Pride around, I have 3 hands instead of 2. Now to the rescue. I can feel many life signals under the crumbling houses, so I need to dismantle them one by one carefully, and also must put down the fire. In my case, the best firefighters are the best arsonists, the flame Atronachs. Conjuring 10 of those obsessed dancers was an easy task. Once they were all ready and showed obedience, I commanded them to start absorbing the flames, eating Helgen, or what's left of it. The beauty of a flame Atronach is to behold, especially if it is my greater Atronachs, which are bigger and look way too majestic. They flew horizontally above the buildings on fire and started harvesting the dancing blazes like avid collectors, or the Valkyries floating above the battlefields to pick the worthy. As they took the flames, I could hear screams and wails. I could also feel on the Atronachs getting attacked, which is not something good. Atronachs are Daedra, and they're not fond of mortals, which means I had to cancel that Atronach before it reacts. Riding to the site where the attack happened, there was a healer protecting injured townsfolk and looked pretty nervous. "Halt your spells, Lightbearer. I came in peace," I called as I appeared on my flame horse Atronach. It was understandable that everyone in this town is currently traumatized by the flames. Seeing anything flame-related, especially my greater Atronachs that had some grand horns and demonic appearances, would spook them almost immediately. My appearance was surely unwelcomed, but as I jumped down from the horse Atronach, put away my black traveling cloak, and appeared to them as a normal human being in my expensive appearance, I surely look more approachable. Half your steps, fire mage. We don't want your kind close. A Nord woman raised some iron bar to my face. I almost forgot good old Skyrim's rabdophobia, fear of magic. Either way, I have to put on an act as a righteous mage, else those knuckleheads would refuse my help and chase me. Ease up, kinswoman. I have just reached Skyrim to see a beast spitting flames on your town. What manner of trickery did my eye play on me? Was it the tiredness of the travel making the smoke look like things, or is it? I spoke in a shocked tone. A dragon. It was a dragon. The healer next to the woman spoke. Shore's bones. It wasn't the mead. What is the meaning of this? No. It took off to the north. Riverwood. I turned to the north and acted concerned about Riverwood's safety to show my sincere worry. Fire mage. As I was taking a step away, the healer called. What? You look skilled. Can you heal? No. can you put down the fires and save the folks under the rubble? But, Riverwood, it's a day travel from here, and against the wings of a dragon, you will reach another tragedy. Help save this one right here, and we can only pray that the dragon nests or rests until the people go to hiding. The healer said. I had a solemn face for a while, then I nodded. You are right. Only prayers can save them, but I'll work as fast as I can get. I must reach there before tomorrow's rise. I agreed. Priestess, we can't. He's one of the mages. They burn things. The Nord woman pleaded. You Nords and your superstitions. Let the good man do some help, else these flames will suffocate us before the night. The priestess said and turned to me. Good man, please don't dally long. I get it. Stand back. I agreed and started working. I wasn't sure of it at first, but this priestess is an imperial. She is the same priestess that was giving the last rites to the Stormcloaks before execution. To think I would run into the NPC, everyone fails to remember. Anyway, it was about time I began working for real. I doubled the Atronax to 20, and the flames were being put down fast. As fast as I could, I would dismantle the rubble by telekinesis, carefully, and pick up the survivors I find by detect life. I can tell from the townsfolk gasps by my working speed was beyond what they imagined to be possible, let alone expected to see. I had a plan from the beginning, and I am used to the rescue processes since I was there during the disaster of Hammerfell a year ago. Still, it wasn't the time to be the glamorous hero. With each survivor I dug up, 2 were found dead. Children, elderly, women, men, animals. It was a massacre. Aside from the completely disintegrated corpses, I counted almost 100 corpses in the first hour. Mage, something is not right. Where are the rest of the townsfolk? The priestess asked. In hiding. They seem to have been saved by my employees. I said, Your employees? You have people with you? No. Truth is, I own some storehouses in this town. Wine and food sellers you see. The Legion trades with us. The cellar keepers must have acted on their own and carried the people to safety. Thank goodness. My tone was delighted, but the priestess looked at me doubtful. The Nords with her reacted in a similar manner, but more distrustful. Aside from the Imperial War mages, we see no other mage in Helgen, stranger. How could you have a business here when no one heard of you before? A man said, Calm down, kinsman. They seem to be safe with not much in danger, but the cellars are under that big rubble. If I move it too much, those who are under the rubble may get squeezed with violent movements. Don't be reckless when you move anything. Distrustful Nords are ticking bombs, especially with mages. My reputation as John Dare has been tarnished by those who use my identity, so I must not claim that I am John Dare first. Also, not every place in Skyrim is Winterhold. I have worked for 3 years to change the people's opinion about mages, but there was still distrust in Winterhold. Nords would trust Nord mages and healers like Alina, but not the one that summoned Deidre or shoot fire. By the second hour, I was already done with most of the fires and the rubble. In the end, I put my best efforts to clear the rubble off the entrances of the cellars and started knocking on their doors. Open up! It is over! I called. Took them a while to open, but as soon as they did, cries and wails were heard, and people were scared of the dragon to the point where they believed they would die underground. A few hours were enough to turn these cellars into a mess, but as soon as they were opened, the mess was all out. We need help here. Many injured, and the potions are not working. Isha was carrying a child that seemed to have been burnt by Alduin's direct fire. How the child survived is beyond me. Aiding the injured was hard to the point where I was performing high-level spells without resting. With the tight time in our hands, I was not even sure what to do. Truthfully, I was to leave for Riverwood, since I want to follow the path of the game's events. Obviously, the dragon headed north, so I just should warn the people to the north. Yet the situation at hand was consuming. It is not 4 hours since the dragon attacked, and there were people dying at a rapid pace. Saving them was my priority. I can tell that all those who died at Alduin's flames get their souls eaten. Alduin is no ordinary dragon, but the king of his kind. His abilities start with being incredibly powerful, almost indestructible, has the ability to eat souls, and a terrifying time manipulator. That, and the things I don't know, but what I know is to prevent any deaths caused by Alduin else's power will increase rapidly. Sovngarde is a long-term problem that can be at least toned down by stopping the war, but stopping Alduin himself needs a lot more. By the time the sun was setting, I had all the people out of the cellars. The potions and medical supplies there kept the situation from worsening, but out of townsfolk and the visitors, we reached the casualty rate of 25%, meaning that in each family of 4, 1 died. A fucking disaster. Drained as I was, I sat watching how the situation unfolds. The town was covered under a thick cloud of smoke, and their air was suffocating, but families kept looking at their broken houses and seeking their lost. I had a plan to use these people and spread the news of my arrival, but for some damn reason, I couldn't. It would be of great disrespect to keep spreading my name wherever I go as some sort of a saint. I am no saint. I knew this would happen, and if I wanted to do it better, I should have warned the people, not waited until the dragon struck, and fuck me. I truthfully felt frustrated. Nothing I was able to do more. At that time, and in this place, I made a strange decision that altered my plan for the coming campaign against dragons. It was the right thing to do. I was about to get out of Helgen, but a voice called for me. John Dare. I looked towards the voice to see a man carrying a boy on his back and looking at me as if he saw a ghost. Teralf, by Ismir, it is you. You are the mage who was saving the town. Teralf said as he approached me. In the ruined area I was sitting in, the people kept a distance from me being a mage, and all but once Teralf approached me, I was looked at by the people. I could hear my name being whispered between the people between believing and denying. After all, 2 years have passed since any news of me, the real me, went across Skyrim. I stood up to face Teralf, son of Froki, the man who was supposed to die by the grim breath of Alduin. Long time no see, Teralf. That's your son? Yes, that's my Haming. Strong boy. You two on your own? No, I'm looking for my wife, Matlara. She's around here somewhere. I just can't. There is too much smoke. John, no. Thane John, can your magic do something about this smoke? I need to find Matlara. Teralf was a good man I knew from the time being taught by Froki. I made sure he isn't killed, and he thankfully looks healed. I am drained, but I can still deal with the smoke. Fine, Teralf. Just cover your boy's ears, I said, and walked off to some broken tower of the keep. Out of my intention, I was eyed by all the people who were both curious and doubtful of the mage who is me. I couldn't help but sneer as I knew what I had for those knuckleheads. My head was clearer now. I could see a better way to solve things and make it interesting all at the same time. But from here, I'll give you guys a good show. Loch Vakor, sky, spring, summer. The holy rays of the sun bathed the wounded Helgen as each and every smoke particle glooming above the afflicted town. The Thursday that brought doom to this town was the same method that chased the darkness away. Blessed and bright, the warm divine sun opened baths of hope and woke the miserable damned. The people looked up and around to see the bright, hazy sky giving them back its blessing. What makes the Nord and Nord is the sky and the blessed breath of Kine. Once the smoke was clear, the cries of despair were now the calls of hope. Those who were torn apart from their loved ones were reunited. Those who found no hope could grasp it, and those who needed solace were condoled by the last strands of light. One man was there for Helgen when the Imperials, the Stormcloaks, and the Jarl's men ran for their miserable lives. That man was John Dare, the real John Dare, who has finally returned. Chapter 508, Bleak Fallbarrow. Big shout out to the new patrons. At Anthony Frank Mackin, C rank. At Justin Lavon Matthews, D rank. At Josh Ham, D rank. I couldn't stay in Helgen after this. The people may have looked up to me, but this is not Winterhold. I had more to go elsewhere. Send riders to the Jarl of Falkreath to ask for his aid. Spread the news of what happened here as much as you can then join me in Riverwood. We'll move to Whiterun together. That's what I told my companions to do before riding a flame hawk Atronak towards the north. The distance between Riverwood and Helgen is 1 day on a good horse, but flying on my hawk Atronak would take far less time. Hawk Atronaks are fast, and the road is not hindered by any long turns or steep falls, just a straight line. At dawn, I finally arrived at the lazy town of Riverwood, landing outside the town's wall near a trader's camp. I put on a traveling cloak and a hood and walk in the town. There, the town covered in the shadow of the Snow Throat Mountain was having an argument right a few houses after its entrance. I said I saw a dragon last night. An old woman shouted, "By the 8! What is it now, mother?" A young man replied, "It was as big as the mountain and black as night. It flew right over the barrow." "Dragons now, is it?" "Please, mother. If you keep on like this, everyone in town will think you're crazy. And I've got better things to do than listen to more of your fantasies." "You'll see. It was a dragon. It'll kill us all, and then you'll believe me." The conversation sounded very familiar, but I didn't really think I would hear it. As far as I can tell, this conversation gets triggered when the player enters Riverwood for the first time. Could it be that my existence triggers those conversations the same as in the game? I knew those two people. The young man is the bard Sven, and the woman is his mother. "Greetings," I spoke as I approached the two. "What is it, stranger?" Sven replied. "By the gods! Yesterday dragons, and now giants." Sven's mother looked at me as if I am some sort of a freak. "Good eyes." "Mother," Sven turned to the woman, then to me. "Excuse her, she is a bit moody this morning." "It's all right. I just wanted to ask the specific direction where that dragon flew." I said, "The dragon? It is just my mother's. You don't have to concern yourself." "Young man, don't you know? A dragon has attacked Helgen." "What? You heard me. The town was burned to the ground. I thought the Imperial soldiers ran this way." "Woman, where did that dragon fly to?" "Mara's mercy. It flew that way," the woman said as she pointed to the west. "Thank you. I wasn't sure where Alduin went exactly, but there was something I'm sure of. He is now off to resurrect the other dragons, which makes him a pain to my ass. There is a certain item that carries a map to all the dragon tombs which I need to secure. It has many uses later on." As I was walking away, Sven called for me. "Wait, kinsman. If what you said is true, and maybe my mother isn't that crazy, then you best tell the Jarl in Whiterun. He needs to know about this and help secure Riverwood." He said, "I know. Just point me to this town's inn, and you better spread the word. I'll head out to Whiterun after I catch some sleep." I had to stay in Riverwood until my team arrives, but I also had something to do, and that is to visit the most famous dungeon of all times, Bleak Falls Barrow. Why is this the most famous dungeon of all time? Just ask every Skyrim player how many times did they have to go through this particular dungeon. They should already know it like the backs of their hands. Aside from my planned adventure there, I had to make the news go viral about Helgen, and thankfully, the sleeping giant, it was a good place to start as I paid the bard, booked a room, and stayed pretended to be resting while in fact, I went out of town by teleporting. Bleak Falls Barrow was up ahead, and all I needed to do was to climb a mountain, stumble upon some pack of hungry wolves, then reach an abandoned ancient tower with bandits taking refuge in. The bandits were an interesting bunch, as I saved one of them for questioning to learn that most of the people here are deserters from the Civil War. It explains why the number of bandits has gone up 10 times as much from what it was before the war. It also explains why there were so many bandits in the game, literally wherever the player goes. As the Thane of Winterhold, I had a policy about bandits during the time of peace, and that was to brutally execute them. With the war going on, I am now less convinced about it. I had to ask the bandit what the Jarl's men would do when they catch him, and his answer was a slow death, so I gave him a swift one. Following that was a few turns on the mountain road, then my arrival to Bleak Falls. Unlike the game, it doesn't really snow that in summer, but it may happen occasionally. It just won't stick around. As soon as I started ascending the mountain, it started to show some signs of snow, and barely got any as soon as I was up. Outside the old barrow, A band of dozen bandits was patrolling the area outside, as it seemed that they have just arrived recently. I wanted to take them down quietly, so I cast Bound Bow and aimed my spectral bow forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they were all within the range of my passive detection, I ended up dispatching them with an arrow each. It seems my archery became very rusty from the last time I used it. At least this will serve as a good practice. The Barrow's gates were huge and breathtaking, which could only describe the greatness of the ancient Nords who carved these temples into the mountains, just like the dwarves, and created this well-made gate that lasted for centuries. Bleak Falls Barrow was constructed before the First Era during the prehistoric Merethic era. This was one of the dragon cult's great temples. During the Merethic era, the Nords and the Atmarans worshipped the totem guardians, including the dragon, and each totem had its cult. But the most distinguished cult of them all, and the one that rules over the Nords, was the infamous dragon cult. The cult, as its name implies, worshipped the dragons as deity kings, with Alduin being the top dog. With their increasing influence, the dragon cultists became as tyrant as their masters and started abusing their positions until the rest of the Nords were fed up with it, and the Dragon War started. The Dragon War was almost hopeless, as it was a meager resistance and a weak rebellion, but soon, the divines intervened, and Kyne started giving her blessings to the Nords. The most important one was the gift of the voice, the Thursday. Parthernax the dragon and Kyne the divine mother of Nords taught the Nords how to shout like dragons, and the forces of humanity started having legions of voice masters instead of mages. By the end, the dragons were vanquished and Alduin was thrown forward in time to this age. The dragon cult and its priests were forced to go in hiding in their secure temples as they fed poison to each other and preferred to live for eternity as Draugrs. Bleak Falls Barrow is one of the Draugr-infested temples that once belonged to the dragon cult. There, an ancient champion of the dragon cult was buried, and with him, he holds the Dragonstone, the map to all the dead dragons that were sealed by the Nords during the Dragon War. History lesson aside, I was already advancing through Bleak Falls Temple silently, putting an arrow into each bandit I see. Still, with the nerd living within me, I couldn't help but start collecting some samples from wherever I go. There were old pots and ancient items lying around that means a lot to any archaeologist. Simply having bandits throwing those things and breaking them around made me question my own reasoning of dispatching them mercifully. It was about a damn time until I heard some bandit calling for help. They're roped by spiderwebs. A dark elf was trapped in the trap of his life. Guarding him was a giant frostbite spider that can cause nightmares just by its appearance. Help! Help! Get it away from me! Get it away! That must be Arvel the Swift, a thief and a bandit. Dispatching the frostbite spider was easy, so I got closer to the trapped dark elf. You did it. You killed it. Now cut me down before anything else shows up. What got you into this mess? I asked. Just get me down, friend. I'm a treasure hunter. I was just exploring this barrow. Exploring? So the ones I killed out there were not bandits? My question left the man silent for a second before he collected his thoughts and smiled. Those people? No. They were after me and the treasure. You killed them? Now that's good news. I don't have to share the treasure with any of those bandits now. It is all ours, friend. Intriguing. Just me down, and I'll show you. You won't believe the power the Nords have hidden there. I tried to get anything useful from this bandit, but sadly, his backstory was as shallow as it can get. Probably a treasure seeker who ended up a bandit because of bad luck, or a thief who was forced to a career change. These kinds are quite common. Arvel the Swift, as he was known, stole a key called the Golden Claw, one of many similar keys shaped into the claws of dragons that can unlock certain gates. The Golden Claw works on a certain gate in Bleak Falls Barrow. He had that key on him once he came to this crypt and got captured by the spider with it. As soon as I cut the webs holding him, he'll just... Thank you, friend, but I'm too swift for you to catch. He'll just run away. I knew he would. Nefertiti, I called for my most trusted companion, and in less than 1 second, The man running from me in the ruins met the most goosebumpy accident a mortal can have. It was as if the poor bastard was run over by a truck. All his limbs were facing the wrong directions. "That's overkill, little missy," I said. Nefertiti was there, standing over the corpse, licking her paws. I picked her up and searched the body for the golden claw and a journal. "I'll be needing both of them." "Homan, the dragon was scary," Nefertiti said. "Yes, dragons are supposed to be scary." "No, that one was scarier." Nefertiti transformed from her cat form to the human form. "It is supposed to be the scariest one ever." "But girl, you and I have been through worse, haven't we?" "Yes, it was scary and too dark. Now imagine something too dark for even you." "I'm glad I'm not crazy." "I am not crazy, right?" "Homan, you are talking to a cat. You are perfectly sane." "Oh, little one, this is so harmonious." After her teenage rebellious phase was over, Nefertiti returned as cute and supportive as ever. Can't say how much I'm happy. This Homan cat moment gave me enough boost to charge through the dungeon in one go. I was so hyped to the point where I reached the last chamber in a couple of hours. The dungeon is small, but in reality, it takes days to go through it carefully. The last chamber can only be unlocked by the golden claw, and John could decipher the door's puzzle in a few seconds. There, a large cavern chamber awaited me, with an amazing scene of a majestic ancient sarcophagus in front of a word wall. I could hear the humming coming from the word wall as I walked towards it, and as I got closer, I had an enlightenment on the dragon word fuss, meaning force. I use that word a lot, but this gave me more understanding of the word fuss and the concept of the force. The word wall said, "Head OK, FAL OK, de masar dignity, RKAN FUS DUNITHD, Rajuel RK Volum." It means, "Here lies the guardian, keeper of Dragonstone, and a force of unending rage and darkness." Crack, crack. As I was trying to focus on the knowledge I just absorbed from the word wall, the sarcophagus started to make sounds from inside. It seems that its resident has finally woken up. This is supposedly the master of Bleak Falls Temple and the champion of the dragon's cult who holds the map of the dragon's burial locations. Without much thinking, I charged toward the sarcophagus and kicked its lead away. "Motherfucker, first time I played the game, you gave me quite the heating when you fuss-rodad my ass across this chamber. Now, it is payback. I didn't let this motherfucker Drog or Death Lord stand up. I rode it and started giving him my best punches. The bastard was so resilient that it almost retaliated a couple of times, but he was ultimately beaten till his bones cracked. Victory for me. I've beaten the Guardian, took its ice-enchanted axe, and found a heavy stone tablet hidden beneath him. This was the Dragonstone, the most prized item of the long-perished dragon cult. It is very necessary for me personally, and I'm planning on keeping it. It had a dragon script on it saying, Het Nakian Drog Ire Sulake Se Alduin Vok. It means, "Here lie our fallen lords until power of Alduin revives." Those dragon-worshipping bastards kept note of all the fallen dragons until during the Dragon Wars. By looking at the other side of the map, one can see a rough map of Skyrim with over 22 marked locations of Alduin's top lieutenants. This will take some time to pinpoint on a real-life map. With that, I finished Bleak Falls Barrow for the last time ever. Thankfully, no one gets to come to this nasty place ever again. I will come later to know that my wish wasn't fulfilled, but that's another story for another time. Right now, it's time to head to Riverwood. I can barely count the hours before reaching Whiterun. P4 Tray 0N. Pat times Rayon. com/Eldokmizi. Remove times. YouTube. YouTube.com/channel/UCR. 7RT. 7 NWOJRA 0 S7 CJFRJDW. Discord. GG/GKCKVA7. Instagram @Don_Dokmisi. Twitter @Eldokmizi22. Chapter 509, Dragon Rising 1. One of the most beautiful places in Skyrim is undoubtedly Riverwood. The town was designed to be the player's first step into the Nordic civilization, and it delivers a fair level of natural beauty and passive immersion. In reality, this is not much different. Riverwood's main specialties are lumber, furs, meat, and serves as a traveling stop. This all makes the town pretty important on the map to all the caravans coming from the south to Whiterun. On the other hand, the woods around Riverwood are mostly safe and surprisingly very beautiful and green during summer. It is warm, breezy, quiet, tranquil, and refreshing. There, John was lying on the green grass with a girl on his side, and of course, the first question was which girl? To answer this question, it starts with John returning back to Riverwood. He used a couple of gold ingots to replicate the golden claw, as the original has some magical properties to it. John went to the general trader of Riverwood with it, and told him about coming across some bandits that had this thing on them. Lucan the trader was actually the original owner of the golden claw, but as a simple citizen, he couldn't recognize the difference between the magical item and the replica, thus John was okay. Now to the answer that is already very obvious. The girl who slept with John was Camilla, Lucan's sister, also famed as Camilla the Hoe. The deal with Camilla was like this. She's a town girl that looks decent enough for the young men in the town to fight over her, especially the Nord Bard Sven and the Wood Elf Hunter Fendel. Camilla was acting all spoiled now that all the young men were head over heels for her, and she took it for granted playing the two young men. When John returned to Riverwood, he accepted a request from Sven to deliver a fake letter to Camilla and say it is from Fendel. Of course, it didn't go well for Sven when John told Camilla about the truth of the letter. John didn't stop there. He proved that Fendel had something to do with a robbery in Lucan's shop, causing the Golden Claw to get stolen by Arvel the Swift. Fendel seemed to have sold information about the claw for some coins. This made the second guy fall from favor as well. With both Sven and Fendel out of the picture, John could be considered the savior of the general store and could easily woo its poster girl. Didn't take him a couple of drinks to take her to his room in the inn and make love to her all night. When they were about to get noisy, they decided to sneak into the forest and continue their energetic fornication till dawn. You did it again, didn't you? Isha stood above John's head, waking him up with the shaft of her spear. Sometimes the supply can't satisfy the demand. Basic commerce. John replied without opening his eyes. Are you serious? You know I need more Inuic energy than usual, especially with my level going higher. I remember you saying the same thing about doing it with those Altmare girls in Somerset. Altmare girls are strong and abundant with Inuic energy. Things are getting tougher now, you know. John's hedonistic behavior always gets to be an all-time high, especially when he wants to increase his level. He usually doesn't have material resources to raise his level, so he relies on sexual intercourse to gain vital Inuic energy. The Inuic energy is feminine, so the females of all races possess a high amount of it in their bodies. John harvests that energy through sexual intercourse to refine his podomic energy, yang, with it. John's podomic energy is wild and very vigorous, so his demand is always hard to satisfy. The Altmare girls in Somerset were all talented mages, and they were a good fit for him to have as much energy as he wanted, but now that he is back in Skyrim, he has fewer resources. The fact that you consider girls as resources is Isha's spoken criticism. Whoa there, Miss Feminist. I've never said anything like that. Whoever I sleep with, I compensate with Inuic energy. Haven't you seen that girl who was taken as an apprentice by some big-shot mage after spending 3 nights with me? You seriously are just a big trash of a human being. I'll make sure that your wife knows. Goodness gracious. John was terrified of Alina's reaction to his hedonism, as she was never happy about it, and would always nag oblivion out of him. She must have known that John can't possibly pass 2 years away from home without having some affair, but if she found out about the 1-year fornication act he did, she'll rip him apart and feed him to that griffin he hates, or at least that's how she warns him. Let's just try to be peaceful now. How were things on Helgen's front? John diverted the subject. Isha took a deep breath before massaging her temples with annoyance. Don't get me started. You made us watch a fucking dragon while trying to save everyone in that town, while it was burning to the ground. I am traumatized. I don't want to be rude, but I wasn't checking on you. Bastard. Isha whacked with the spear's shaft on his head. How are you acting so calm after seeing all that with the dragon? Seeing Isha almost losing her cool, John closed his eyes and stood up while covering up his waist. I'm not. And we'll do something about the dragons. Hold up. Dragons? Pretty much a horde of them. Isha stared at him as he was putting on some common clothing and an old iron cuirass. Why are you wearing such things? She asked. A change of plans. I will keep my identity hidden a bit longer. He replied. What's the purpose? Things will be less complicated this way. John seemed confident about a certain idea that came to him during the rescue of Helgen and started to act based on it. He made sure that his face is well hidden rather than altered by lust and made a very overall unremarkable appearance. Take that girl to her house, John said as he pointed at Camilla. Oh, just drop her wrapped in some sheets at the door. John's mischievous request was met by a disdainful look on Isha's face as she dejectedly agreed to take Camilla away. She can do it unseen, but it is Camilla who will be in a bad position with John screwing her after he screwed her. I wasn't planning on waiting more than this in Riverwood. I got the Dragonstone and the Golden Claw. I made sure that all Riverwood heard about the dragon attack, and that was all for me. Next stop, Whiterun. Taking the road to the north through the woodlands would almost take a couple of days by traveling on the main road to reach Whiterun, but I'm not the main road kind of guy. I had to reach Whiterun fast through the sky, and it took me a few hours to see the big city in the bright heart of Skyrim. Gladly. It is still summer, and the place looked as beautiful as it could get around this area. I had to tread carefully from this point onwards, so I landed near Honningbrew Meadery and took the main road to Whiterun from there. The reason I haven't teleported anywhere so far was to not trigger any encounter I wished to avoid and to make sure the flow of events go according to plan. I also wanted to confirm my doubt about something, and lo and behold, I was right. Grah! Stomp! Hit him, Rhea! Don't be scared. Ha! Swoosh! It was exactly how I imagined it. 3 people fighting a giant. Rhea, Farkas, and none other than someone I really appreciate seeing again, Ela. The 3 are companions. Ela and Farkas are senior members from the Circle, and Rhea is a greenhorn, or as they like to call it, a whelp. From what I can tell, this is Rhea's initiation mission, as she is doing most of the fighting while the other 2 are just standing there as support. It is a common scene at the beginning of the game, but that is what I was looking for. There is a big meaning to this encounter that also happens in the game. Somehow, each unique encounter from the game happens as soon as I pass to where it is triggered in reality. It didn't happen yesterday or the day after it. It won't happen tomorrow either. It happens around me when I pass by. This is not just some randomness or a coincidence. This is the power of fate. Many things happen in certain sequences and must follow a pattern of events, defying that won't yield a good result, as for example, what I did with the Azura's Star, causing it to become the Black Star, which resulted for Azura's soul fragment to be acquired by Manamarco, who scrapped it from the Sea of Oblivion, and all resulted into me going on the 7 Daedric labors for Azura, which took me all around Tamriel. Respite the gains I had, I learned a precious lesson on not to mess with fate. There is always a time for everything, and all my actions so far have severely affected the future. That's why I have to be ready for all oddities. I don't believe the game events will keep popping up the same way they used to be. While I was thinking, the battle between the 3 companions and the giant was about to unfold, but it seemed that the giant became fearful and decided to retreat. After him, he's going towards the road, Farkas shouted. The 3 started chasing hastily, as it seemed there were a few carriages passing on the road. The people panicked at the sight of the giant, but strangely, the closest one to help was me. I would hate to harm a giant, as the clan rules forbade it, but I don't have much of a choice here if the giant himself has gone mad. The shabby sword I had was unsheathed as I leaped in the air towards the giant's head. He saw me coming and swung his club at me. Careful! Rhea and Farkas shouted, trying to stop me, but they were out of reach. The moment the giant's club was about to hit me was the same moment when I showed off with my acrobatics and twisted my body mid-air, avoiding it. As I landed on the other side of the giant, I was directly face to face with Ela. Drop! The giant fell on its knees, then crumbled like a falling building. Those who could see his face saw my shabby sword piercing through his skull deep to the brain. He died before he could realize it. I, of course, didn't look back, as cool guys never do. Still, my cool act was instantly seen through by Ela when I saw her nose twitching. This woman, she recognized me by the smell again. Jay! I had to wink lightly and signal her to stop talking. She was surprised to see me, but as a level-headed person, she controlled her shock immediately. Ela, you know this man? On the other hand, the one who could detect the strangeness of her sudden silence was Farkas. No, she replied and turned to me with a calm look. You handle yourself well. You could make for a decent shield brother. Seriously? The scripted reaction? A shield brother? I had to try a scripted reply to see how she replies. An outsider? Never heard of the Companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor, and we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough. Damn, that's scripted as well. Fine, let's go unscripted for now. Coins, fighting, and sisters? Where do I sign up? I said. Huh, spoken like true Nord. It was then when Farkas butted in. Your skill looks decent. What do you think, Ela? He's good. Whether he joins or not, it is up to Kodlak. Ela said with a natural look on her face. At least this reply wasn't anticipated. Thank you. I'll make sure to pass by. I said so, and recovered the shabby sword, then walked towards Whitron. It was a refreshing set of events to see how the game scripts change with a small reply. Things may be interesting from now on. Anyway, as I was taking the road up the city, I started hearing conversations between the caravanners who were not allowed to enter. The word dragon was heard a lot. Halt! Cities closed with the dragons about. Official business only. And here's everyone's favorite, Wyvern's Guard. I came bearing news from Helgen. I spoke. Gods! Helgen, head to Dragon's Reach immediately. The Jarl will want to speak with you. John was allowed inside Whitron right away. The news about Helgen spread faster than what he anticipated, as Alduin was sighted around Skyrim in various places by the following couple of days. From what John could tell, Alduin has started resurrecting the other dragons already. As he went to Dragon's Reach Palace to inform the Jarl of Whitron about the dragon that flew in his hold, others were on the move. Sister, I'm hungry. Be quiet. I can't. I'm hungry and bored. Ela will come later with food. By the time being, shut up. I need to focus. No, you don't. Your powers don't work on him anyway, so there is no point in trying to pick his location. I said, shut up. Alina furiously swung her staff and Jeliner's head. Ouch! The two were sitting in a small house in Whitron. Despite it being old, the wealth of Winterhold's richest transformed breeze home. From the shabby house, it was to a small, luxurious house. The two first ladies of Winterhold were lazing around for a week in this place, and the reason was oblivious to them. Half a year ago, John requested them to buy this place and be there before the 17th of last seed for E201. Just yesterday, a strange piece of news swept over the city about a dragon appearing in Helgen. It was too unbelievable for Alina, who started meditating right away to divine what happened in Helgen. Most of her visions were hazy and unclear. No matter what she did, it was impossible to track down a dragon using divination. Dragons are fragments of the AKA, the time. Space and time are the magical archetypes that control detection and divination respectively. Detection is to gather information through space, while divination is to gather information through time. Being made of time, the dragons were immune to divination the same way John was. This was something new to Alina, who was called Crimson Moon for her seer ability. She knew that John was immune for some absurd reasons, but never thought it would be related to dragons. She suspected but overlooked. Now that both the mysterious dragon and John were out of her reach, the very capable Alina was feeling powerless in the face of those absurdities. The reason why she was stern to Jellinar and locked herself in Bree's home the entire day. The reason why she kept Jellinar close by was that there was no way to predict what Jell would do if she was left on her own. On the other hand, the third person who came with them from Winterhold was busy gathering information through the company's network. "Sister-in-law, I'm back," Wolfer called. Speaking of the devil, Alina walked down the stairs from the top floor to see him. He seemed to have changed a bit since 6 months ago, growing a full beard and long hair. "Wolfer, any news?" she asked. "More sightings of the dragon around the hold. Battleborn will keep us updated," he replied. "All right. I'll go back to my business. Inform me first thing if there is anything new," she said, and turned around to go up and continue what she was doing. Meanwhile, Jellinar snuck down and signaled to Wolfer about Alina going crazy. Alina glanced at Jellinar with a glare, and the latter ran away immediately. "Sister-in-law," Wolfer called for Alina. "Yes, I saw Ela on the way back. We can drop by at Jorvasker to dine with the companions for the night. Let's go." Wolfer invited Alina to leave the house for a while. "Thanks, but I'm busy," she said. Yes, I'm starving." Jellinar dangled her head from the upper floor. "Come on, sister-in-law. You haven't eaten a thing since yesterday. Maybe your divination doesn't work on an empty stomach," Wolfer said. "It doesn't work, Lee." "Yes. Hungry people don't function well." Alina was retorting, but Jell cut her. "Come on, just take an hour to rest your eyes. They are clearly red," Wolfer said. Alina looked at him unamused. "My eyes are naturally red," she said. Seeing how the two were looking at her, Alina sighed and gave up at the end. "I guess I'll do it, but only for an hour." "Yay! Meet." Jellinar came down from the ceiling and started jumping around Alina happily. The three people, who were John's original battle party, were heading out together to get some food in Whiterun. At the same time, another 3 figures entered Whiterun by the special tokens from the Dare Dragon Company. "Sister, I'm hungry." "MHM, don't just nod to me. We are twins all right, but I don't get what you are nodding at." "I understand, you're hungry. Then do something about it." "I'm hungry and tired." "MHM." Mirren and Miranda walked into Whiterun under the hating gazes of the Nords at the 2 high elves who didn't hide their identities one bit. "Guys, these tokens are super awesome." The guards saw them and almost choked from the shock. On the other hand, Isha spoke whole, pointing at the Dare Dragon Golden token John gave her. "John has a large influence in Skyrim. Saying his name makes strange things tend to happen." Mirren replied. "We can't cause problems, though." Miranda said. "You are right. It seems like a source of fear rather than a source of power." John said it many times, didn't he? Isha thought. "Can we eat now?" Mirren asked impatiently. "All right. I don't know about this town, but the famous Jorvasker stands here. If we go to that girl Ela, she can treat us something." Isha said. Isha and the other 2 were familiar with Ela. After all, she was there in Hammerfell during the last labor when John fought Manamarco. "You think the companions will treat us well?" Mirren asked, pointing to the fact that he and his sister are elves who are not popular among the companions. "Don't worry, love. I'll protect you from anything," Isha said as she winked to him. "Also, with my position as the Spear Battlelord of the Citadel of Ebonarm, will guarantee the friendship with the companions, so keep close to me." "All right, MHM." Mirren and Miranda followed Isha in the city, while Alina led Wolfer and Jellinar towards Jorvasker as well. None would have anticipated the clash between John's old party and his new party, a clash that will create the most terrifying war squad ever. P4 Tray 0N. Pat times Rayon. com/Eldokmizi. Remove times. YouTube. YouTube.com/channel/UCR 7RT7NWOJIRA 0S7CJFRJDW. Discord. GG/GKCKVA7. Instagram @Don_Dokmisi. Twitter @Eldokmizi22. Chapter 510, Dragon Rising 2. As I approached Dragon's Reach Palace, I made sure that I don't look like myself, so I made my hair a bit blonder and my face less recognizable. A bit of an ordinary face on an ordinary height. The reason why I had to go through all that disguise was to achieve a certain goal in the long run. Supposedly, the fate I know unfolds the way I expect. With this and that out of the way, I stood at the gate of Dragon's Reach that was surprisingly lightly guarded. I would tell whoever tries to stop me that I am a messenger from Riverwood until I was led in the Jarl's Hall. The place was as large as I remembered, high ceilings and wooden pillars in a carefully lit environment, and at its end, the important figures of Whiterun were in a deep discussion about the matter of a dragon sighting. My appearance caused the inner palace guard to be tense, and I was approached by the Jarl's personal bodyguard, Housecarl Irileth, who was pointing her sword at me. Irileth is a Dunmare, and I remember her from my 5th labor when I was told to steal the ebony blade with the assistance of the Morag Tong cell hidden in Whiterun. That day, Irileth was revealed to be a former Morag Tong assassin who betrayed the Tong after being tasked to be the keeper of the ebony blade. At some point in the past, she was saved from the blade's influence by Jarl Balgruuf on one of his travels, and the blade was sealed in his palace. The Morag Tong cell that assisted me was annihilated by Irileth, and I got away without breaking a sweat. Actually, I used the Morag Tong cell as a decoy, and didn't want to be bothered by them. Back to reality. Irileth was facing me with a stern face. What's the meaning of this interruption? Jarl Balgruuf is not receiving visitors. She said. I came from Helgen. A dragon destroyed it, I replied. You know about Helgen? The Jarl will want to speak to you personally. Approach. Irileth let my pass along the central fireplace, and I was surrounded by guards from all corners. It seemed a bit different from the game, but I didn't pay it much attention. Irileth whispered something to the Jarl, and he directly looked at me. So, you were at Helgen? You saw this dragon with your own eyes? He asked with a worried face. Surrounding the Jarl were his close aides, the representatives of the clans of Whiterun, and some known warriors. All of these men became dead silent when the Jarl spoke about me witnessing a dragon. Yes, Jarl Balgruuf. I gave a short reply on purpose. Tell us what happened then. Don't miss anything. He demanded impatiently. All right. It all starts when I was going to Helgen to meet an employer who wanted me to recover an artifact from an ancient barrow. The man was supposed to arrive a day earlier, but he got late, so I went on the road to try and see traces of him, only to get captured by Imperial soldiers south to Helgen. I started with an important part of the background story I was working on. I'm not interested in all that. Tell me about the dragon, and don't waste my time. Jarl Balgruuf shouted at me impatiently. Excuse me, Jarl Balgruuf, but this is related. You see, I wasn't captured alone. I actually walked into a trap that was made to capture Jarl Ulfric's Stormcloak. I made this one point clear. Jarl Balgruuf's face became serious all of a sudden, and the men around became noisy. Ulfric's name brings a lot of trouble just by mentioning it these days. Silence. Jarl Balgruuf shouted. I should have guessed Ulfric would be mixed up in this. Keep going. Jarl Ulfric and I were taken prisoners and shipped to Helgen for execution. Right before the death sentence, and as the headsman's axe started swinging, a flying large beast appeared above Helgen like the wrath of God. It was all black, and as it spread its wings, it covered the sky and blocked the sun. Then with a strange voice coming from that beast, the sky began burning and rained fire on our heads. I've got to say, my elaborate words made them men go pale. I wasn't lying or anything, but the way I put it and the voice I spoke and gave those men a chill in their bones. Last thing I saw was the dragon flying towards Riverwood. The town there is safe, but witnesses claim the dragon went further to the north. I finished my detailed report and threw the ball into Balgruuf's side. Depending on how I turn my words, things will unfold in many different ways that I can't help but wonder how they will be. By Ismir, Irileth was right. The Jarl stood off his seat, and all cleared the way for him as he walked to brood over the flames of the large central fireplace of his hall. We need to secure the hold, my Jarl. Irileth spoke. We can't start any big moves at the moment, my Jarl. This will pester the Imperial Legion. Proventus, the Jarl's steward, said. What do you think we should do then? Wait until the dragon sweeps us all? Irileth shouted at Proventus. We should act carefully. Rushing out for a dragon hunt is not justifiable to others. Proventus replied. You Imperial fool. Things won't matter either way when the dragon descends on our heads. Vigner Greymane butted in. I think we should take action and inform the Imperials. Pacifying them is easy, as the dragon seems to be willing to show itself either way. Alfred Battleborn said his opinion as well. This was a typical argument in Wyderen's court, the busiest court in Skyrim. Even the Blue Palace of Solitude didn't get half of this drama when High King Torrig was still alive. Jarl Balgruuf was known to be a patient but firm man, thus he could deal with this court of his, but with the war at his doorstep and the dragon on his roof, the Jarl was easily agitated. Oblivion takes you all. I'll not stand idly by while a dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. He shouted. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once. Yes, my Jarl. Irileth nodded and went off right away. We should not. Proventus wanted to retort, but Jarl Balgruuf cut him. Enough! All of you are dismissed. The Jarl's voice made everyone in this place move like rats. His housecarl was loyal to his call, but his steward was bought by the Imperials. He had to make a balance between his will and the interests of his allies. Adventure await! The Jarl called for me as he dismissed the others. I stood in my place as he returned to his seat. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Wytren a service, and I won't forget it. He said and continued. Here, take this as a reward. In the game, he gives pieces of enchanted gear, but in reality, and just like any other, he tossed purses of gold. Thank you, Jarl Balgruuf. There's another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular adventuring career, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He has been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons. He stood up and signaled me to follow. At long last, I get to continue doing this blasted quest. Thankfully, I am ready, but the moment I go down this path after him, everything will start happening. I wasn't scared, actually I was excited. Very well, I'll introduce you to Farengar. He can be a bit difficult. Mages, you know, he's probably puttering around in his lab, day and night. I'm not sure he ever sleeps. Following the man in his castle, the Jarl walked to a room beside the hall that seemed like an artistic mix of a lab and an office with everything arcane decorating it. Farengar's place looked better than the game and reminded me of my workplace. Books and ingredients scattered everywhere with magic felt in the air. Amidst all that was a robed man covering his head with a large hood and looking through a reading monocle at a book. Farengar's secret fire, also known as the Nerd. Farengar, think I've found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details. The Jarl said, introducing me to Farengar. Farengar scanned me with his eyes. I could feel him trying to detect anything, but I made sure that he can't see through me. Interesting, the man said. Well, I'm sure you two will get along famously. The Jarl said, more importantly, your work is a priority now. Anything we can use to fight this dragon or dragons. We need it quickly, before it's too late. Of course, Jarl Balgruuf, you seem to have found me an able assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful. Farengar said, succeed at this, and you'll be rewarded. Wytren will be in your debt. The Jarl said, thank you, Jarl Balgruuf. All right, what is that project I'll be helping in, Master Farengar? I asked. Ichem? A project. Oh yes, let me see. Farengar started to ramble through a pile of books while the Jarl and I were watching this absolute mess. Here it is. Farengar extracted an old book and opened it. I want you to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there. I see. My last job was actually similar to this. Funny, I said. Good, nothing difficult for you then. I learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragonstone, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself, Farengar said. And from there, things will start to unfold my way. Bleak Falls Barrow? The Dragonstone? I'm afraid this is nothing so simple, I said, making a serious face. And why is that? The Jarl asked in a demanding voice. Oh, I mean no disrespect, of course. The thing is, I've already delved into the said crypt and fetched the said stone. This was the job I spoke of, Jarl Balgruuf. I was delivering it when I got captured. I said. What? The Jarl was shocked. Do you still have it? I do. By his smear. What are you waiting for then? The Jarl urged me to bring it out. All right, but Jarl Balgruuf, the employer I spoke of, has already paid me for it. I can only lend it to Master Balgruuf here. I mustn't part with it. I said. Ugh, you needn't worry. I'll double whatever you have been paid for it. He said. It is not a matter of money, my Jarl, isn't it? Then is it honor among mercenaries? He asked indifferently. Neither. It is the employer himself. I mean no disrespect, but that man is not someone I can cross. He is dangerous, I said, making up a fearful tone. More dangerous than a Jarl in his own castles? The Jarl said, I beg your pardon, my Jarl, but I wish to avoid both the headsman and pestering that man. I made my stance clear. Who is that man? This question would mostly come from the Jarl, but he wasn't the one asking. Rather, it was a woman's voice coming further from Farengar's quarters. Who's there? The Jarl shouted. It's okay, Jarl Balgruuf. It's just an associate researcher, Farengar said as he pointed towards the inner study of his lab. From there stepped out a woman covering herself under a hood and a cloak. It's about time she showed herself. Umph. An associate, you say? The Jarl rechecked. Yes, she was the one who pointed me towards the Dragonstone. Farengar confessed. All right. The Jarl seemed to have accepted the answer. On the other hand, I was looking at that woman as I already know her identity. She is Delphine, someone I don't want to associate myself with at all. Basically, this is the most stupid person in the whole game. The reason why I picked the Dragonstone in advance was to avoid her, but I detected her as soon as I entered the lab. So, who was that employer you spoke of? The Jarl asked the question. I don't know him by the name, but he is someone terribly powerful. I met him in north of Cyrodiil at Bruma, and he gave me some jobs. The last was to bring him the stone tablet. He is a Nord but taller than an Altmare, red-haired and blue-eyed with a loud voice and brash attitude, but he is a mage from what I know. That's all I know of him. I said, wait, red-haired, taller than an Altmare, and a mage? The Jarl stopped me to think. I don't think. Hey, was there anything else you noticed about him? The Jarl fell in my trap. This is what I was aiming for from the beginning. He cracks a lot of cats and dragons jokes to the point where it is annoying sometimes. Oh, and he carries a black cat with him. Talos! The Jarl shouted in surprise, but muffled his voice in a second. He almost lost control of his mouth and recited the name of Talos, the outlawed deity. As a Jarl associated with the Empire, he had to get more careful, but hearing my description made him lose it for a second. He soon recovered and made sure that only the people in this room heard him. Ahem! You said you know that man? He is your employer? Gods! Jarl Balgruuf, who is that man? Farengar asked in surprise, not expecting the level-headed Jarl to lose control like this. Someone I don't want to offend. He is friendly to Whiterun, and I wish it stays that way. The Jarl said, if this madman has returned, Skyrim will be way noisier than it is now. Gods! I think it is about time he returns anyway. Oh! I'm heartbroken knowing that he thinks of me that way. Fine. Then please lend us the Dragonstone. As soon as my mage here reads it, it will return to you right away. The Jarl changed his attitude when he spoke to me. All right. I unfastened the bag that was tied on my back and put it on Farengar's desk. You had that large stone on you all the time? Farengar asked. It is nothing heavy, I said. Actually, it is damn heavy for a normal person. The stone itself is quite big. Jarl Balgruuf, we really can't afford to lose this tablet. Whoever that employer is should give it for the sake of fighting the dragons. At that time, Farengar's associate, aka Delphine, spoke. I don't think that's up to you. I fund your research and return this stone to his owner. Nothing more than that. The Jarl refused. My Jarl, don't you think the timing is strange? Someone trying to take the stone one day before the dragon attacks Helgen? She asked. Enough. This man is not to be trifled with, all right, but he is trustworthy. If he knows something about dragons, he will show up when the time is right. Delphine retreated in front of the authority of Jarl Balgruuf. Still, his cold gaze was directed to the dragonstone on Farengar's office. She was none of my concern now. All pieces were already in place, and all I have to do is wait. Very well. You have finished your job before it has even begun, Good, good. I'll see that you are rewarded and deliver our best regards to your employer. The Jarl spoke to me. Understood. I nodded. My goal was finally achieved. I now have created the illusion I was after. Still, before anyone could say more, Irileth ran into Farengar's lab. My Jarl, Farengar, a dragon has been sighted nearby, and so it begins. 10 minutes earlier, Alina led Jelinar and Wulfur in Whiterun towards Jorvaskr through the Wind District. Isha led Mirin and Miranda in Whiterun towards Jorvaskr through the Plains District. Alina walked by the Temple of Kinnereth and paid respect for the elder priestesses and the Gildergreen tree, while Isha browsed the stalls in the market, then headed up through the large stairway towards the Gildergreen Square. Up there, the two parties were moving almost at the same time towards the stairway leading to Jorvaskr, when they all stopped looking at one another. Strong people could easily distinguish themselves apart from the crowd, and the 6 of them were a terrifying monster each. Alina's red glare and dress, with the crown of Firekeeper on her head, and the vial covering her face were distinguishing her as a woman of power and nobility. Jelinar's dark armor and traceless presence made her feel like she would disappear if the eyes were to miss her. The eyes of mismatched color violet and golden were the 2 themed colors of the shivering towns of madness, dementia, and mania. Wulfur was large and towering as John, but his black hair and eyes gave him a calm presence along with a righteous and lawful air around him. Still, his power felt like a towering mountain or an unbeatable Hulk. On the other hand, Isha's air was sharp and lethal like the warrior who has been through hell, as she was. Refined and straight like a spear, Isha was the unrelenting striker. Mirin was becoming more recognizable than his twin sister as he grew a light beard and started working on his muscles with the new war tattoos he got from Beth. Tricky and unpredictable, the Altmere young man stood proud but behind Isha. Alienating herself from any troublesome situation, Miranda looked away and covered her head with a hood, but behind the front of "Don't involve me" was the continuation of "or else." She was standing idly without any opening, watching all, observing all, reading all. The 2 groups took interest in one another, but Alina and Jelinar were focusing on the one that caused them to feel a familiar scent, on the one who didn't want to involve herself, Miranda. You Altmere approach. Alina spoke to Miranda. Miranda turned to Alina, not understanding why would someone she just met order her around so haughty. Who are you to call me sister? Mirin retorted at Alina. Keep it quiet, cutie. My sister gets to address whoever she wants. Jelinar glared at Mirin. Don't call my cutie a cutie. Isha pointed her spear at Jul with obvious anger. Don't play with your dangerous toy in front of my sisters-in-law. Wulfur effortlessly held the blade of Isha's spear by its head. As the 5 spoke, Miranda couldn't seem to understand how each and every one of those 5 managed to start a fight for their own reason. People are truly stupid, but she still had to side with her family. Who are you people? She asked. Wulfur raised his brows. Jelinar showed a crazy smile, and Alina haughtily snorted. We were just wondering the same thing. P4 Tray 0N. Pat times Rayon. com/eldokmizi, remove times. YouTube. YouTube.com/channel/UCR 7RT 7NWOJIRA 0S7 CJFRJDW. Discord GG/GKCKVA7. Instagram @Don_Dokmisi. Twitter @eldokmizi22. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.